Our story takes place in a remote village called Hagi, precisely at a church. One day the priest found two babies in front of the church. One of them was very vital and active, while the other was so calm, and beside him, he found very unique necklace. The priest discovered that the calm baby's name is Yono, and the active baby's name is Asta. Then after 15 years at the same village, we could see that all the people in the village have magical powers, and that's a normal thing in their world. Also, they use magic in almost everything, even in planting their crops. Asta was proposing to nun Lily, and that was actually an everyday habit for him. The nun rejected his proposal each time because as a nun, she could never get married, and she is also much older than him. But despite all this, he never gave up. He kept hitting his head to the ground multiple times, which made the nun use her magic to calm him down and attacked him with water. But she felt she'd gone a bit far, so she went to check him out. That was when Yono showed up and told him that he would be an idiot if he thought that nun Lily could marry him or anybody else, because nuns never get married, and after all, he is too young to think about marriage. Asta took Yono's talk so serious and challenged him to a fight, but Yono told him that this would be useless. Then another kid told Asta that he could never win a fight with Yono, as Yono is much better, that him and Asta was a loser and didn't know how to use his magic. That's when Asta tried to show off by doing abdominal exercises very fast. But he didn't get any attention, because at the same time, Yono was using his magic to dry the clothes, and they were all astonished by his power. Then Asta tried to get their attention again to show how strength, so he was about to cut the firewood, but Yono preceded him and cut it to 100 pieces very easily by his magic. At this time, the father showed up and said that Yono would be the hope of the church. Also, everybody was talking about his power and talent, while Asta was sitting in some corner alone and sad. That was when Sister Lily told him that it was only a matter of days, and each one would receive his own book of spells, and then it would be possible for him to figure out how to use magic. Asta got so motivated and told him to wait and see how he would become the Emperor of Magic, and everyone ignored him, would regret. Then he ran very fast. Sister Lily went to Yono and asked him about his relation with Yono, as they were very close friends when they were young, but since they came back together when Asta was seriously injured and was walking leaning on Yono, they stayed away from each other. But Yono didn't respond to her and he simply ignored her. And then we see Asta training in his bunker and counting 1,000 pressures with one hand and drinking the tree leaf juice to increase the magical power, which he did not even have, while saying that he would not give up unless he becomes the Emperor of Magic. Then he continued his exercises. After that, we go to the Magic Tower, and we know that the month of March every year, everyone who turns 15 goes to this tower to receive their spell book. Then we see Yono and Asta standing in the middle of the hall with the other kids. And Asta, as usual, was hyper and impatient while waiting for the Book of Spells. That was when the magician of the tower appeared, and the ceremony began. And we find out that each book chooses its owner. So the books began to fly, and everyone took his book. But among the sounds of joy, Asta was shouting as he didn't take a book while everyone was laughing and making fun of him. In order for you to understand, dear viewer, I assure again that this world is based on magic, which means it is not natural at all if someone has no magical powers. So back to our story, the tower wizard wished Asta a better luck next time and told him to come next year and try again, while Yono's book illuminated and stole the limelight from Asta, and they discovered that Yono's book was the Quadruple Cloverleaf, which is the same book as the first Magic Emperor. At that time, Asta stood up and challenged Yono in front of everyone in the hall and told him that he would be his rival, but they all laughed and made fun of him again. Then Yono walked away, leaving Asta burning with fury, but his charisma wasn't enough to respond. After that, two of the noble class were standing in front of Yono to fight him, as they thought that he didn't deserve such an important book. But Yono repelled their attack without even opening his book. And then a wizard showed up. He looked strange, and he locked Yono up using the chain's magic. Then he introduced himself to Yono as a thief, and he came to steal the book because some people could pay a fortune to own it. Meanwhile, Asta showed up flying in the air. Then he suddenly hit the wall. Then he tried to attack the thief, but the thief chained him too. That was when Asta told him that he would not give up because one day he would become the Emperor of Magic. The thief laughed at him and said that his chains could sense any magical powers, but Asta has no power. Asta already surrendered to the status quo and was waiting for his death. But Yono motivated him with some words and reminded him of the childhood memories. Then suddenly, Asta's spellbook appeared. It had a strange shape, and there was a tremendous energy around it, and that scared the hell out of the thief. Then Asta took out a large sword from the book. After that, we go to a flashback to Asta and Yono. When they were children, we see that most of the time Asta was asking Lily to marry him. But the important event was when one day, Yono was delivering a message in the city, While some junkie blocked his way and tried to steal his locket, that was when Asta appeared and kept hitting the man until he left the locket for them. But from that day on, Yono decided that he would be stronger in order to be able to defend himself and Asta, and that he would be the Emperor of Magic. Then he and Asta decided to be each other's rival. Back again to Asta, he used the sword to get rid of the thief, so Yono became free of the chains and told Asta that he owed him one. Then he asked him about the promise they took, and the two of them said it in the same time: no matter how poor or orphaned you are, being a great wizard isn't so far. After that, we see the first Emperor of Magic, and we find out that a long time ago, the world was living in darkness because of the devil. But the Emperor of Magic fought him, and with his magic, he locked him up by 9 swords of light and penetrated his body with another one. And then the world lived in the light of magic, while the Emperor of Magic position passed from one generation to the next until it reached the current Emperor. And the Emperor had an entire army of magic knights under his command. And the magic knights were divided into 9 divisions. Each division had a commander with special and high powers. Then we see Asta training with his sword and counting 1,000 strikes, and he was really doing his best. Then we know from him that there were still months until the tests of the Magic Knights. After that, we see Yono doing his best, too, just like Asta. Time passed, and the night that Asta and Yono would move to the capital for the test came, so the father made a big feast. Then he said he reaped a large crop of potatoes. Most of it would be for Yono, as for sure Asta would fail in return. Honestly, if I were Asta, as soon as I became a great magician, I would burn this village down. Then the father said to Asta that no matter how much he failed, he should always know that the church would remain his home. The next morning, Asta and Yono moved, and on their way, Asta told Yono that it would be a long way to the capital, and they should train. So they ran a little bit and fish a little bit. And after walking for so long, they reached the capital. Then they walked through the market for a while, until Asta brought some freshly grilled snakes, because as a magician, certainly he was not going to eat cordon bleu. After that, they arrived at the test building. The place looked like a fighting arena, and the students were standing in front of the windows so that each one could take a number. Then Yono entered, and as soon as he revealed his book, everyone started talking about him as his news had already reached them. Then he was given number 163. Asta entered after him, and the supervisor saw his book. Then he told him that the book was dirty and looked strange. But Asta assured that this was a book of magic, and he was not bluffing. Then he was given number 164. After that, all the students gathered in the yard, and some birds gathered on a group of them. Then we discover that these birds only gather above anyone who had low magical powers. So Yono was standing in the middle of the yard, with no bird above him. Then Asta entered with a farm of birds right above his head, so he kept running from them until he slammed into someone who looked terrifying and creepy. Asta thought he was the same age as him and tried to get to know him, so he put his hand on this creep's shoulder and asked him about the place he came from. But this man grabbed Asta from his head and raised him up while telling that he was going to kill him as he didn't like him. After that, we find out that this man was Yami, the commander of the Black Bulls division, one of the 9 magic divisions. But while he was about to kill Asta, the fireworks started, and that was a call for the beginning of the test, so he left Asta and told him that he still had a little more life to live. Then a guy named Siki appeared and asked Asta if he is okay, and was nice to him. After that, the commanders of the 9 divisions showed up. The first one, Nozel Silva, commander of the Silver Eagles. He looked charismatic, arrogant, and belonged to the noble class. Then the commander of the Crimson Eagles, Fuglin. Then the commander of the Green Mantis, Jack the Ripper. He really looked like a thug. Then the commander of the Blue Rose Knights, Charlotte Rosley, and she was very beautiful, and almost all the students fell for her. And then the commander of the Purple Orcas, Glader Boyzot. Then the Coral Peacock commander, Dorothy. Then the commander of the Water Deer, Reel. Then the commander of the strongest division, the Golden Dawn, William Fangs appeared, and he was the most likely candidate to be the next Emperor of Magic, and that made all the students wish to join the Golden Dawn division. But both the Golden Dawn and the Silver Eagles were for nobles and those of royal blood only. Finally, the commander of the Black Bulls, Yami, and this was the division that caused the most destruction among the 9 divisions. After that, and before the test, we discovered that each commander's power was equivalent to the power of 100 adult wizards. Then the commander of the Golden Dawn announced the beginning of the test and used his magic. Then a tree fell from the sky, giving a broom to every student, and he said that this was the first test, and that the wizard who couldn't fly with his broom would not be qualified to succeed. Then the students started trying. A group of them managed to float, another group controlled well while the others flied and fell, but Yono was able to fly with it while he was standing and control it with the utmost ease. and that attracted the attention of all commanders. As for Asta, he was really confused, as he did not know how to make it rise even 1 centimeter above the ground. Meanwhile, the commander of the Silver Eagles disappeared. Then he went downstairs, and we find out that his sister is one of the test participants. But he scolds her and told her that the royal family did not take the exam like other commoners, so he ordered her to leave. After that was the magical ability test, and Asta failed, then the magical ability control test, and Asta failed. Then the formation magic test, and Asta also failed. All he did in these tests were consecutive failures. Then came the last test, and it was a fight between two until one of them loses the ability to stand. That's when Seiki asked Asta to be his opponent, but Seiki planned to fight Asta as he is the weakest among the participants, while Asta thought that Seiki saw him as a real fighter and wanted to take the honor of fighting in front of him, especially since he was nice to him throughout the tests. After they entered the ring, Asta said to Seiki that he hoped each one of them could achieve his goal, but Seiki approached him and whispered in his ear that he was just a loser villager, and that he chose him as he was a villager with no talent. Then he threatened him that he would beat the hell out of him and defeat him easily, and then he opened his book and used his magic to make a bronze bubble around himself as a shield. And from behind it he kept shooting bullets while saying that he would wait until Asta gave up fighting, and then he would defeat him, so he confidently asked Asta to attack him and not to be afraid. At that point, Asta was fuming with rage. Then he opened his book, took out his sword, and the sword energy broke the floor of the ring. Then with one blow, he broke Seiki's shield and defeated him while Seiki lost consciousness. Everyone was impressed with the power of Asta, and Asta said that he would be the next Emperor of Magic, but everyone in the ring said that he was just delusional and mocked him. Then Yami, the commander of the Black Bulls division, said that Asta didn't seem that he had all this magical power, especially since he failed to pass all the previous tests. He also said that the boy had no magical power, as when he touched him, he didn't feel any magical power in him, yet he kept saying that he wanted to be the Emperor of Magic. Then there was a fight between two nobles, and they were very powerful, so Asta was very impressed with them. After that, a member of the royal family went to Yono and told him that he wanted to be his opponent, as he couldn't find a stronger opponent than him. Yono walked with him without even responding to him. They entered the ring. Then this royal said that his name is Salem, and that he would give him the honor of defeating him at the hands of a royal family member. He added that he would pay him to return to his village because he sure didn't have money. Then he made a ball of lightning and threw it at Yono, but Yono created a huge tornado, which swallowed Salem with his lightning ball and left him electrocuted until he fell unconscious. Everyone was impressed with Yono's performance, and all the commanders admired him. Then it was the time to choose. And of course, all the commanders made an offer for Yono to join them, but he chose the Golden Dawn. After that, it was Asta's turn, but no one chose him, but he refused to leave and stuck to his presence between them. Then Commander Yami showed his power and went down to Asta and said that he has no magical power. Also, he was supposed to defeat the 9 commanders with the same power as Yami, which means his mission was impossible, but Asta told him that whether he was accepted or not, he would be the Emperor of Magic, and he would never give up. So Yami admired Asta's will and told him that he could join his division, but he would make his life hell. And then he took Asta and used a magic portal to go to the palace where the division members live. After that, we see Yono with the deputy commander of the Golden Dawn division. Klaus then he told Yono that the captain must have been drunk to accept a villager, and not a nobleman in their division, and added that his membership was not yet official, but Yono assured that he would make it official. Back to Asta. He was in the division palace trying to introduce himself, but no one seemed interested in him. Actually, they were all a bunch of lunatics. Honestly, this was Asta's perfect match. 2 of them were trying to kill each other. One was drunk, and another one seemed really creepy. Then suddenly the commander, Yami, hit the wall with his hand and destroyed the remaining part of it in order to silence them. Then he gathered them to introduce Asta, and the deputy commander introduced all the members to him. He started with Gordon and described him as a creepy one. Then Venice, who looked like a real whore. Then Locke, who was obsessed with battles and made troubles all the time just to fight. Then Gosh, also creepy. Then Charmy, food lover. Then Gray, he was just mysterious, and Manga, a psychopath. He concluded by introducing himself as Finral, and everyone loved him. After that, Manga took Asta out into the arena, while the rest of division members was watching the coronation ceremony. Then he ordered Asta to do 5,000 abdominal presses. Then he attacked him with fire, but Asta blocked it with his sword and reversed it on him again. That made Manga admire Asta's power and intelligence, and formally handed him his uniform. Meanwhile, we see the sister of the commander of the Silver Eagles, who was wearing the uniform of the Black Bulls, and was watching them while saying to herself that the new member was nothing but trash. I wonder what brought her in this division. After Asta was approved, Magna took him to his room, but it was dirty and very small, and that was exactly why he chose it, as he thought he could provoke Asta by that. But on the contrary, Asta started crying and said that it was the first time in his life to have his own room, because in the church they all slept in the same room. So Magna sympathized with him and told him to write a letter to the church to reassure them about him. Then he left him and walked away. Then we go to Yono. He was with Klaus showing him his room, and it was very luxurious, as if it was a royal palace. Then he told Yono that he believed that someone like him didn't deserve a room like this, and starting tomorrow he would teach him his duties as a knight. But if it was up to him, he would have refused to be his teacher. It was all about an unnatural class struggle. Those royal was very arrogant. The next day, the letters were delivered to the church, and the father read Yono's letter first. He was happy when he knew that Yono succeeded and joined the Magic Knights. Then he said that he would go and announce that to the village, but Lily interrupted him saying that Asta also succeeded. The father was completely shocked, and it took him a while to realize what he heard. Then he spread the news in the village. Back to Asta, he had just woken up. Then he came out of his room. Meanwhile, Magna took him on a tour to show him the place. He showed him the dining room, the hot springs, and the ground floor where the monsters were. But Asta wondered why they raised monsters. Magna answered that it was Commander Yami's hobby. Then he told him that from that day on, it would be his job to feed the monsters. After that, and on their way out, he ran into the sister of the Silver Eagle's commander. Then Magna told Asta that she was going to be his new classmate, as they both were the new members for this year. So Asta went to her to say hello. But with extreme arrogance and impoliteness, she pushed his hand away and said that she hadn't given him the permission to talk to her yet. She added that she was Noel Silva from the royal family, but Asta acted like he was frightened of her royal power, which was not true of course, as it's Asta, the upcoming magic emperor. After that, Noelle was training in the woods, and her magic power was really great, but unfortunately she couldn't control it at all. Asta was standing behind the trees watching her. Then we find out that her family was ashamed of her as she couldn't control her magic, and her brother wished that she had died instead of their mother, because he believed that she was a disgrace to the royal family. So bringing up all these sad memories, caused Noel to lose control of her magic, and she made a big bubble, got locked up inside it, and couldn't get out. While the only solution for her to come out of it would be for Asta to cut her magic with his sword, because if anyone else tried, they would kill her with their magic. So Asta ran to save her, and he succeeded, but everyone was impressed by her power, ignoring if she could control her magic or not. So she felt like a part of her belonged to them. The next day, Asta was really working hard in washing, cleaning, and other housekeeping stuff like he was their private servant. Then after a lot of work, he went to the dining room to have breakfast with the other division members, and there he asked Noelle why didn't she help him, as she was also a new member like him. But she replied with a complete arrogance that they would never be the same or equal to each other. Then while they were talking, Commander Yami came and told Magna to come with him on a mission. Asta asked him to go with them too, but Yami told him that this would be a mission for adults, and then we discover that this serious mission was all about going to gamble. Yami and Magna went gambling and played on their money and lost it. Then they played on their clothes and also lost it. They lost almost everything. After that, Yami told the old man that they would play one last round. If they won everything. And if they lost the magic book. But the old man refused and told them that if they lost, he would demand whatever he want from them. Asta and Noel were feeding the monsters when they saw Yami and Magna coming from their so-called mission almost naked. Then we discover that they lost everything, and that old man was the mayor of a city called Susie, and he asked them to get rid of some wild pigs that came out every once in a while to the city and annoy the farmers. So this would be the first mission for Asta and Noel, but they told the commander that he was the one who lost, and he should bear his loss. Magna objected, and told them that they should obey their commander's orders no matter what. Then he ordered them to go to the mission, or otherwise, he would turn their life into hell. They were afraid of his fury, so they agreed, and they actually went to the mission. Then Magna got his broom ready, took Noel and Asta behind him, and they all flied to the village. After that, they reached the village and hunted the pigs, then on their way to the entrance of the village carrying the pigs. Magna told them his story with the mayor of Susie. As when he was young, he decided to rob the village of Susie, but the mayor turned out to be a really powerful wizard, and he beat him up in front of the whole village. Also, he was the reason for him to join the Magic Knights, as he advised him to do so. Then they became friends from then on. Also, this old man had very great magical power, but he refused to join the Magic Knights in his youth. After that, and at the entrance to the village, they discovered that there was a foggy magic around it, so that no one could enter or leave, and the only solution would be for Asta to cut the fog with his sword. Now you may wonder if the fog could be cut off. I will tell you that it's magic, and Asta's sword invalidates any magic. So they continued on their way until they found the villagers trapped in the middle of the city, and someone was trying to carry out a mass execution of them with blades of ice fixed right above their heads. But Magna easily exploded this ice and entered among the villagers. Then he discovered that the old man died trying to defend the village, and he was truly shocked. Then he shrieked at the sorcerer sitting in the middle of the village if he was the one who did that to the mayor. And this sorcerer was so powerful with 4 other sorcerers around him. He replied to Magna by saying that they all were going to die immediately. Then he throws a big ball of ice at them, but Asta quickly cut it with his sword. That made the sorcerer begin to be wary of him as he realized that his sword nullifies magic. That sorcerer warned the other 4 men around him of letting Asta come too close because his blade can kill them, but Asta yelled at him asking, why did he kill these people? Then the sorcerer replied that the world was divided into several regions, and those regions were the Diamond Kingdom, Heart Kingdom, the Royal Region, the Public Region, and this was where the commoners lived, and the neglected area where Susie Village were. Then he said that all the people in the neglected area were stupid, mindless, second-class people. So he came to clean the area from them. Asta was fuming, as he believed that all human beings were the same. Then he told the sorcerer that his duty was to protect them. But he mocked him, and wondered how could these animals have value to him. Then he started attacking people, while Asta was trying to reverse his magic on him again, and Magna was trying to melt the ice with his fire. But Magna's magical power was running out. Noel also tried to attack him, but she couldn't control her magic. Then the sorcerer said that he did not expect that the magic knights could have someone who could not control his power. So Noel felt that she was a hindrance to them instead of helping them. But on the contrary, her grief helped her to control her magic. Then she created a protective wall for them with a bubble and wrote a new spell in her book. Meanwhile, Magna said that he was sure she could do it. Then while the sorcerer was busy with the power of Noel and her magic, Asta took advantage of this opportunity, so he attacked him, plunged the sword into his chest and made him bleed badly. Then he told him that he didn't have any magical powers, but he would defeat him. But the sorcerer exploited Asta's attack on him and responded with a surprise attack and stabbed him with ice, and that made Asta bleed from his mouth and fall unconscious. After that, the sorcerer went towards the water bubble and tried to freeze part of it so he could penetrate it while Magna was inside the bubble, saying to himself that he didn't have much magic power left, but the preference was for his fire versus snow. However, the sorcerer could overturn this preference for him. Then finally, Magna decided to come out and resist until he ran out of steam. At that time, Asta awakened and tried to attack him again, but he was very slow, so the sorcerer stabbed him for the second time, and he fell to the ground. At this time, Magna asked Noel if getting out of the bubble spell would be easier than entering, and she said yes, so he went out. Meanwhile, Asta awakened again, and the sorcerer was going to kill him if it wasn't for Magna stopping him. So the sorcerer looked at him and told him that he was digging his grave with his own hands. But Magna attacked him quickly with the ball of fire, and the attack passed the targets heading towards Asta to reverse it with his sword on the sorcerer. And we find out that it was their plan from the beginning. The sorcerer was trying to freeze the fire with snow when Asta stabbed him with his sword with all his power, so he fell to the ground defeated. Then Asta told him that he was defeated by one of the scums whom he wanted to kill. Now I'm leaving you to watch parts of this battle. After that, Asta fell to the ground. So Magna and Noel thought that he passed out, but he just fell asleep due to stress. Then they tied up the group of sorcerers to interrogate them, but they refused to say anything, and they performed a spell inside their bodies and commit suicide. After that, we see Asta, Magna, and Noel consoling the mayor's grandson over his grandfather's death. Meanwhile, Asta's bird returned with a strange-looking stone. And then we see someone informing someone else of the failure of the mission, and that the stone fell into the hands of the Black Bulls. But he told him to leave it with the Black Bulls and keep an eye on it, as already his return to life approached. But who is that? We will know later. But the strange thing is that the person who was talking was wearing the emblem of the Golden Dawn Division. After that, Asta, Noel, and Magna returned to the residence and told the commander what happened. Meanwhile, Venetia and Finral he entered then. They told the commander that they'd just come back from the investigations department and that they would investigate about the hour that was with the group leader, the sorcerer. But Magna got angry that they still hadn't reached anything. Then he threw fire at the wall and broke a part of it, and that angered the commander and told him to stop destroying the residence. Then he punched the wall and demolished it. Then Vanessa continued and said that she suspected the behavior of this group, that they might be nobles, especially since the watch looked very expensive. Then the commander told them that he had a good news. Then he said that the Emperor of Magic rewarded Asta, Noel, and Magna with a star for their efforts on the mission. Then Asta asked about the importance of the star. The commander replied that every division had stars, and this was like an assessment of its status. And the first place was for the Golden Dawn with 70 stars. So Asta asked again about how many stars did they have. And the commander said that with this star, they were minus 30. So the difference between us and Golden Dawn is only 100 stars. After that, he distributed the salaries to them and congratulated Asta and Noel on their first salary. Then he gave them the next day off, and Asta intended to send part of the money to the church. The next day, Venetia took Asta and Noel shopping in the city, and they walked around the market. Then after a while, she took them to the black market and told them that this place full of useful things for the wizards, but it could be dangerous for the young knights. Then they saw Magna gambling, so they got the point. After that, we see Seki, whom Asta defeated in the test, lost all his money in gambling with an old woman. He was walking in the market and cursing his luck that he ended up in a division like the Green Mantis. Meanwhile, Venetia was helping Noel to try a new magic tool that could help her to control her magic, and while Noel was trying, she threw a ball of water on Seki, who was passing by. But Seki took advantage from this and tried to flirt with her. Meanwhile, Asta came from behind him. Then Seki told himself that this Asta was so lucky to know these people, and when he noticed that they were all in the same division, he cursed his luck again for joining his current division. Meanwhile, the woman who won Seki in gambling was robbed while she was walking with the money, and the thief ran quickly, but Asta ran after him. Seki tried to steal the light from him, so he ran after the thief too, but he rode his broom to be faster, and after some skirmishes, the thief rode on a cloud and flied with it, but Asta took out his sword and cut the cloud and invalidated the magic, so the thief fell to the ground. Then Seki showed up and grabbed the thief, but the thief told him that he would not die alone and stabbed Seki with a poisoned dagger. Seki fell to the ground thinking that he was going to die, and he told Asta to fulfill his dream. Then he fainted, but Asta slapped him and told him he was exaggerating, as this was just an anesthetic poison. Then he woke up and took the thief on his broom to hand him over. Then Asta went to the old woman and gave her the money. But after he walked away, we discover that this woman was the Emperor of Magic, but in disguise, he admired Usta's power and was curious about it. Then we know he used to disguise himself to observe the power of the newly joined Knights of Magic. Back to Yono on his first mission with Klaus and Mimasu, who was also a new member but from the royal family. And that was her first mission, and it was about protecting Selim during his trip to the Heart Kingdom. And Selim was the white noble guy who was defeated by Yono in the test. After he failed to join the Knights, he was traveling to study in the Kingdom of Heart with his father's money, Mr. Hawkboss, who asked the Knights of the Golden Dawn to guard his son until reaching his destination, and rejection is not even an option here as because he was so generous towards the Magic Knights. Selim was in his flying cart, Klaus was driving, Yono was on his broom, securing from one side and Mimosa from the other side. Meanwhile, Selim tried to get close to Yono through talking, so he asked him about the place he came from. Then Yono told him that he was from a village called Hagi, and while they were talking, a group of bandits attacked them, but they only attacked Yono and he beat them easily. Now I will leave you with a part of the fight. After that, Selim asked them to pass by the village of Hagi, so that he could see the church in which Selim was raised, the Devil's Skull, and the first Magic Emperor statue. At first, Klaus refused because it was not on their way, but Selim insisted like he was commanding him. Indeed, they went there, and as soon as they arrived at the church, Sister Lily saw them while landing. Then she ran to Yono, very happy to see him again. After that, he greeted her, then introduced her to Klaus, and she said that she recognized him from the letters which Jonas wrote to them. But Klaus looked at Yono wondering about what he wrote about him. Meanwhile, the father came, greeted Yono, and hugged him. Then he said that he was very proud of him, and when he asked them to come inside the church, Klaus said that they were in a hurry. But Selim said that it would not be a problem if they stayed for a couple hours, but he looked fishy like he was hiding something. I wonder what did he hide? During dinner, Selim asked Lily for water, but she discovered that they ran out of water, so she decided to go out to get water from the well. And on her way, she got kidnapped. Yono heard her voice, and everyone went out to see what happened. And then Klaus found an amulet in the shape of a skull, and he remembered that this skull belonged to the bandits that attacked them on their way there. After that, Klaus told Yono that they should leave for Selim's safety, and the village authorities would work this out and bring Lily back, but Yono wanted to go and save her himself. And then Klaus told him that disobeying orders is a crime, and yet Yono was still insisting to and save her. After that, Yono rode his broom heading to the skull of the devil, and as soon as he entered, he ran into the first gangster, who said to him that there is a difference between courage and recklessness and that he would die there. Yono was surprised that he knew his name, even though their goal was supposed to be Selim. Then this gangster attacked him with the rocks of earth magic, but Yono easily dodged the attack, then replied with a hurricane and defeated him, and then he said that he eliminated one and thus left 4. But on his way he fell into the trap of water magic made by one of them, who told Yono that he wouldn't kill him, he'd just teach him a lesson. At that time, Yono realized that their goal from the beginning was not Selim. After that, this sorcerer surrounded Yono with a ball of water. But Yono said that he had had enough. Then he attacked him with a tornado and mixed it with the water and surrounded him inside it and defeated him. Yono was looking for the rest of this gang. Then on his way he met another one who tried to kill him with shots of snowblades. But Yono responded with a wind which forced the blades to return in a counterattack on the sorcerer and defeated him. After that he reached the place of the fourth, who was detaining Lily, and ordered Yono to hand over his spellbook. Otherwise, he would distort Lily's face. But Yono wondered why he wanted the spellbook, and the sorcerer told him that whatever he did would be none of his business. Then Yono took out the book of spells, so the sorcerer thought that he'd hand it over. But Yono refused to do so. The sorcerer was astonished of his guts, and wondered how he could attack and save Lily at the same time. But Yono ended his bewilderment when he leaned in. Then Klaus showed up from behind him and attacked the sorcerer with a steel spear of steel elemental magic formation and defeated him. Meanwhile, Klaus asked Yono about what would he do if he hadn't showed up, but the charismatic Yono, of course, didn't respond. Klaus said that he felt there was something wrong from the beginning, especially when Selim asked Yono specifically to protect him and asked to come to this village in particular, which no noble would like to be there. Klaus continued and said that he used the magic of Mimosa on Selim, the flower of truth. And then Selim confessed that he made a deal with this gang in order to teach Yono a lesson and revenge from him. Meanwhile, Yono was surprised that they found him in the middle of this maze, but Klaus said that Mimosa used the magic of plants to locate his site exactly. After that, Klaus told Selim that it is normal for him to lose against Yono, as Yono is definitely talented, because Commander William chose him to join the Golden Dawn. Klaus asked Yono about what should they do with the gang, and Yono replied that they would take Selim back to the capital and release the gang, after threatening them that if they approach the village again, they would not have mercy on them. Then Klaus asked the gang about the fourth gangster remaining, and they said that he must have run away. Meanwhile, we see the Emperor of Magic above the skull, and beside him, the escaping gangster Tide, and we know that he was disguised to observe Yono. After that, Yono, Klaus, and Mimosa spent a nice evening in the church, before returning to the division residence, and the next day they knew from the commander that after Selim was handed over, confessed that his father was involved in illegal trade, fake accounts, and bribes. He also informed them that the Emperor of Magic had given them a star for their efforts in the mission. After that, the Black Bulls was in their residence trying to find a name for Asta's bird, while Asta was playing 1500 pressure, until the commander arrived and informed them that he'd just come from the palace of the Magic Emperor and they discovered a new Demas. Then everyone got excited except Asta, who was asking what this Demas mean. Then we find out that it is an archaeological tomb which contains great energy of magic and expensive, important, and rare magic tools, but the place would be full of magic traps. So the job of the Magic Knights was to investigate the place before someone stole anything from it. Meanwhile, Asta demanded to go to this mission so he probably could gain a magical power there, but the commander told him that it would be impossible for him to have any magical powers. But anyway, the Emperor of Magic chose him for the mission, and Noel too, and assigned Locke to be in charge of this mission soon. After that, they reached the door of the Demas through transition magic. Then they found themselves in a dark corridor, and the lighting torch had been broken after falling from Asta. Meanwhile, Locke found an illuminated brick in the wall and pressed on it like a reckless donkey. Then suddenly the wall collapsed, and they entered inside the Demas. They were amazed by the sight of the Demas and the strange formation of the place. Then Locke told them that the space of the place has been distorted due to the power of magic in it. Also, the place was full of more mana than anywhere else. Stop here for a second, dear viewer. This mana, my friend, is the strength of their world, like the Nen in Hunter, or the Haki and Devil Fruits in One Piece, or the Ryatsu in Bleach. But despite all this, Asta said that he couldn't feel anything, and Noel said that he is really weird. And we all know that was because he had no magical powers, so he couldn't feel magic like them. After some shouting from Asta, because he has no magic powers, also he was not royal. And with a theatrical performance, He knocked on the ground and discovered that the place where he knocked was a trap with a spell in it, then suddenly pointed rocks exploded from it. But Asta cut them with his sword because it was magic, and the sword invalidates magic. And of course, the lunatic Locke thought it was a game, so he pressed on every trap to force Asta cut it. Now we see the commander talking with Venetia and Magna, and they were asking him if it would be dangerous sending beginners to fulfill such an important mission, especially since the tomb is on the border of our kingdom with the Diamond Kingdom. But he told them that the more danger they face, the faster they developed. Also, they should feel safe, because Locke with them, and he has much greater ability to sense mana than the ability of nobles, and if he had not been insane, all the divisions would have fought each other to make him join them. Back to Locke, he sensed that a strange mana in the place. Then he told Asta and Noel to continue with their investigation, and he would go to do something before meeting with them again. Then he used formation magic and made shoes of lightning. After that, Noel and Asta proceeded on their way when suddenly they fell into a plant trap. But Yono saved them. Then we find out that Yono, Klaus, and Mimosa were there too. And Noel asked Asta if this was the same Yono he told her about, as he looked very powerful. Then we discover that Mimosa and Noel were relatives. But after a lot of arguing between them, also between Klaus and Asta, because Klaus was so arrogant and Asta quite random, and each one was trying to prove his point. Then Klaus told Asta that they took a star from the Emperor of Magic, but Asta said that they also took a star, and the Emperor named him for this mission in particular. So after some talking and squawking, Mimosa used her magic to locate the treasure. Then Yono took them all by his wind to the location, and left only Asta, who was teased by Klaus while leaving with Yono. At the royal palace, the Emperor knew that the Kingdom of Diamond sent magic knights to the Damas, and one of them was Abyss Lotus. Back to Locke, he fought 4 men and defeated them easily, while their commander was watching, and of course Locke was lusting to fight. So he asked this commander to fight him. The commander admitted that Locke was powerful, and made him scared a little bit. Then suddenly Locke attacked him. Meanwhile, we find out that he was an Abyss Lotus. Then this Abyss Lotus hid in a cloud of black smoke, and told Locke that he understood why the men of Clover Kingdom hated them, especially since the Kingdom of Diamond always trying to invade everywhere and was causing problems in every place. But the Diamond Kingdom's resources were almost running out, and while he was speaking, Locke attacked him, injured him in his face, and said that he didn't care about any of this, as long as he was fighting strong people. After that, Locke asked him to stop dodging his attacks and fight with his full force, but abruptly Locke felt exhausted and was not in a normal condition. Then the Abyss Lotus told him that he let him defeat his followers so that he could slowly fill the room with his magic while Locke didn't even notice. Locke fell to the ground and the Abyss Lotus told him to rest for a while and he would be fine. But all of a sudden Locke came to life, got up, and formed the magic of lightning around his hand and his leg, and on his face is a look full of madness. Then he said that it's been a long time since things were that fun. Back to Klaus and Mimosa, we see a sorcerer from Diamond attacking Mimosa from behind and injured her seriously, but she used healing magic while Klaus was facing this sorcerer and ordering Yono to move to the room where the treasure is. Then we go to Noel and Asta, who were on their way to the treasure when Noel told Asta that she felt Locke's mana and he was in trouble, so Asta said that they should go to him, but Noel said that the treasure is more important. But he told her that Locke is their friend and his friends are his family. Then he went to Locke, who was really in a big trouble. At the same time, Yono returned to Klaus and told him that friends are family. Then he said that he finally gonna release his power and use 2 spells at the same time, while Klaus was shocked of Yono's true power. Meanwhile, Asta, Locke, and Noel were trapped in the smoke of the Abyss Lotus, but intelligently, Locke could locate him. Then Asta attacked him with his sword and threw him to the wall bleeding. The Abyss Lotus got scared, so formed a train out of the smoke, rode it, and vanished with his followers. After that, Locke felt a stronger magic in the place. Then we know that the sorcerer whom Yono was facing named Mars, and he was the secret weapon of the Diamond Kingdom. Then we see Yono suffering from Mars's magic, while Mars was literally torturing him. At that time, Klaus felt insulted that he let his team members be belittled while he watches, so he attacked Mars with the magic of steel forming. Meanwhile, we discover that Mars made a crystal copy of himself to deal with Klaus, while he was trying to kill Yono with his giant crystal blade, but Yono kept running away and avoiding his attack. Then Yono gathered himself and tried to attack him, but Mars told him that his magic won't affect him. Then when the giant blade was about to fall down and kill Yono, Asta showed up and splits the blade into 2 halves and warned Mars to ever come near Yono again. Everyone was amazed by Asta's power, and Klaus was wondering how a naive villager like this could do all this and fighting such a powerful sorcerer, while we, the Golden Dawn, could not even get close to him. And then Locke showed up and told Klaus to stop shouting and do something useful. Meanwhile, Noel was protecting her cousin until she got better. Then Mars told them all that he was born to kill the weak people like them, but Asta told him that he could say whatever he want, but at the end he would be taught a lesson. Then he attacked him, played by him like a baseball ball, and threw him in the water while Klaus was still shouting, and Locke went crazy and began to electrocute the crystal copies of Mars. After that, Mars woke up again with a monster from crystal and trampled on Asta. So Yono screamed and was scared for Asta. But Asta stood up and a part of his body was revealed, and it turned out to have a strong athletic body and structure, and Klaus was astonished of what he saw. Meanwhile, Asta told Mars that how could he be the upcoming Emperor of Magic and defeated by someone like him. Then he shouted, hit Mars with his sword and threw him to the ground. Klaus told them that the Golden Dawn was there first, which meant they won, but they would let them in with them. Then Asta cut the door with his sword and they all entered. Then quickly each one ran to discover something from the room contents. Meanwhile, Yono grabbed a bag, an ray of light came out of it, and showed him a manuscript that he couldn't read. Then all of a sudden, everything in it disappeared. But suddenly the Book of Mars illuminated while it was in Klaus's hand. Then Mars showed up, attacked them, injured Noel's chest, and pinned everyone with his magic. Then he told Asta that he understood the way of his fight and know about his sword, which could invalidate magic, and he would attack him with magic. He wouldn't have the time to invalidate it. Then he attacked Asta and broke the wall with him and went to kill Noel. Then Noel told Mimosa that she was fine, and asked her to go and help Asta, who found a huge sword with a strange shape, and used it to repel March's attacks and return it to him again so that he could defeat him. But he discovered that he was seriously injured and fell unconscious. We also see that March also fainted, and we see his flashback, how painful and sad his past was, and how his country was treating him as a lab rat, and in order to live, he killed his girlfriend. Then he decided to rise again and kill them. Meanwhile, Yono untied himself and used the new spell he took from the Scroll of the Demas. Then suddenly time stopped, and soon after, a small fairy appeared and defeated Mars badly, but Yono himself didn't understand what happened. Then a new spell appeared in Asta's book as well. Meanwhile, the place started to fall apart. Then Yono made a boat with his formation magic and took everyone on it while Asta asked them to save Mars. But it was too late. After that, Locke guided Yono to the road, and they went outside. And then we see the Abyss Lotus on his train, which was loaded with treasures, and we find out that he was hiding at the time of the battle between Mars and Asta, loading the treasures on his train. Then he saved Mars after they escaped, and he said that these treasures would provide a good amount for the kingdom treasury. Then after they all came out of the Demas, Klaus hugged Asta and Yono and told them that he was wrong because he didn't acknowledge them as they were peasants. Racist even when he apologizes. In the residence of the Black Bulls, we see Asta slept for a week while Noel was very worried about him and watching over him. Then the commander Yami came and told them that they were called in the royal court to make a report on the mission, but just Noel and Asta were going while Locke would go with Magna on a mission. Then we see Noel and Asta on their way to the palace, and Asta was amazed by the palace from the outside and the road leading to it. They met Yono, Klaus, and Mimosa on the way, as they were also called to the palace. Klaus was gentle with Asta and Yono, while Mimosa was embarrassed when she saw Asta and started acting strangely, just like Hinata did when she saw Naruto. And when Noel asked her why she was acting that way, she admitted that she couldn't stop thinking about Asta and she may be in love with him. This made Noel angry, as she also had feelings for Asta. They both looked odd, so Yono asked Asta what was going on with them, and Asta replied that it's just hormones. They moved, and as soon as they reached the palace door, they were surprised to find the Emperor of Magic himself welcoming them. The Magic Emperor noticed the new magic that Yono gained from the Demas. Then he told him that as he advanced in his magic skills, he would become a legend among the wizards. Asta then spoke up, mentioning that he had some strange things in his book, but the Magic Emperor didn't understand anything from Asta's book. And when Asta showed him his sword, the Emperor was surprised that Asta could even lift it as it was absorbing the Emperor's magic. But he didn't tell Asta about the sword's secret. Then he informed them that they were invited to a ceremony for honoring the elite wizards and distribute badges of excellence. The badges and ranks would be distributed among the distinguished members of each division. And after the distribution of the stars, the Magic Emperor was informed that there was an urgent matter, and he had to leave. But he told them to enjoy and have fun, while they found it a good chance to mock Asta. Asta was eating like animals, but they decided not to leave him in peace, so they threw insults at him, between being a farmer, being devoid of talent and teasing. But Asta heard all this and told Klaus that he did not give a damn for what they said about him. Anyway, Noel's brother came and threw water on her and told her that she was a disgrace to the Silva family and how she dared to show her face in the royal court again. At this time, Asta got angry. He pulled Noel and said that she is under his protection and anyone dares to come near her would face him, but one of them said that he would give him a lesson. Then he surrounded him with earth magic, but Asta nullified it. Then Noel's brother attacked him with water magic bullets, but Asta reversed them on him again. Meanwhile, the commander of the Silver Eagles and the head of the Silva family showed up, and his mana was dark and scary to everyone in the room. Then he told Asta, "You dare to defy the royal family. I will chase you away." After that, Farmillion, the commander of the Crimson Lions, showed up saying that shame on them for ganging up on a little kid. They should feel disgrace. And his younger brother said to Asta not to be worried as he is from the royal family, and he acknowledged him as his rival. Asta looked at Noel and wondered why they all act like retarded. Then we find out that Farmillion and Mimosa were cousins, and Noel was Mimosa's niece. So they were all related in some way. Farmillion and Silva were fighting and bunnering with fury because Farmillion took Asta's side, and suddenly a soldier entered and told them that the country is in chaos and they shouldn't be fighting. Then we find out that the country was under attack by a zombie army controlled by a sorcerer seeking revenge against the kingdom and the king. This sorcerer was angry as he was expelled from the Clover Kingdom and became a vagabond, but he has the ability to control the dead, similar to the Ida Tensei in Naruto. So he made the dead came to life as zombies who cannot be killed as they are already dead. At the palace, they divided themselves into groups. The Silvas were together, the Black Bulls and the Vermilions were together, and the Golden Dawn were together. Then every group went in a direction. And of course, Asta left them on his own to see what's going on, like a reckless donkey. Meanwhile, the zombie sorcerer was about to kill a little girl, but before that he asked her if she loves the Clover Kingdom, and she said yes. Then he mocked her, saying that he's waiting for them to protect her, and out of the blue, Asta appeared and told him in a brave and heroic way that he would protect her. Then he nullified the zombies' magic with his sword and killed a lot of them in the same way because they all were controlled by magic. At the same time, each team was fighting the zombies with all their might while Mimosa was treating the wounded. Back to Asta, the sorcerer told him that he would show him the real zombie. Then he called on Jimmy and told Asta that it's Jimmy number 4 who throw curses, but the wound of his curse would keep getting worse until it kills you. Asta kept deflecting Jimmy's curses, but unfortunately he got wounded in the face, while Noel was standing there, watching and remembering her brother's words about her being a failure. But then the commander of the Crimson Lions comes and gives her some words of encouragement, telling her that she can do it, and that determination can lead to victory, so she got motivated and went to protect the girl. Then Asta told her to take the girl and run, while he continued fighting Jimmy. Asta created a tornado and entered it to attack Jimmy until he fell to the ground, but the sorcerer told him that he hadn't finished yet. Then he showed him Alfred and said that Asta wouldn't be able to even touch him as he was made of lightning and was very fast. Asta tried and tried, but he couldn't touch Alfred, so the commander of the Crimson Lions came and burned Alfred down. Then he told Asta that it's a shame for a fighter like him to die here, and that he regretted refusing him to be in his division, and he apologized for participating in his fight, and that since he wanted to become the Emperor of Magic, he would also be his opponent, but Asta told him that he was still able to continue. However, Farmillion told him that a fighter must know when to withdraw, and Asta needed to do this at that particular time. And the sorcerer pulled out a dead body from under the ground and told Vermillion that when this person was alive, he had the most powerful defensive magic, and that he wouldn't be affected by any of his attacks. Vermillion smiled and hit him with a ray of fire, killing him. Then he tied up the sorcerer and took his magic book, which contained only 1 page. Then all the zombies disappeared. But Asta noticed that someone was whispering in the sorcerer's ear, also was wondering why this book had only 1-page book. While people were greeting the knights, they heard a voice saying, "Live, O knights!" Then a spatial magic opened up in the ground, taking them hundreds of kilometers away from the city. At the same time, a witch appeared in the sky of the city with her broomstick and said that the knights were even dumber than she imagined. She also said that she would use this time to absorb some mana from the people to stay young. Afterwards, Yono showed up, and we discovered that he escaped from the spatial magic with his wind magic. The sorceress tries to flirt with Yono, but he told her to stay away from the innocent people. She got angry and attacked him with curses, while he dodged her attacks and asked her why she was after him. But she told him that there is a person whom they want to assassinate, but when Yono asked her who that someone would be, and she told him to come closer, and she would tell him. Back to the commander of the Crimson Lions, who was interrogating the zombie sorcerer, and told him that he was definitely working with someone, and that their target was not the king because the king was too insignificant to be chased by them. But the sorcerer told him that their target is him, Then he opened a spatial magic and took him to a place that was all white on white. Back to Yonu, who was still fighting with the sorceress. He was escaping from her curses. During his escape, he received several curses on his chest and back, causing him to collapse. But he remembered his ultimate goal. Then he stood up, opened his book, and used a new spell to control the mana and defeat the sorceress. Meanwhile, Farmillion, who was in the white place, then suddenly, he saw a person whom he was shocked to see and said, "You!" Back to Yono. After Yono attacked the sorceress, he threw her into the kitchen where Army was eating. Then she told Army that she wanted to absorb some mana to regain her youth. But Army thought she came to take her food, so she transformed into a giant sheep and threw the sorceress out of the tower, where she was captured by the soldiers. Meanwhile, Yono arrived and was surprised to find out that all the mana which he sensed around him was coming out of this little girl, Army. Back to Asta, where Leopold was angry at Radis and interrogating him to know where he took his brother. Noel explained that whoever did this used spatial magic, and in order to target the commander with this precision, he had to be close. Asta searched the place with his eyes and ran towards a pile of zombie corpses, where he actually found the spatial magic user. Then this sorcerer took off his disguise, and honestly, he looks the same before and after the disguise anyway. He opened a hole and Farmillion came out, injured, with his arm cut off and was between life and death. Then a portal to escape was opened and Radis was about to flee. But Asta realized that the portal was created by magic and his sword could nullify it, and that was what he actually did. Then he beat the hell out of Radis. However, the zombie-shaped sorcerer tried to attack Asta from behind, but Leopold was awake, so he protected Asta. Then an enemy witch appeared, and she seemed to be psychopath. She wanted to kidnap anyone to anatomize them. Meanwhile, Asta injured himself in the face with his sword to stop the curse, and he succeeded. After that, all of them were attacking Asta at the same time, but he used his sword to create a tornado and repelled the attacks of all of them, until Leopold joined him and they fought as a team. But one of the enemies showed up and told them to stop playing. Then he used his magic to knock them all unconscious. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, who were taken away due to the spatial magic, arrived and saved them. However, the enemies managed to escape and took Asta with them. Noel told them that they must rescue Asta, but everyone else said that protecting the city was more important, especially since Asta was neither noble nor from a royal family. Besides, he only sacrificed himself for the city and did his duty. After that, we see Asta imprisoned, while one of the sorcerers said that he should be killed, but the other said no, as he wanted to conduct researches on him, while the third wanted to turn him into a zombie. Meanwhile, Asta was standing there astonished of their rudeness. Then they entered their base and were surprised to see the Magic Emperor inside. He killed 2 of them in a flash and froze time on the rest, and Asta trembles after he saw the Emperor's power, while the Magic Emperor told them that he had never seen these stones before and the inscriptions were strange. However, they would have time in prison to tell him everything, and he was about to take them and leave, when a strange person appeared, glowing from all directions. Then, in a moment, the light blinded the Magic Emperor and Asta. Meanwhile, that person took his followers and ran away, but he left one behind and we don't know who he was. Back to the kingdom, where Farmillion and Leopold were in critical condition due to their injuries while everyone was worried and praying for their safety. Then we know that after they restored order in the kingdom, they finally decided to search for Asta, and Klaus was very worried about him, but out of the blue, the Magic Emperor appeared with Asta. Klaus embraced Asta and was happy to see him okay, and Mimosa also ran to him and hugged him. The Magic Emperor told them that Farmillion's condition was not good, and his necklace had been stolen. Then he said that he saw a strange stone monument back there that was missing a stone, and the missing stone could be the one in Farmillion's necklace. Or maybe their target was Farmillion himself. Meanwhile, Leopold appeared and shouted on Asta, saying it's good he came back safely because he swore to beat him to become the Magic Emperor. Then he marked himself with that vow, and this showed that he was serious about his words. Days passed, and the kingdom was being rebuilt and returning to how it was. Then we discover that the Magic Emperor knew that there was a traitor among his forces, and he didn't tell anyone so as not to take his caution. After that, the Magic Emperor was interrogating the prisoners, but they had a strange loyalty to their leader and they refused to talk. Then we see their leader, whose hand was cursed with the Emperor's magic of time, and in front of him stood a large army of sorcerers whose goal was to overthrow the king and build a new kingdom. Then we see the girl that Asta rescued from the zombies thanking him and giving him a basket of cupcakes, which he, Noel, and Charmy enjoyed eating them. Meanwhile, Yono, Klaus, and Mimosa passed by. Then Asta asked Yono if he was really flirting with one of their enemies. Yono responded with an attack, but noticed that he had gone a bit far, while Mimosa was only gazing at Asta with love in her eyes, just like Hinata in Naruto. Afterwards, we see Asta in the residence with his comrades, and they found out that he had become a third-rank junior magic knight, and Charmy was a first rank. Yami told them that Asta had a higher rank than them, and they should respect him. Then he ordered Asta to rest because if he went on another mission in his current condition, he might die since his body was very exhausted. Meanwhile, Finral invited Asta to a mixed gathering, and this was like a group date. After that, we see Finral while he was thinking about who would he take with him. He said that Magna is not reliable and he would expose him, and Yami is not helpful, but finally he chose Asta and Locke and opened a spatial portal, which Noel jumped in behind them at the last moment. Then she followed them to see what would happen, and she was totally denying her jealousy on Asta and trying to convince herself that she was only curious. However, at the end, she realized that she is just justifying it to herself. In this scene, we see Finral, Asta, and Locke sitting with 3 girls and getting to know each other while the girls comment that they've fallen in with a group of weirdos. After a while, each guy took one of the girls aside to talk with her in private. Meanwhile, Asta tried to start a conversation with the remaining girl, talking about his sisters and how she also works to support her siblings, and whenever they find something in common, they talk about it. Then a drunken man approached and told the girl that she was sitting with a young kid, and if she needed a knight, he would be more of a knight than him. Asta stood up, beat the hell out of the man, then took the girl and ran away. Noel followed them until they reached a dark alley where the girl asked Asta if he had anyone in his life, and he told her he loved a girl from the same, but before he finished, she wished him luck and left. Noel felt embarrassed as she thought he meant from the same division and started to dream and think about their future, while Asta meant Sister Lily and saw her picture in the sky, wondering what the purpose of the mixed gathering was in the first place. Then came the time for Asta and Yono to take their salaries, and they send the money to the church along with the letters. Then we know from the letters that Yono had been promoted again and became a rising magic knight from the first level. Then Lily, the father, and the other children was surprised that Asta also became a rising magic knight from the 3rd level. At the other side, Klaus congratulates Yono on his promotion and gave him his salary as a gift for the promotion. At the residence of the Black Bulls, Yami told all the knights that today is a day off and a holiday. So Ghosh, who was very related to his sister, went to buy gifts for her birthday, while Asta asked Magna to take him to the city because he was going to see Rebecca, the girl he was with during the date, but Noelle followed them, denying again her jealousy on Asta and convincing herself that she just wanted to protect him. After that, Ghosh went to his sister Mari to give her the gift, but he was angry to find Asta playing with her and Rebecca, and her sisters. Asta coincidentally meets Mari, but Ghosh warned him not to approach his sister, and things was getting weird until someone from the church where Mari lived took her away, leaving Ghosh heartbroken. After that, Asta went to Rebecca's restaurant and was eating like he never did before, and praising Rebecca's food while Noel was hearing and burning with fury, but still didn't want to believe that she was just jealous. Meanwhile, Rebecca's sisters told Rebecca that she should make good use of Asta being there. After that, Noel waited outside, and suddenly she felt the air getting colder, even though it's summer. Soon after, the snow fell and all the kids came out of their houses, as if they were under a spell, and moved towards the mountains. At the same time, Ghosh is chasing Stacy to kill him, but they discovered what happened, and that all the kids had disappeared, including Mary. Then Asta saw Noel, and asked her about the reason of her being there, and she said that she was coincidentally passing by. Asta, Ghosh, and the sister began to search for the children. Meanwhile, the kidnapper hit Mary because she was the only one who escaped from his spell due to the mirror that Ghosh gave her, and thanks to that mirror, Ghosh managed to locate her. Then the kidnapper's brother came and found that the magical powers of one child was not strong enough, so he threw him in the garbage and takes the rest to take their power and gain from it. Asta arrived and found the child thrown in the mud. Then he puts on him his own cloak, while Ghosh came and fought off the attackers, and they attacked him back. But Ghosh's magic was really powerful, managed to avoid their attacks very easily. Then they made a group of Icemen and ordered them to attack Ghosh, but he defeated them all easily with his mirror reversal magic. Meanwhile, the sorcerer took Mary hostage to pressure Ghosh, but Asta saved her at the right moment. Ghosh thought that Mary would run to him, but she went to Asta instead, so he got so angry and wanted to fight Asta, but Asta told him to look after his bleeding nose first, until they figure out what this sorcerer wanted. Meanwhile, the sister said that they took the children's magic and those children probably wouldn't use magic again. Asta felt sorry for them as he was the only one who knew the cruelty of that. Then we see the sorcerer looked through his detector and discovered that Asta had no magic, so he mocked him and called him trash, and that provoked Asta, so he attacked him with his sword and threw him to the wall until he stuck to it, and told him that he wouldn't forgive him for what he did. Then he continued shouting at him. as usual. Meanwhile, Siki went to the Black Bull's residence to request backup, but he ran into Gordon, who freaked him out. Then Yami showed up and thought that Seki came to take the money he lost in gambling, but Seki told him that Asta was in trouble. Yami said that the journey would be long, and he thought about whether he should go or not. But while Yami trying to make a decision, Seki was cursing himself for coming to them first place. Back to Asta, who was still shouting. Then Nig, the white-haired sorcerer, appeared and attacked Goosh with his magic icemen, but Goosh managed to defeat them. However, Asta succeeded to time up with a spell while Goosh told him to stop showing off in front of Mary, but Asta yelled at him to focus on the fight, and he told Asta to stop interfering and mind his own business and stay out of it, as he knows what to do. Soon after, another version of Goosh hit the white-haired sorcerer in the back, while his brother did not do anything except for watching. After that, Nig fell to the ground, and Asta again grabbed his brother and asked him why he did all this. But he told him that he is really a despicable guy, and begged him to stop shouting. Meanwhile, the old nun went to Asta and told him to go and break the magic spell on the children. Then she tied up the creepy sorcerer. And during the time when Asta was nullifying the magic that affected the children, the creepy sorcerer made a small magic figure out of mud and ordered it to push the emergency button to call for help. Then, out of the blue, the lunatic girl from the Sun Eye group who wanted to conduct experiments on Asta showed up, and as soon as she saw Asta, she decided to kidnap all of them and anatomize them. Meanwhile, Goosh tried to attack her with the mirror beam, but it didn't affect her. Asta also tried to attack her, but failed as well. Then he said his famous line, "I'm not done yet." But the girl told him that his canceling for the magic won't cause her any harm if he didn't manage to touch her. Then Josh tried to attack her again, but she told him to stop his fail attempts. Then she stuck him to the wall with her sticky substance, pinned Asta to the ground, and told him that he need to be tasted. Then she actually tasted him by biting his neck and told him he was a little salty. After that, she did some weird things that have no explanation at all. Meanwhile, the nun stopped her, destroyed her monster, and said that she wouldn't let her take Asta, while Asta told her, "You are very powerful, old lady." But she clarified that she was a magic knight named Teresa, nicknamed the Crimson Feline, and she was the one who trained Farmillion himself. After that, she freed Josh, while the lunatic sorceress told them that it's not a fair fight. Then the weird, creepy sorcerer begged her to free him, and he will fight by her side, so she freed him and injected him with a substance supposed to treat his wounds. But instead, it turned him into a monster that started smashing everything while Goosh took Mary and escaped. Meanwhile, the nun formed a leopard using her magic to help the children escape, but it would take time and they must hold out until then. Then the mud figure attacked Nig, but Asta saved him not for his sake, but to imprison him. Anyway, Nig tried to cut off the monster's hand, but every time he cut it off, it regrown again. At the same time, Goosh and his sister were on their way out, when his sister told him that his action was not that of a knight and his duty is help people. But Goosh told her that the only thing that matters now is him and her. Then he remembered his past, and we find out that Goosh was from the nobility, but some of his relatives killed his parents, took his inheritance, knocked him and his sister out. Since then, Nig only cared about his sister. However, he reconsidered when he got his sister to the place of the children and decided to go back again and help Asta to repel the attack against him. Then he entered there like a real hero and attacked the sorcerers with his mirror from every angle, but it did not affect them. Meanwhile, Asta's sword was shining with strange magic. He used it against them, but it only affected them a little bit. That was when Goosh said that he should believe in teamwork. Then he wrote a new spell, casted the mirror spell on Asta, and multiple copies of him appeared in all directions. They all were saying, "I'm not done yet." Then they started attacking, until they finished off the monster and the creepy girl. After that, Asta went to Nig and told him that he would want to be his friend after he got out of the prison. But all of a sudden, the Middle Knight Sun Eye commander appeared, shoot Nig with an arrow and killed him. Then he pierced Gooch with his arrows, and when he was about to attack Asta, the old nun protected him and died. Soon after, Asta realized that his magic book was quadruple clover, just like Yuno's, so Asta figured out that he was the commander of the Midnight Sun Eye. After that, he told him that his name is Liked, and he came to avenge his friend's injury. Then he told Asta that their goal was to destroy the kingdom of Clover and rebuild a fair kingdom, while Asta told him that he wouldn't let him do that. But Licht ordered him to shut up his filthy mouth and said, "How could a filthy person like you own this spell book?" and told him that he would kill him and take the book from him. But it was obvious that this book had a big story, and Licht knew it. Meanwhile, Yami, the commander of the Black Bulls, appeared from nowhere, apologizing for being late as he was confused whether to come or not. Asta told him, "Are you kidding me?" After that, Yami ordered Finral to take the wounded and children back to the village and come back again. Meanwhile, Asta decided to stay and watch Commander Yami fighting. Licht tried to kill Finral, but Yami easily fended off the attack, Then we find out that Licht's magic was the light, which was an extremely rare type of magic, while Yami's magic was darkness. However, Licht attempted to attack Yami, but Yami was very fast and was able to block and attack back. And in the middle of the battle, we discover that Yami was from a different country than Clover, and there he learnt to combine his senses with the power of the sword and magic to quickly anticipate and respond to enemies' attacks. Then Yami told Asta to enter the battle and fight like him, but Asta was afraid since he knew that Licht would defeat him easily. But Yami threatened him that he would make an example out of him if he didn't obey his order. So Asta entered the battle and faced the zombie-shaped sorcerer who used teleportation spatial magic. But Asta successfully used Yami's technique to counter the sorcerer attack and defeated him. Meanwhile, Licht was burning of fury after realizing that one of his friends was hurt and destroyed the cave they were in. Yami and Asta were buried under the rubble, but they managed to avoid the attack by using the key power of Yami. Then Asta was really motivated and wanted to attack Licht, but Yami told him to focus on fighting the other sorcerer. Yami also said that he finally found someone to unleash his power with him. After that, the fight began again between Licht and Yami, both at extreme speed and power. They strike and block, each moving very quickly all over the place, and in the middle of their battle, Yami told Licht that he had the Quadra-Leaf Grimoire. Thus he was Clover's citizen, so why he wanted to destroy it. But Licht told him that people in the kingdom were dying of hunger, while others were throwing away food due to excess. And some were suffering from discrimination and being excluded because of their birthplace and social status, as they weren't noble. Then he explained that they were born out of the kingdom's imbalance, while Yami told him that he was going to do the same thing as those who caused the imbalance, but Licht told him that he would correct their sins with his own. Then they returned to fighting while Asta stood in the middle, amazed by their power, but Yami ordered him to stop standing there and keep fighting the other sorcerer. So Asta ran towards him, but he used his teleportation spatial magic to attack Asta from various angles, while Asta tried his best to block his attacks, but unfortunately he got injured. But suddenly he had an idea. He threw his swords and rushed towards one of the sources of magic, then appeared in front of the sorcerer, hit him in the face and sent him flying 10 meters back to Yami, who had left his defense open, so Licht took advantage of this gap to attack. However, it turns out that Yami had set a trap for him, using the darkness to swallow Licht's light to make a counterattack, and actually Licht was severely injured as a result. Then Licht told him that he was the second strongest fighter he had ever faced, but he didn't have time to waste with him. Licht then unleashed a devastating spell and told Yami that he won't be able to defend against its speed and power. Then we switched to Goosh, who was being treated. Then we discovered that the old nun didn't actually die, and after Gooch checked on her, he asked Finral to take him back to the cave again, as he had a plan. Back to the cave, Asta was scared, then Yami told him that they would probably die. Then he created a defensive barrier around them using his dark magic and told Asta to keep fighting until the end instead of surrendering. Asta told Yami that he dazzled him even in a serious situation like this. Meanwhile, Licht attacked them. Then suddenly, Gooch appeared in front of Licht with his mirror magic, reversing the attack and striking back while Licht fell to the ground unconscious. Then Gooch explained that no matter how strong the attack was, mirrors could reflect light, which was the source of Licht's magic. So the two most effective counters to Licht's dark magic were Yami's dark magic and Gooch's mirror magic. At the end, they were happy that they finally defeated Licht, while Yami told Gooch that he stole the spotlight at the last minute. But Gooch humbly said that it was all thanks to Yami's guidance, while Finral told them that they all did their best. Josh said that how a mean of transport like him could say that, as he actually did nothing except for transporting them. They look at the Licht, who was unable to move, but he told Gooch that he was afraid he would get hurt. Then Yami asked Gooch if he knew him, and he said that he'd never seen him before. After that, Yami used dark magic to tie Licht up and take it to the Magic Knight's command center to deliver him there. Then they rest for a while until Finral recharged his magic to transport them. But suddenly, 3 members of the Licht's group appeared. They looked very powerful and frightening. Then Licht revealed that these 3 are stronger than him, and they were named the Traitor, the Hatred, the Despair. The Traitor's magic was to copy the abilities of anyone he fights. Then all of a sudden, he attacked Yami with the same magic together with the Despair and Hatred at the same time. After that, Yami's sword broke from the powerful claws of Despair, but Yami ordered his knights not to interfere and fought against the 3 on his own. With each attack he parried, he received a wound. Asta tried to enter, but Yami told him to stay put. Then the 3 told each other to stop playing, so they attacked Yami at the same time. And the attack was about to hit Yami, but the Silver Eagle's leader, the Green Mantis's leader, and the Blue Rose's leader showed up and told Yami not to enjoy alone. Then Yami told Licht to see who got his support, him or Licht. After a while, there was some teasing about Nuzzle's hair, some talk between Jack and Yami. and Charlotte's admiration for Yami. Then the fight began between the traitor and Charlotte, Jack and the despair, and Nozel and hatred. The fight was raging between them with full power, with attacks and defenses from both sides, and it was remarkable. Then Yami used teleportation spatial magic to appear behind Licht, but Licht noticed him and was still gathering his magic to attack him when Asta appeared from the midst of the smoke. Licht was in the middle and they threw him to each other like a doll. Then we find out that this was Yami's plan from the beginning. Yami tells Asta, "Well done, you have exceeded your limits," and all the commanders were amazed by Asta's skills. They wondered how a dwarf like him could steal the limelight from them. But suddenly, Licht stood up, and we discover that all this time his power was sealed, and he had much more power than he showed. Then he asked Asta with denunciation, "Why did the book choose you? Why did you get the anti-magic sword and the demon dweller sword?" But Asta and everybody else around him understood what Licht meant, while Licht explained that both swords and the book belonged to a particular person. And no one understood who was he referring to after that Licht's power increased. And everyone was afraid that his attack could destroy the entire city, so his three friends gathered to seal his power again because he could die after using it. Then they took Licht and ran away. Charlotte was shocked that they were able to seal all that magic. After that, Asta asked if this meant they won or not, but Finral was confused and said that he was not sure if they won or they just escaped. Meanwhile, Yami told them to stop arguing as they already won. After that, we see Licht being treated in a medical capsule while his three assistants were discussing that they shouldn't let anybody know the true identity of Licht, and the traitor told them that he would go there and take action. Asta woke up and found himself surrounded by plants and light, so he thought he was in heaven and believed he was dead, but then realized he's inside the healing prison of Mimosa's plants. Then we find out that Yono, Klaus, and Mimosa are all together trying to help Asta. Meanwhile, Gooch was checking the old lady and teased her a little bit, so did she. Then Asta arrived and checked her too, and Mary was delighted to see him doing well, while Gooch was seen in the background, burning with fury. After that, Noelle arrived and told Asta that they need to return to the residence and move again shortly. But Asta insisted there was a place they need to go first. Then they went to Rebecca's restaurant, which was preparing and serving a meal as a thank you to Asta. Asta ate and thanked Rebecca, while Noelle was sitting next to him, fuming. Then they argued over a trivial matter, and when Rebecca sensed the tension between them, she wanted to increase the steam, so she kissed Asta and thanked him for saving her siblings, while Noelle was left devastated in the corner, feeling ignored. Afterwards, at the Black Bull's residence, where all the members were having a food-eating competition, and the one who ate the most would win. And of course, as usual, Charmy was the winner. Meanwhile, Yami received a message stating that the Magic Emperor wanted him to attend a surprise meeting with the leaders and requested to bring Asta with him. Asta and Yami arrived at the palace, where they were greeted by Marcus, who told Yami to go up and sit with his colleagues, while he took Asta to talk with him in private. After that, Marcus and Asta descended down a secret passage under the castle, and Marcus told him that the corridor was leading to a secret prison underground, known only to a few members of the Magic Knights. Then Asta realized that the Magic Emperor requested him for the sorcerers they caught from the Sun Eye group, as they were affected by memory-locking magic. So the Emperor needed Asta to nullify the magic, so they could identify the traitor among the Magic Knights, and Asta successfully nullified the magic. Then Marcus used his magic to enter their memories, and found out what he needed to know. Meanwhile, all the commanders were gathered upstairs, and Yami mocked them all. Also, there were arguments between him, Nozel, and Jack, in addition to Charlotte's admiration for him. After that, Marcus called them and asked them to come down to the secret room where the Emperor was waiting for them. Then after they went down and met the Emperor told the commanders that he got critical information from the two criminals, thanks to Asta and Marcus, and he revealed that the most important information was that there was a traitor among them. After a little bit of suspense, the Emperor finally revealed that the traitor was Gilder Bozat, the commander of the Purple Orcs, while Yami said that he was never comfortable with that creepy guy from the beginning. After that, each commander said that they suspected him from the start. But weirdly, nobody spoke up. Anyway, after a few scenes of drama and everyone being shocked like in Indian soap operas, Gilder tried to defend himself, but Yami said, "If you're innocent, let Marcus look at your memories." However, Gilder used his magic to disappear and formed soldiers out of his invisibility magic to hinder them until he escaped. That was when Asta asked them why they didn't attack him. But Yami said that he'd still be invisible to them, and he would go through any magical attack. Then Yami said that Gilder might be able to hide himself, but he couldn't hide his ki, and the kai, if you remember, was Yami's power to sense and predict the attacks, which he taught Asta. Meanwhile, Asta caught up to Gildar and attacked him with his sword. Yami then said that Asta was the natural enemy of Gilder because his attacks didn't rely on magic and he could also read the key. Later, after Asta shouted for a while, Gilder tried to escape and attacked Asta with 2 magic knights, but Asta's words provoked him, so he came back to kill Asta. That was when Commander Riel showed up and imprisoned Gilder in one of his paintings. Riel's magic was very powerful, and Asta was impressed by it. Then Riel asked Asta to be his friend as he admired his power, and he was also bored to be a young commander with no one around him seems to be his age. Then we find out that Riel is the youngest commander in the history of Clover Kingdom. He was only 19 years old. After that, Riel took Gilder away for interrogation, and after seeing his memories, he discovered that Gilder had been using his division for suspicious activities, like embezzlement and selling national treasures in the black market. Also, he was the one who kidnapped the soldiers who were guarding the kingdom's borders so that the Midnight Sun Eye could attack. Meanwhile, the Magic Emperor told them to keep Gilder's matter as a secret in order to stay one step ahead of their enemies. After that, at the office of Julius, the Emperor of Magic, along with Asta and Yami, Julius asked Asta if he was remembering the stone wall that they saw when Asta was kidnapped, and Asta replied, "Yes, I remember." Julius explained that the stones on the wall were called magic stones, and the Sun Eye group believed that when they collect all the stones, they would be reborn with immense non-human magical power. At that point, Yami interjected and said, "What kind of scientific fiction is this?" Julius continued to explain that the wall was missing 3 stones, and he knew that one of them is in a powerful magical area at the temple beneath the sea. Asta asked what a powerful magical area meant, and Julius explained that it was like the Dimas but with even stronger magic. Yami then recalled how he first met Julius when everyone was avoiding him because he was a foreigner, and Julius was the only one who saw him as a good and strong person. After that, Yami reassured Julius that he could rely on him and his division for this mission. The team knew that they were going on a mission to the sea, and they started to pick what swimsuit to wear, who will inflate the raft, and how they will spend the day. While Yami got angry and told them to focus, they're going on a mission, not going to the beach. Later, we see them all gathered and ready to move out for the mission, each one excited as if they were going on vacation. Then we knew that the city they were heading to was called Rakoi, a coastal city. Also, Rakoi has strong mana, which keep the temperature high all year round. After that, they reached the city. Everyone changed into their swimwear and relaxed, while Yami was not there at all. Anyway, everyone was having a good time. Finral was playing around, Vanessa was drinking, and Gooch was making a sand statue of his sister. And then, after 3 hours, finally, Asta remembered that they were on a mission, and they need to focus while Yami eventually showed up and told them to pull themselves together as he collected some information and discovered the location of the temple under the sea, and that the mana in the area creates storms that prevent anyone from entering. But their chance would be during the night of the full moon when the mana is weak. Then he asked Noel, who can control water magic, to guide them to the temple at the bottom of the ocean, and told her that the full moon would be in a week, so she has time to train, and he believed in her. Afterwards, Asta and Noel were sitting after their training, and Asta heard a singing voice coming from afar. Then they went towards the source of the sound and found a beautiful girl singing with a sweet voice, and they just stood there, listening to her in amazement, while the girl was surrounded by bubbles everywhere. Then she became aware that they were listening to her, so she became shy and told them that since they had heard her, they should be friends, and she told them that her name is Kahono. Then we knew that she was training to become a famous singer, and her magic was the healing power of singing, so she helped Asta improve his muscles through her magic. Then she knew from them that they were on a mission, and Noel was training to enhance her magic. So Kahono offered to help her and told her that she was constantly trying to suppress her magic, and that was why she was losing control over it. The days passed by while Noel was training with Asta and Kahono until the night of the mission, but she still hadn't made any progress, so Asta asked her not to suppress her magic and told her that if something like what happened in the forest happened again, he would enter with his sword and save her. At first, Noel was in the middle of the giant water bubble, trying to remember any pleasant memory with her cruel family, but she couldn't find any. Then she looked underneath her and saw the entire team cheering her on, which gave her the strength to control herself, and she actually did succeed. Meanwhile, she wrote a new spell in her book, and that was considered a success. Then, after she came down, she looked for Kahono but couldn't find her, while Kahono told her that she was going to wait for her in the temple, and then she jumped into the sea. The next day, the mission began, and Noel was nervous. But Commander Yami told her that if she failed, he would kill her. What a reassurance. Anyway, Noel performed the spell, and they moved through the sea until they reached an area with strong magic due to high mana, while Noel struggled to pass through it. After that, they encountered magical barriers in the form of whirlpools, So Yami told Asta to use his sword to cancel the magic. But Asta said that he doesn't know how to swim, while Yami told him who said you need to swim. Then he threw him toward the magical barrier, so Asta broke through the barrier with his sword, and they enter. The place looked strange, like a rocky mountain, and they used charmy magic cloud to fly around. Soon after, they discovered that they were in an underwater city where people live and welcome them. Then we find out that the last time someone visited them from above was 10 years ago. Meanwhile, Yami asked them where the ruler of the place is, and they said the high priest is in the temple. So the whole team headed to the temple while the people of the city told them to come back and tell them more about their adventure, if they managed to return, of course. After a little bit of walking, they reached the high priest, who looked strange and powerful. Then he told them, "You came for the magic stone, right?" And continued, "Okay, we're going to play a game, and if you win, you'll get the stone. The game is a battle in the temple." Then the temple guards showed up with strange appearances but high mana. And when Asta was about to ask about the game, the old man separated each of them in a different location, and they all heard the rules of the game through microphones. It was one-on-one combat until one surrenders. After that, Asta met his opponent, who was wearing a squid face, and he taunted him because he didn't feel any magic from him, while Asta told him to wait and see. Then we see the old man and Yami in the monitoring room, and he told Yami that he's stronger than the previous challenger, and he wouldn't participate because he didn't want the game to end early. He also said that his knights were above average and Yami's knights were still rookies. But suddenly, and while he was talking, Magna defeated his opponent in the blink of an eye, and so did Asta and Gauche. After that, Yami told the old man that his black bulls were above average, but they didn't care about ranks. Meanwhile, Finral was trying to escape, but Yami sees him on the screen and told him, "If you tried to escape, I will kill you. Stay and fight like a man." At that time, we see Charmy hunting and eating as if she was in a fish market. Then her opponent entered. It was Kahono, and she sang with her enchanting voice until Charmy fell asleep and lost. After that, Magna met Luck on his way, and knew that he defeated his enemies and was searching for a stronger opponent. Meanwhile, they encountered their opponent, and Luck rushed at him with lightning speed. But their enemy created a shield of water magic and easily deflected Luck's attack. Back to Asta, who had just met his other opponent, named Kaito, on his way. He had two swords like Asta, and told Asta that he knew him and had heard about him, but doesn't say from whom. Then he began to dance and told Asta that his dream was to be a dancer, and resumed that they were allowed to go to the shore, but not to the kingdom. However, the priest, who was his grandfather, promised him that if he won the battle, he would let them go to the city. So he had to defeat Asta to achieve his dream, while Asta told him that his dream is to be the Emperor of Magic and quickly attacked him, breaking his mask with his sword. But Kaito told Asta that the winner would achieve his dream. Back to Noel, who was walking around as if she was in her own garden. Then she met Kahono. She took off her mask as soon as she saw Noel and told her that she was waiting for her to defeating her and fulfilling her dream of going to the city. But Noel told her that they were friends, while Kahono said that friends could still compete. Then she opened her spellbook and used the magic of singing, the mother's lullaby. However, Noel used the water dragon magic to prevent the sound from reaching her, while Kahono used a destructive beat to penetrate Noel's bubble. Then she told Noel to use her attack magic, but Noel struggled to control her magic. But Kahono explained that she always tried not to attack people unintentionally, as she didn't want to hurt anyone. However, she reminded her to remember her dream, and stuff like that. Back again to Asta, where the fight was raging between him and Kaito. Both of them were engaging in an epic sword fight, but Asta was unable to do anything, because Kaito fought with a sword, not magic. Also, he was unable to read the ki, as Kaito did not use his mind in his movements. He was just dancing. Then we know from the old man that the opponent of Magna and Luck was his son, and the most powerful wizard in the temple, while we see Luck and Magna exhausted, and their opponent had not even moved a muscle. Then we know that Kahono and Kaito were the grandchildren of the old man. But suddenly, in the midst of the battle, a group of Midnight Sunai appeared, heading towards the temple. Then we see Veto, the Despair, with a group of sorcerers, and he began to fight the opponent of Luck and Magna themselves. After that, Yami asked the old man to teleport him to the game's location. But he told him that he couldn't do that because his magic required that no one enters or leaves until the game is over. So Yami cut through the wall with his sword to reach his team there. But he discovered that one of the Sunai members used spatial magic to teleport the room they were in to another location. Meanwhile, Veto told Yami that he wanted him to watch him for a while, killing his friends. Yami then surrendered, realizing he currently couldn't reach them there. So he gave instructions to his team through the mic to cooperate with the temple fighters and defeat the Midnight Sun-Eye. And of course, this was a very motivational speech that made Luck and Magna stand up again and say that they should never let Commander Yami down. After that, Luck asked Veto to attack him again, and Veto did attack, but Luck avoided the attack and discovered that Veto had left an opening during his attack. Thus, Veto admitted that Luck's speed wasn't bad. For an insect, Veto then struck, but Luck avoided it and ran along the wall while Veto tried to catch him, but they both clashed. Meanwhile, Magna was standing by, watching and trying to assess the situation until he could summon his magic. Then the fire trainer showed up. Magna attacked him from one side, while Luck attacked from the other. As for Asta and Cadio, they were on their way to the battle, when Cadio felt the mana of Veto and was panicked. But Asta told him not to worry, as Luck and Magna may be crazy, but in times of trouble, you could really count on them. Meanwhile, Veto unleashed his power, beating the hell out of Luck and Magna, telling them that vulnerable like them only had despair. However, the two of them stood up again, saying that they couldn't afford to collapse, and then they waited for the right moment to strike. And when they did, their attack was both physical and spiritual, something in between of lightning and fire, while their mana was so intense that everyone in the temple could feel it. Meanwhile, Asta came, witnessed the attack, and was amazed by its power. However, unfortunately, Veto easily repelled it with his bare hands, without any harm to himself, while Luck and Magna were thrown to the ground as they used all their magic in the attack. Veto said that he thought they were stronger than that, and tried to gather his strength to kill them, but Asta drew his sword, repelled Veto's attack, and cancelled his magic, while Veto told him that he was waiting for him to revenge from him for what he did to Licht. But Asta injured Veto, while Veto said that Asta's sword wounded him badly, and any close-range attack from Asta would be destructive. Meanwhile, Kaido saw his father lying on the ground and got angry. Then he joined Asta's attack simultaneously. They both repelled Veto's attack and threw him far away, while Asta told Veto that he'd show him what this weak person could do to him. Back to Gooch, who was walking and thinking about Mary, while a sorcerer from the Sun-Eye group blocked his path and told him that he is the most skilled sorcerer who uses chain magic, and his chains detect any offensive magic and destroy it right away. However, Josh created 2 copies of himself, and the second sorcerer showed 2 chains while Gooch used the mirror reflection attack. But the sorcerer defended himself with his chains, then told Gooch that he thought he was much stronger. Then he attacks Gooch with balls from his chains, but Gooch managed to evade them, and while he was hiding, Gray appeared in a crap shape, and he came up with the idea of using Gooch's shape to distract the sorcerer. After that, Gooch appeared from behind the sorcerer and defeated him with his mirror's reflection beam. Afterwards, on their way to wake Charmy up, they fell into a trap set by the Sun-Eye group and became bounded by plant magic while their magic was absorbed, leaving them with no choice but to try to wake Charmy up. So Gray used his transformation magic to turn a rock into a piece of meat and told Charmy that someone was trying to steal her food, and eventually, Charmy woke up after enduring the ordeal. Then she used her magic to summon a giant sheep, which trampled the sorcerer. At that time, Gray's magic was depleted, causing him to revert back to his true form, revealing that he was actually a cute 24-year-old girl who had been disguised because she was embarrassed. Meanwhile, Gooch wondered what Asta was doing, especially since his magic has been depleted. Back to Asta, whom Veto was beating him as if he was a boxing bag. Then he grabbed Asta and told him that he was disappointed because he didn't know when to surrender. Also, he didn't deserve the 2 swords he possessed, while Asta was screaming in pain as his hand got crushed by Veto. But he told Veto that if he surrendered, he wouldn't be able to protect anyone. At that moment, Noelle and Kahono showed up then. Kahono stroked Veto with her voice, releasing Asta from his grasp, but Veto assured that he's going to finish them all. Asta stood up and told him that he's not done yet, while Veto slapped Asta and threw him back to the ground. Kahono then screamed, awakening her brother and reminding him of their dream of singing, dancing, and becoming famous. After that, they both got motivated and combined their magic, merging Kiatu's dance magic with Kahono's singing, and their mana increased, while the hope of victory was renewed, both for their grandpa and their people. However, Veto remained unfazed, unaffected by their efforts. Then he cut Kiatu's leg and severs Kahono's vocal cords. After that, he grabbed Kahono's head and told her that she's nobody, had no right to dream, and she wouldn't sing again, nor will her brother dance. Then he asked her sarcastically if she had tasted despair yet or not. Meanwhile, Noel screamed and told Veto to leave her alone, while Veto told her that mere words won't do anything and challenged her to use her magic against him, or she would be the one to be defeated. Noelle was afraid to attack Veto because she didn't know how to control her magic and might end up hurting one of her allies. But after a little flashback, she was granted the power of friendship. Soon after, she unleashed all of her mana, causing the ground to shake, and the old man to be surprised while Yami told her that she did it. And Veto was astonished by the immense amount of mana he felt coming from her, and realized that she is from the royal family. Noelle then attacked him with her magic, manifesting a sea dragon. And believe it or not, Noelle cut off Veto's arm. At that time, Yami said that he was sure she had tremendous power. Meanwhile, Veto remembered the deaths caused by humans, who were apparently his family. Then a third eye appeared in the middle of Veto's head, and again, believe it or not, his arm regenerated. Veto thanked Noelle as her power awakened the legendary beast within him. Then a strange, magical aura surrounded Veto, even surprising Yami. After that, Veto unleashed an attack on Noelle that pierces through the entire country's barrier. But as the smoke cleared, it was revealed that Asta blocked the attack with his sword and said his famous line, "I'm not done yet." Back to Vanessa, who had defeated her opponent and went to help Asta. She appeared in the midst of the battle between Asta and Veto and used her threads to restrain Veto. Then she told Asta that she was there because of him, as he decided not to give up and went beyond his limits. Finral also appeared, and Vanessa asked Noel to protect the injured with her magic. Then she set a plan with Finral and Asta. After that, the fight began between them and Veto. Finral opened portals to teleport Asta so that he didn't get hit by Veto, while Veto was unable to catch Asta or land a hit on him. Vanessa then took control of Asta with her threads during dangerous moments and moved him, but Asta suddenly appeared from one portal, successfully landing a strike on Veto with his sword, injuring him, and quickly disappeared from Veto's sight using one of Vanessa's threads. Veto told himself that any injury caused by Asta's sword would be incurable, and any direct attack from Asta would be dangerous for him because of his sword, and realized that he wouldn't have had a problem facing Asta alone. But because of Vanessa and Finral, Asta might defeat him. Then he attempted to attack Asta again, but Asta wounds him for the second time. But hilariously, amidst the ongoing battle and casualties piling up, Charmy, Gauche, and Gray were having their own separate party. Back to Asta, whose movements were faster than Veto could see or anticipate, but after a while, Finral started to get tired, and Asta's movement slowed down, allowing Veto to wound Asta. However, Asta managed to escape from him. Yami then told them that if they continued on the same path, Veto would read their attacks and kill them. Then he motivated them with some words, telling them that they have to exceed their limits. After that, Asta bounced back and resumed his movement, but this time even faster than before, and inflicted more wounds on Veto. While everyone reached their limits but kept going, Veto was waiting for them to make a single mistake so he could kill them, but Gauche appeared at this exact time and attacked with reflections of his mirror from all directions. At the same time, Charmy attacked with her giant sheep, and we realized that their goal was to create a smoke screen. Meanwhile, Gray, using her transformation magic, created multiple Asta illusions, and attacked simultaneously to distract Veto in order to let Asta launch an unnoticed attack from the center. Then suddenly, Asta appears with his sword and pierces Veto's abdomen, while everyone couldn't believe they succeeded. Surprisingly, Veto told them that he wouldn't die that easily. He resumed that he allowed Asta to attack him in a non-vital area so that he could hold his sword, that he told Asta that there's nothing better than moments of losing hope and falling into despair, while Asta felt pain and screamed, so he let go of the sword and fell down, and Veto thought that Asta surrendered. But Asta got up and told him that he's not done yet, and that encouraged everyone and restored their hope, while Vanessa pulled Asta with her threads. If there's one thing certain in this arc, it's that Asta hasn't done yet, and Veto do not die. Anyway, Asta attacked again, and Veto saw Asta's devil and realized that he was the only one capable of seeing this devil, and he knew that Asta's devil feeds on despair. Then with utmost greatness, Asta moved with incredible speed, and Veto couldn't see his movements due to that enormous speed. Then Asta descended upon Veto with his sword and stroked him like a real hero. And dear viewers, finally, Veto fell defeated, and his body touched the ground. Then after shouting and cheering and celebrations of victory, yes, as expected, Veto got up again. He didn't die easily, and he decided to use his last magic to destroy himself along with the city. But quickly, Captain Yami cut through his magic, reached Veto's location and told the squad, "That's enough for you. I will defeat him myself. I will take all the glory." Then he unleashed a terrifying spell that cut through dimensions and used it. This time Veto was cut in half, most likely dead. Then we see the team thanking him for his efforts, and the old man told them that he would fulfill their wishes and requests. So Yami told him to bring the stone, and the old man said, "Which stone? Did I mention that I have any stone?" Yami became so enraged and told him, "The stone you mentioned before?" While the old man told him that he didn't know its location, and he said that just to make them enter the game. But if it weren't for God's mercy, when Asta's bird arrived with the stone, Yami would have split the old man into 4 pieces. After that, they all collapsed one after another from exhaustion, and the old man told them that they need to rest and treat their wounds. Then they could leave. Afterwards, we see the whole team in the hospital, attached to IV drips. Goosh was dreaming about Marie, while Finral was teasing Gray. Vanessa was sleeping, and Charmy was dreaming about food, and they all heard the city residents cheering and thanking them. Back to Noelle, who was in the room with Kahono and Kaito, apologizing and crying as she couldn't protect Kahono, while Kahono comforted her and told her that she performed a powerful spell and she was proud of her. Then she assured Noelle that she would recover, come to the surface, and fulfill her dream with her brother. Then after Noelle walked away, Kaito asked Kahono about her, and she replied, "She is not your match, mind your own business." And then we see Asta going to Veto's body, while Yami was smoking a cigarette and placing it on the body instead of incense. I'm not sure if it's an honor or a disgrace, but anyway, Asta came, threw some flowers next to the body, stood there for a while and said he was stubborn and had a strong will. Then he walked away. As for the rest of the team, thankfully Finral gathered his magic to transport them to the residence while the people of the city sang a farewell song for them before their leaving. After they returned to the residence, Vanessa got drunk as usual. Goosh was bleeding, Luck was teasing Magna, Charmy was eating, and they realized that they had forgotten Gordon, and he didn't even go with them in the first place. So he was probably cursing them with a spell. Anyway, Yami came and told them that he was going to the Magic Emperor to deliver the stone and give him a report about the mission. Then he asked Charmy to come with him, as she was the one who made the bind spell to the prisoners, and Finral as he would be their means of transportation, while Asta told him that he wanted to come with them. And Yami agreed. After that, and on their way, Asta remembered his bird from his first mission when it brought him the stone, and told himself that surely this stone was related to the magic stones. When they arrived at the city, Yami told Finral to go and relax anywhere, and he would call him right before their departure. Then they went to the palace where the Magic Emperor thanked them for their efforts in the mission, praised Yami for leading his team without losing anyone, and said that the research team will start dissecting Veto's body and interrogating the prisoners. Then he praised Charmy for her binding magic, which was amazing, while Charmy wondered who this person is anyway, and complimented Asta for achieving a new accomplishment and progressing in his development, while Asta asked the Magic Emperor for his signature. But Yami told him to shut up and stop being a nerd. Meanwhile, there was news for the Magic Emperor that there's an attack from the Diamond Kingdom on the city of Keaton, which is located on the border between the two countries. Then we find out that the number of members in the Diamond Kingdom Combat Division was large, and among them are 3 of the 8 brilliant leaders of the Diamond Kingdom who were similar to the leaders of the magic divisions in Clover. These 3 leaders are 1. Legus, 2. Yagus, 3. Brooks. And these 3 are among the strongest 8 in the Diamond Kingdom, while the danger of the city of Kitten lies in its role as the main defense stronghold of the kingdom's borders. At that time, we see the magic knights who were in the city of Kitten, fiercely fighting against Lagus, with his lightning power that allowed him to break through the city's magical barrier and enter it with his forces. And here, the Golden Dawn squad led by William Van Jantz showed up, along with most of his division. Meanwhile, Brooks was barking out the city, riding his pig, but Yuno said that he would beat the hell out of him and make him beg for his freedom, while Brooks told him, "I'll sweep you off the ground." Then Yuno told him, "You got what you asked for," and used his wind magic, literally swept the ground by Brooks and told him not to be that arrogant next time. Soon after, the Emperor of Magic said that he needed to send reinforcements. However, the Silver Eagles and the Crimson Lions were on a mission outside the kingdom, but Yami told him to leave it to him. He would go for it with honor, while Asta asked him to let him go with him, and Yami said that he would like to take him so he could gain experience on the battlefield, but his broken arm would be an obstacle in the middle of the battle. Charmy interrupted them and said that she would come and protect Asta, and of course, she was going for Yono. She didn't even remember who Asta is. Anyway, after Yami's struggle, he was convinced and told them, "Let's go and find where Finral is so that we can move." After that, Yami, Asta, and Charmy went to find Finral, and Yami ordered him to teleport them to Keaton, while Finral told him, "Aren't we supposed to be on vacation?" But Yami said, "You can take your vacation in heaven, my dear. Teleport us there, and keep quiet." Then we see Yono, whom Brooks was ready to attack. But Legus interrupted and told Brooks, "It's not appropriate for someone significant like you, one of the brilliant 8, to let a beginner wizard like him do that with you." While Leo told him, "Let's see if you'll be able to protect people or just yourself." And then he unleashed lightning arrows at him, but Yuno used the wind he possessed and the wind bow to destroy Lagus's arrows and his defensive barrier. Meanwhile, Lagus was shocked by Yono's speed of attack and his power, while Yuno told him, "Let's see if you can protect yourself and your companions or not." Back to the Golden Dawn, who were crushing the Diamond Mages in the battle, while Yagos with his disgusting mucus magic, trapping people in the mucus and suffocating them, causing them great suffering. Then we see Finral's younger brother, and Captain William using his spatial offensive magic to destroy Yagos and the area surrounded him with a real greatness, while the Abyss Lotus was watching over the situation and ensuring their safety. Then he discovered that William was preparing for a wide-scale attack by his magical branches, which were spreaded throughout the city, draining their magic power. And before the Abyss Lotus could warn the others, a gigantic tree made of William's magic appeared and devoured most of the mages in its path. Meanwhile, Yami arrived and said that they probably don't need his help, so Finral asked him to lead them away, but Yami said he wanted to see how things unfold and asked them to help the injured civilians. Asta, Finral, and Charmy went and helped people escape from the battlefield, and during that they witnessed a fierce aerial battle between Lagos and Yono. Both were moving so fast that they could barely be seen. Then, in an impressive display of strength and greatness, Yono defeated Lagos with a single strike, leaving everyone astonished at his power progression. And despite joining the Golden Dawn only months ago, he had become one of their elite members. After that, Klaus and Mimosa arrived and checked Asta, then Klaus told Yono to stay with Asta to protect his arm. Back to Vengeance and Brox. Brooks was determined to continue the fight, but Vengeance told him that his army had been defeated and advised him to seize the opportunity to withdraw, while Brooks said, "Defeat with honor is better than retreating in cowardice." Then he attacked Vengeance. But Vengeance turns him into a tree, effortlessly using a simple spell, and absorbed all of his magic. At this point, Lotus appeared behind Vengeance and tried to attack him from behind, but Yami showed up, wounded Lotus in the shoulder with his sword, and Lotus's plan failed. Then he looked at Yami and said, "Hello." Yami responded, "Do you know me?" That was when Lotus reveals a wound on his chest and says, "I face what you did to me every morning in the mirror." He also told Yami that he would show him the true power of the Diamond Knights, then disappeared. After Lotus walked away, we discover that Yami suspected William to be licked, so he asked William to remove his mask, while Asta and Yono were fighting with each other as usual. Then Finral showed up and introduced himself to Yono, but his little brother appeared and mocked him, speaking of his failures, saying that he's merely as a means of transportation for the division, while his little brother is a deputy commander of the Golden Dawn division at the moment. Then the Mucus Magician appeared again, and Asta defeated him with the help of Finral. Back to Yami, who asked Vengeance to remove his mask, telling him that his ki is similar to Licht's, even though their powers were different, while Vengeance accepted his words with an open heart and removed his mask, revealing a scarred half of his face. Then Yami asked him if the scar was from a battle, but we come to know that he was born that way. They used to call him a cursed child. He was the illegitimate child of a nobleman and was left abandoned in the Forbidden Region until he was 8 years old when the nobleman's heir died. After that, he was adopted and became noble. Also, his power helped him prove himself among them. They treated him harshly, except for Julius, who accepted his differences. Yami then apologized for doubting him, and Vengeance understood Yami's situation. Back to Asta, who bided farewell to Yono and walked away. Then the Magic Emperor, who realized that the battle has ended and suspected something strange. He felt that the Diamond Kingdom's attack wasn't serious, and that there was another motive behind it. Then, by returning to the Abyss Lotus, he was reporting the information he gathered to someone, and revealed that their initial goal was to assess the strength of the leaders and soldiers, nothing more. Back to the royal palace, where Asta and Yami had returned. Then Yami took Asta to the Emperor's physician to treat his injured hand. Once Yami left and the physician began the treatment, he informed Asta that he wouldn't be able to use his hand as it is under the influence of a curse, and there is no magic that could heal it. Meanwhile, Finral was standing and overhearing their conversation, but he quickly walked away before anyone could notice him and waited Asta outside. However, he appeared to be affected by the news, but as usual, Asta doesn't show his sadness, and they returned to their residence where Yami was grilling meat, and everyone was in good spirits except for Asta, who asked for permission to rest early as he was exhausted, while everyone noticed that something had changed in Asta, so Finral honestly expressed his feelings about the physician's news to Asta. Everyone was deeply moved, cried for Asta's sake, and went to find Asta. Then finally, they found him sitting alone in front of the lake, shouting that he wouldn't give up. The next day, Asta woke up and found no one in the residence while Yami was sitting, smoking his cigarette, and reading newspaper. Asta asked him about the whereabouts of the others, and Yami said that he didn't know, so Asta looked out the window and overheard Finral telling Noel that they were all searching for a cure for Asta's hand. Luck and Magna were searching in the desert, Gray and Charmy were searching in the forest. Gordon and Gauche were searching in the royal library for a solution, As for Vanessa, nobody knew where she went. Meanwhile, Asta got affected when he heard this and recalled all the situations he went through where no one believed in him. Then he cried because he felt he has real friends and family. After that, Noel told Finral that they should go search in a specific place, and Finral transported her to an old cottage in a strange location. The man inside the cottage was Van Ziel, and to understand who he was and his connection to Asta, we need to go back in time 5 months to the beginning of Asta's acquaintance with Van Ziel. When Asta was training in the forest near his village, he encountered Van Ziel, who helped him and provided him with food, and they trained together for a period of time. Then we come to know that Van Ziel was one of the magic knights in the Kingdom of Diamond, but he became disillusioned with the corruption and malice within the army and fled the kingdom, with the army chasing him. So he hid in the forest, waiting for his fiancée until his student found her, while the student returned and informed him that his fiancée most likely died. Afterwards, we discover that this student was a traitor and handed him over to Diamond, but Asta appeared and freed him, defeating the soldiers of the Diamond Kingdom. Then Van Ziel decided that he wouldn't give up searching for his fiancée, no matter what happened. He bided farewell to Asta and continued his journey. Then after a while of their disconnection, Asta joined the Magic Knights. Zale, on the other hand, was practicing his favorite hobby, walking naked in the woods, but for the pure coincidence, he met Noel, who was walking in the woods, and she thought he was molesting her. And for his bad luck, the team just were waiting for a moment like that, so they banged Zale badly and tied him as if he were a burglar, until Asta arrived and told him that he knew him and he was his friend. Zale afterwards told them that his clothes were stolen from him on his way here, and he just wanted to ask Noel about her mace as it belonged to his fiancée's. After that, we got to know that Zale's fiancée, who was working in the black market, was the one who sold Noel the mace. Yami offered that Finral could transport him to her location as a compensation. Meanwhile, there were an attack on the Black Bull's residence by a group of Diamond Kingdom army, and Zale's student, if you could remember her, was their leader. After fighting for a while, the Black Bulls smacked them down. Then the leader of Diamond Army found out that Zale escaped to where his fiancée was, and it was Gray who was fighting him. After that, by returning to the market where Asta, Zale, Noel, and Veneral were, there was a meeting full of feelings between Zale and Cod, in which she squeezed him. Then his student showed up, announced that she was misleading the army, and declared that she was on Zale's side from the early beginning. Meanwhile, the leader of Diamond Army came and tried to capture Zale by locking him in a room using his spatial magic. However, Asta and Zale managed to shake him off easily. After that, Zale, Cod, and Zale's student farewelled and thanked Noel and Asta. Then they went on their way. What was said previously was just an introduction to know the relationship between Zale and Cod from one side, and Asta and the rest of the Black Bulls on the other side. Anyway, back to our story. When Noel was with Zale and Cod, she told them about what happened to Asta in the curse matter, and asked them if they knew a way to save Asta. Then Cod told her that the only way was at her home origin, in the jungle of witches, where their queen would probably heal Asta. By the way, Vanessa also came from the same jungle. Now we see Vanessa at the gate of the witches' jungle, asking for a permission to come in. Then the door was opened, and a squadron of crows came out, took Vanessa, and disappeared again. We then get back to Cod, and we get to know that the witches' jungle is an area located in the east between Clover Kingdom and Diamond Kingdom, and all its inhabitants were female witches who are clever at the curses magic. So Finral thought that the reason of Vanessa's disappearance was probably because she went there to ask for their queen help after hearing that. Cod continued and said that any witch leave the jungle is considered out of the tribe and not welcome back. Cod also added that Vanessa is so important to the queen before running away, and if she came back, she would not be able to escape again, as the queen of the witches' jungle is so powerful to the extent that she scares Diamond Kingdom itself. However, Noel was determined to go there as long as there was hope to save Asta, Cod to help her with the directions, while Cod, Zale, and Mariella said they were going with her as they owed Asta and they did intend to pay back. Zale also said that he would never let go his last student like that. We then moved to Asta. He was having a leg workout while Zale landed from the sky with the rest of the guys, took Asta, and went on their way to the witches' jungle. After that, we saw Vanessa in front of the queen, while the queen was rebuking her, saying that she was ashamed since she left them and escaped with Yami, but Vanessa declared that she would agree to come back under one condition, to taught her the old champion's magic. Back to Asta and the rest at the borders of the jungle, while Cod told them that the queen would know about them if they used magic. Moreover, anyone with magical powers would be allocated in real time, so Finral asked about the way in. She replied that they would use a cloak of her own which would hide their trace, body, and magic. After that, we see the hatred Fauna, who received news that Asta and a group of black bulls are in the witch's jungle, and she said that she would make them pay for killing Vito and hurting Licht. Then we see Asta and the others after entering the jungle completely undercover using Cod's cloak. However, because of Zale, they were exposed and hardly get to the royal palace, where they found Vanessa on the ground by the queen, who was humiliating her, while Asta got angry and the queen captured him, but Zale set him free. Then they knew from the queen that Vanessa offered her to be her slave for life in exchange for her healing Asta. Meanwhile, the queen found out that the Sun Eye guys were on their way to the jungle, and she said that it was not a good time for all this. Anyway, we then know that the queen had one of the magic stones, in addition to the black bulls, by other words. A good catch for Fauna, who attacked the jungle with fire magic, a large fireball which burnt down a major part of the jungle, while everyone was afraid and shocked by the power of her magic. Meanwhile, the queen said that the Samandal was not complete. However, he initiated such enormous attack, what would he do if the he was fully complete? Because it never rains but it pours, they found out that Diamond Kingdom was also attacking them at the same time, and sent the elite of her sorcerers. Mars, if you would remember from the Demas arc. In addition to Ladros, one of the brilliant 8 new leaders. Then we know from Ladros' talk with Mars that the Sun Eye would attack in the midnight. They also would take advantage of chaos and capture the Queen of the Witches, while Zale was surprised that this attack was held by Ladros and Mars. In order to gain more understanding about the situation, Zale was the master of Mars and Ladros. Asta also conquered Mars before. Back to Asta, whereas Vanessa woke up from her coma, and she was surprised that Asta and the others were there fighting with her due to her desire to pay her freedom as a price for healing Asta. Moreover, the queen was surprised when she saw Asta's sword and book of spells. As we know, there is a big secret behind them. Anyway, Noel told the queen that if she healed Asta, he would help her in her battle. Moreover, if Asta took part in the battle, they would be in too. As a result, she win twice. So she used a spell to eliminate the curse on Asta's hands, then said that eventually the power of Asta and Vanessa's would be hers. Seconds later, Asta restored his original status, while the queen said she did her part of the deal and she wanted them to do their part. But Zale told Asta that he would take care of Mars and Ladurs, as they had old issues to settle. The heat of the attack was on its top out there. Asta then showed up and saved a witch from the attack, while Fineral moved them to somewhere safe. After that, Asta asked Vanessa to throw her ropes at the enemies up in the air, and when she did so, he managed to attack the first and cut his magic, then the second and the third. Then he used them as an air staircase. Everyone is a rung. But suddenly Fauna showed up and told Asta that she was waiting for him, and she attacked him with a giant ball like the one which burnt the jungle. However, Asta blocked it with his sword and sent it back to demolish her, but she attacked again with a terrifying wide-range attack. Then we know from Vanessa that the Samandal of Fauna is one of the most powerful attacking souls, as its power equals a military power of an entire nation. Before Vanessa would finish talking, Asta interfered and injured the Samandal in the chest, saying that Vieto's ability to anticipate the attack was stronger than Fauna's, so they could easily defeat her. Asta then wore Naruto's face for a while and tried talking with Fauna to understand why she hated human, and all she remembered was Licht and his people, who were in peace with humans, and despite that, they were betrayed and killed by humans. Fauna got angry, and a third eye appeared in her face, one just like Vieto's. Her mana also escalated, and the space changed around her, while the magic of the others was affected by her magic field, and the Samandal took its highest shape. But before she could attack them, Noel developed a defensive barrier, using water magic, and protected them. After some positive speech from Asta, Noel attacked the Samandal and knocked it down with her water dragon so it fell, but Fauna cured it with the fire healing magic, and at the same time, she defended herself using crystal magic. Asta then noticed the similarity between her style and book and Mars's style and book, so he asked her if she had a dull face and pointed hair brother, but she told him that she knew no one but Licht, hatred to human and the people of the village. Anyway, with the help of Vanessa and Fineral, Asta flied with his sword, broke through the Samandal and knocked it down. We then returned to the queen, who was in the castle keeping an eye on what was happening, saying that she did not know Asta was that powerful. As for Zale, he was facing Mars and Ladros, who told him that he would not believe he is fighting his master. However, Zale initiated the attack on the junior soldiers, while Mariella and a set of witches showed up to back him up. Meanwhile, he steered towards Ladros and asked him to retreat. Ladros told him, "When did you have such a soft heart? You are the one who taught us how to kill." After that, Zale tied Ladros with a spell and attacked him. However, it did not have an effect on him due to his physical ability to enhance magic. Zale attacked again, but he discovered Ladros' ability to absorb any magical attack and relaunch it once again. Ladros then unleashed his magical powers at everyone in the jungle, including his own army, and ran towards Cod to kill her in front of Zale. But Mars showed up and protect them, while Ladros told him that he betrayed the kingdom, but Mars said that he does not care. Then he took Zale and the others to escape from Ladros, and they were all trying to figure out how to defeat him. As he was invincible, unless they use Asta's ability to invalidate magic, then they decided to hide at the other side of the jungle at Asta, so they attacked Ladros with a double-enhanced strike to escape. They arrived at Asta. Meanwhile, Fauna was attacking, but Zale ordered Asta to move the strike of Fauna towards Ladros. The strike reached Ladros, and he was killed by the large amount of magic that his body could not contain. When Asta saw Mars, he told Zale that he's an enemy. Zale, however, told him that he was one to trust, while Mars froze in his place once he saw Fauna, as he remembered when she was his friend, and when they were conducting experiments on him, but she gave herself away to save him. He reminded her with himself, but she did not manage to remember. She did not even recognize him, and due to the pressure on her that she couldn't bear, she decided to destroy herself along with the whole village. Exactly like what Vito wanted to do, while Asta and Mars struggled to reach her, and Asta finally managed to invalidate the magic. After that, Mars hugged Fauna, and the third eye vanished in a very touching dramatic scene, and all her magic was gone. She remembered him at that very moment, while he told her that he will fulfill his promise and they will explore the outside world. After Fauna woke up, Asta asked her if she remembered anything, and we find out that the last thing she remembered was her fight with Mars when they were young, where Licht saved her back then. And since then, she didn't remember anything, as if someone was controlling her mind. She also told them that despite not remembering anything, she had a strong desire to obtain the magic stone from the forest, while Vanessa said this means the stone must be with the queen, and they need to get it from her as soon as possible. Meanwhile, they felt the immense mana of Ladros, 100 times stronger than before. Zyle then said that it's impossible, as it was supposed to be disappeared and he died, soon after they were attacked by a laser that hit them all. But Asta remained standing on his feet, shouting about not surrendering, and not having any magic, while Ladros taunted him, and the two of them started the fight. Ladros attacked, but Asta defended. Then Ladros told Asta that he was helpless against any long-range attacks, without Finral's assistance, as he couldn't move fast or fly, so Ladros took advantage of this, and made all his attacks long-range ones. But amidst Ladros' talk about how brilliant he is, Asta seized the opportunity and struck his sword, piercing Ladros' shoulder, affecting his magic, and made him fall to the ground, trying to appeal to Asta, claiming that he has changed. But of course, Asta was not foolish and didn't believe his words. Actually, he was right, as Ladros was just manipulating Asta to gain some time, which enabled him to gather a portion of his magic to move away from Asta's reach, and enhance his hand's power with magic to remove the sword from his shoulder. Then he rushed towards Fauna and threatened her that if she didn't release her magic for him to absorb, he would kill Mars. And to prove he was not joking, he shoot Mars, and told her that if he shoot him once more, he would die. However, Fauna's emotions overpower her, and she released her magic, which Ladros absorbed immediately. His power became immense, and he became nearly invincible against any attack from Asta. Then he shoot Asta twice, causing him to fall unconscious. Back to the Witch Queen, who said that she thought Asta belonged to their bloodline since he could wield the sword, so she provided Asta with a spell and waited to see his true power. Then by returning to Asta, who was unconscious and immersed in a dark place, thinking that he died, while this place suddenly turned red, and a terrifying black entity appeared in front of him and told him that finally, he would be able to manifest in a physical body. He also informed Asta that he would take his body and defeat Ladros, but Asta told him that he would defeat Ladros with his own strength and didn't need anything from him. However, the entity tried to possess Asta's body, but Asta kept saying that he wouldn't give in and he's not done yet. His words continued until he returned to the real world, emitting a cursed, dark energy that transformed the environment around him. Asta became terrifying and extremely majestic, with half of his body under the influence of the entity's power. He flew in the air and began to deliver deadly strikes to Ladros while in mid-air, causing Ladros to flee. By returning to the Witch Queen, which thought that Asta died due to this massive power, but she was surprised that he could control all of it. Then, she explained that the anti-magic energy flew continuously into Asta's Demon Dweller sword, and that's why it can nullify and absorb the magic of anyone who touches it. That's why it is impossible for any other mage to control such a sword, because it devours their magic. And as Asta didn't possess any magic already, the sword's energy flows within him. She further explained that she controlled the sword through her healing spell, and by manipulating the flow of energy within Asta's body. allowing him to reach his current form while the anti-magic power knows no bounds. And Asta is the vessel for it. She also admitted that she initially thought Asta might one of them, but she was mistaken as there was a mutation occurred within him at birth, causing the flow of mana inside him to cease, which made him just a flawed one, and it was the reason he could wield the sword. So he is unique precisely because he is not exceptional. Meanwhile, Ladros stood in terror in front of Asta, wondering if he was a human or a demon, as Asta was running at an incredible speed, while the Witch Queen commented that there is no magic present in Asta's presence. She explained that the anti-magic flow of Asta targets mana. After that, a black beam emerged from Asta, devouring Ladros' mana. Then Asta struck him with a devastating blow, the black meteorite strike, leaving Ladros lifeless and pale, resembling a corpse as the magic stone within Ladros shattered, and all of his magic disappeared. At that moment, Noelle became worried about Asta's appearance, sensing that something was controlling him. But she felt reassured again when Ladros begged Asta to kill him, and Asta told him that he should live to help all the people he had harmed, and kept shouting for a while as usual. After that, Asta wondered if the energy he possessed could be considered magic. But as the energy disappeared, he felt pain throughout his body. Then he rushed to Marie and Vanessa, attempting to wake them up so they could help, but to no avail. So he decided he had to bring all of this to the castle. The Witch Queen appeared, and Asta initially thought that she came to help and heal them, but as I told you, she is so vile, and we find out that her magic was blood control, so she used a spell to immobilize everyone present. Then she told Asta that she would control him through her healing spell, as she does not do anything for free, and the reason she agreed to heal him was to control his blood and compel him to serve her, so that he and his power could be under her influence. Then she ordered him to execute his friends, and he is completely under her control, exactly like a doll in her hands. He became hostile towards Noelle, and prepared to execute her while the queen said that her family sword would eventually kill her. Then Asta raised his sword to kill her, but there was a part of him still resisting. Meanwhile, Vanessa screamed at the queen and begged her to let them go, while the Witch Queen told her that they all would die because of her and because she decided to escape. Then she claimed to be Vanessa's mother and family, so she must stay under her control and power. She also imprisoned her to exploit her power of manipulating the threads of fate. Vanessa cried out and told her spellbook that if she possessed this power, it would show up now. The spellbook was opened, revealing a new spell and a red cat made of Vanessa's threads, while the Witch Queen explained that it is the red thread of fate. The cat approached and touched Asta, causing him to initially kill Noelle, but suddenly fate changed, and he didn't kill her. Eventually, the cat altered Asta's own fate and freed him from the spell, returning him to his normal self, while the Witch Queen expressed that she had been waiting for this moment for a long time to have this power under her control, then used her control spell on Vanessa. However, Vanessa gained control over the Witch Queen's own fate and liberated herself from the spell. Soon after, the Witch Queen collapsed in front of Vanessa's newfound power, while Vanessa told her that there were no ties that bonded both of them, and her true family is the Black Bulls. After this defeat, the Witch Queen regained her sanity and admitted her mistake and proceeded to heal everyone with her magic, and they all embrace each other in a beautiful familial atmosphere, celebrating their victory. Afterward, by returning to the palace, we discover that the magic stone was the pendant worn by the Witch Queen, who easily gave them the stone then, when Asta asked her if she knew anything about the magic stone and the goals of the Midnight Sun Eye group. She explained that the magic stone is a magical tool that enhances the power of its bearer, but only works with the elf tribe, but nobody among them knew who the elf tribe was. Then she continued to reveal that the elf tribe was a lineage living in the currently forbidden area known as the Forbidden Region, and they possessed tremendous power. However, humans decided to exterminate them. She also told Asta that the 2 swords he possesses belong to the leader, and all this happened hundreds of years ago. And regarding the forbidden magic used by Vanna, she explained that it is a cursed and forbidden magic that required sacrifices. After gathering this information, they part ways, and it is revealed that Mars and Ladros would return to Diamond Kingdom after obtaining the spell from the Witch Queen to help them terminating the king and establish a new governing system, peaceful and distant from destruction. Each person returned to their respective homes, back to the residence of the Black Bulls, where Asta informed Captain Yami that they had obtained the magic stone and important information. Also, his arm has returned to normal, while Yami told Asta coldly that he was impressive and asked him to fetch him something to drink. Meanwhile, Magna and Luck returned from the Demas exhausting. Charmy and Gray felt powerless while Josh and Gordon were still eccentric, so the commander decided to throw a party to help Asta relax a bit. Then they organized the party, and everyone enjoys themselves. During the party, Yami assigned Asta the task of cleaning the house to let him have some rest. What kind of rest is this, for God's sake? Anyway, later they visited Klaus, Yuno, and Mimosa. Then we know that they have been investigating the activities of the Midnight Sun Eye group. Back to the Magic Emperor's palace where Yami handed him the magic stone. Then we know that the Magic Emperor was able to locate the group and that they were getting closer to taking a step in an upcoming war. Meanwhile, Yami's eyes gleamed with excitement. Then the next day, all the Black Bulls team were at the residence, each doing their tasks when Commander Yami entered wearing his boxer shorts and robe while saying to them, "Let's go, it's time for the festival." We then discover that this is the date of the annual festival in the city, where the divisions compete based on their stars. On their way, Asta asked Finral to bring someone to accompany them to the festival. After that, Asta and Noel arrived, and Finral arrived with Luck and Cadio. But before they leave, Asta possessed the healing spell from the Witch Queen and used it to restore Cadio to normal. Then Kahono's voice could be heard again. They sang, danced, and everyone enjoyed the festival, having a great time together. The most important event in the festival was the distribution of stars among the Magic Knights divisions. So the Magic Emperor began to announce the new leaders to the city. Mario Vermilion, the new leader of the Crimson Lions instead of her brother. Kaiser, the new leader of the Purple Orcas. The Emperor stated that the Golden Dawn division was in first place with 125 points, which was natural. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Bulls were seen eating, flirting, and cursing because they knew they were in last place, while the Emperor credited the achievement of the Golden Dawn this year to the new member Yono. At that time, the reactions of the others ranged from admiration and encouragement to resentment from some members of his own division. Then, contrary to expectations, the Black Bulls secure the second place with 101 stars instead of the Silver Eagles or the Crimson Lions as everyone expected. Yes, they did it. After that, the Emperor asked Asta to appear on the stage to commend his role in the division. Then suddenly Yami appeared behind Asta and pushed him onto the stage. Entering in a cute and casual manner, the Emperor honored Asta and Yuno for their contributions to their respective divisions. However, when the kingdom's residents knew that they were villagers and not of royal blood or nobility, they start shouting, and to silence them, Yono revealed his overwhelming power, which shocked everyone and attacked Asta, who managed to defend against Yono's assault. The people were surprised by Yono's powerful attack and Asta's ability to withstand it. After that, the king showed up, but unfortunately he lacked charisma and appeared ineffective on the stage. Anyway, he announced a competition to select elite Magic Knights to join the Royal Knights squad. Meanwhile, Asta mocked the king and his foolish appearance. As a result, the king ordered their execution. However, the Magic Emperor requested that the king reconsider his decision. Then Asta apologized to the king. Afterward, Asta and Yono walked together and overheard the commander of the Crimson Lions berating her team for their low performance and telling them that she would take them for training in the hot springs to toughen them up a bit. Then she told Asta, "You're coming with us," and also included Yono in her invitation. She then passed by Yami and took him without even asking. She then saw Charlotte and Nozel on her way and took them along with her. I believe if she had seen Licht himself, she would have taken him too. After that, they went to the hot springs, but were surprised to discover that it's actually a volcano, and the mana concentration there was so high that it resembled molten lava. And it became clear that not just anyone could reach the summit of the volcano. However, with excitement and recklessness, Yono and Asta led the way, followed by a few members of the division, but they soon realized that moving through the dense mana in the air was more challenging than anticipated. While amidst all this, they spot Yami effortlessly flying above them along with Charlotte, reaching the summit. Then it is revealed that a wizard should be able to enhance their body with mana and create a protective barrier around themselves to withstand the effects. So Yono decided to try it out and flew after them, while everyone else found their way and left Asta behind to deal with the situation on his own, walking through the molten lava, struggling to breathe, and attempted to cut through the dense mana in the air with his sword, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Mario arrived and told him that these are the limits of his power, and he should return to his base, while she intended by her words to motivate him. Knowing that Asta, being Asta, was stubborn, she also advised him to understand his own power to gain control over it, and then she left him behind. Asta remembered Yami's words about Ki and how it could help him understand the movements of his enemies, then realized that he could use Ki on himself to comprehend his own power. So he recalled the time when he first unlocked this ability during his fight against Ladros. and by utilizing Ki, he was able to access that power again. However, he was still struggling to control it, so he ended up flying uncontrollably and endlessly shouting for someone to stop him. Then Mario intervened and halted him in his tracks. After reaching the summit, Mario said that the hot springs there are the best in the entire kingdom, despite not many people visiting them, and remarked on the beauty and relaxing atmosphere of the springs. But the soldiers commented that it's not normal for someone to go through all these lava-filled areas just to reach them. After that, everyone enjoyed taking a bath in the hot springs. Then we go to Zarax, the vice commander of the Purple Orca Division, who was on his way to the royal palace with his subordinate. Then they ran into some guy who looked peculiar, resembling Kaneki from Tokyo Ghoul. Anyway, this guy obstructed their path. Meanwhile, the subordinate started praising Zarax's powers, mentioning his royal lineage and his status as the Frost Saint. However, the strange guy beat the hell out of Zarax's, sticking him to the wall like a cockroach, causing the subordinate to flee. Then the mysterious guy referred to the Magic Knights as a group of bandits. Back to the royal palace, where all the Magic Knights from different divisions were gathered, preparing for the exam. Meanwhile, Mimosa went shy upon seeing Asta. Yono and Asta were shouting at each other as usual. Then Finral appeared with a new hairstyle after deciding to change and become stronger. Instead of training, he went to the barber. Then we see Noel standing there, looking tense, and her malicious brother mocking her, telling her to withdraw as she has brought shame to their family name, as if this jerk was a saint before. By returning to the king and the Magic Emperor, the king announced the exam, explaining that it would be divided into teams, with each team consisting of 3 members with a magical crystal. He continued saying that the objective for each team is to protect their own crystal while simultaneously destroying the crystal of the opposing team. Then the team divisions were displayed on the screen in front of them, where Asta, Mimosa, and Zarax were in the same team, and Asta asked who Zarx is. Then out of the blue, the mysterious guy with red hair showed up and jumped beside the Emperor, telling him not to worry and that he would take care of it. But Marcus notices that this person was not Zarax. The Magic Emperor has a similar reaction, and he told Marcus to hold on until they figure out what's going on. Everyone in the arena also said that this person was not Zarax, but due to being on the borders for a long time, they said that his appearance might have changed. Anyway, the remaining teams were Magna, Saul, and Kirsch Farmillion in one team, Noel, Yono, and an old man in one team, Luck and Klaus in one team, Final Leo, and that Golden Dawn Knight in one team. Then we move on to the location of the competition, and we know from the Magic Emperor that it would follow an elimination system, starting with the group stage, and advised them not to kill each other. Then the competition began between Asta's team and the other team, where Zarax told Asta that they need to come up with a plan and approach the situation strategically, while Mimosa introduced herself to him. Meanwhile, the other team had already launched an attack and was destroying their crystal, as there was one member of the opposing team hiding at a distance and using his magic to designate targets for the others, while the rest of the team protected the crystal as well as launching a long-range attack. And amidst the chaos and commotion, Zarax told them that he would take a little break until they figure it out. Then Asta quickly withdrew his sword and blocked the attack, while Mimosa created a magical shield from plants and marked the location of the opposing team using her magic. The first time I see her useful like that. Anyway, Asta told her that they need to reach there quickly, but she teased him, saying he's still thinking too slowly. Then she unleashed her offensive magic, destroying the rocky barrier of the opposing team, much to the admiration of Noel and Klaus. The second team decided to distract Asta's team, so they separated from each other, with each member pretending to have the crystal, but Mimosa told Asta which one of them actually had the crystal, and Asta followed him, but Mimosa sensed that something was wrong, and told him that if those guys attacked at the same time, it would be impossible for Asta to stop the attack. Soon after, Asta fell into a trap spell that immobilized his body, causing him to fall. At this point, we realize that they set a trap for Asta and Mimosa, and they launch a 3-pronged attack against them, but suddenly, a spell appeared and absorbed their attack, reflecting it back at them. Then we come to know that it's Zarax's magic, as he was the one who set the trap for Asta from the beginning, and Asta served as a bait to activate the second trap. So after defeating their opponents and crushing the crystal, Asta shouted out of frustration due to Zarax's arrogance and attitude toward the Magic Knights, until Magna came and told them to leave, saying it's their turn, and we see the third member in the team was revealed to be Kirsch Farmillion, who appeared strange, and as soon as Mimosa saw him, her expression changed, so Asta asked her what's wrong. and she told him that Kirsch is her brother and wished he would disappear from the depths of her heart. Anyway, the fight began between Kirsch's team, which included Magna and Sol as well, and the other team. Then, as usual, Magna kept shooting his fireballs everywhere. However, he got trapped by a wizard from the opposing team. Meanwhile, Kirsch advised him to use his magic wisely, using long-range and close-range attacks in appropriate situations, and indeed, following his advice, Magna defeated all the monsters and overcame the magician. After that, we see Sol, who was riding a giant rock monster, falling into a trap set by the opposing team wizard using clay magic. Then, similar to what he did with Magna, Kirsch instructed Sol to divide her magic among smaller rock creatures instead of a larger one, which proved to be more effective, and actually Sol defeated the wizard. Lastly, the remaining magician from the opposing team attacked Kirsch with water magic. However, it is revealed that he fell into Kirsch's illusion and his cherry blossom magic. To be honest, I don't quite understand the power of his magic. It seems to be related to the color and appearance of cherry blossoms. Eventually, they defeated the opponent team and destroyed their crystal, earning a victory for their team. After that, we move on to the next battle between Finral team, including Leo and Haman too, and the other team. Before the battle, Leopold told his teammates that the attack would be carried out through his spatial magic, as it could grant a powerful and unpredictable assault. Indeed, Leo and Haman trusted in his abilities, and the fight began. Leo then jumped from one epicenter to another using his fire magic, literally finishing off the opposing team in the blink of an eye. Then he destroys their crystal, and with that, Team Final qualified for the quarterfinals, while everyone present were amazed by the strength of the members of the Black Bulls division, despite their low rank. After that, the next battle began. It was between Sekka team, which included Langri, Final younger brother, and an unknown wizard, and another team. Meanwhile, Siki was scared and regretful for entering the exam, while Langris told him to regain his composure and confront the enemies. Soon after, Siki engaged with the enemies while Longra followed behind, but one of their opponents created a barrier around the crystal. However, in the blink of an eye, Longre cut through the barrier and destroyed the crystal. And to imagine the power of Langris, he can cut through space with his magic to break the barrier. Anyway, of course, after that, all the spectators were stunned with Langra's power. Then he met his brother, Finral, who was on his way to the arena, taunted him and told him that he is just a means of transport for the Black Bulls division and their commander. Moreover, he warned him not to stand against him in the next fight, as he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't kill him. Afterward, there was a battle between two lesser-known teams, including a masked individual named X. We come to know that he was Real, the commander of the Water Deer Division, and we find out that he entered the competition, as there was nothing preventing the commanders of the divisions from participating. After that, Real began the fight, but immediately fell into the enemy team trap of plant magic. Then they attacked him with a triple attack of fire, ice, and plants. Meanwhile, Real had a flashback and remembered his painful past. In my opinion, it was not painful at all. Anyway, he was a sad child, and no one appreciated his art or his abilities until Walter, his servant, convinced him to join the Magic Knights. Thus he became the youngest commander in the history of the Magic Knights. By returning to the battle, Real used his paints to launch a fiery attack on the ice and a watery attack on the fire. Then we come to know that his power is the ability to reconstruct any magical element of nature. In other words, he can hack the game and control any element he desires. So eventually he defeated them and created a magnificent artwork from their defeat. Then he destroyed the enemy team crystal, win the round and qualifying for the quarterfinals. Then we move on to the next battle between Team Luck, which included Klaus and Angel, and another team. Klaus warned Luck not to be reckless in the battle and to stick to the plan, as the enemy team had someone they should be wary of, which is Rob from the Silver Eagles. He's also one of the top wind users in the kingdom. Then the fight began, and Luck demonstrated a significant improvement and evolution in his magic. On the other side, Klaus had also made great progress, and everyone watching was amazed by the power of them both, recognizing that they became on a completely different level. After that, an earth magic wizard showed up and tried to attack Klaus, but Klaus destroyed him with his spiral steel attack. Meanwhile, Asta and Mimosa were cheering for them from the sidelines. At that time, Rob appeared and stood in front of the crystal, telling them that only those who have the guts could try to pass. However, before he could finish his sentence, Luck attacked him and destroyed the crystal with a powerful strike, while Rob seemed quite stunned by the outcome, and everyone was amazed by Luck's power, speed, and growth. The next battle was between the team of Yono, which included Noel, and that strange guy, and the other team, which included Noel brother Solid and two other wizards. Anyway, Solid confronted Noel before the fight and belittled her, calling her a failure and a disgrace to the royal family, blaming her for their mother's death. Meanwhile, Noel recalled how her brother used to mistreat her when she was young, hitting her, throwing food at her face, and breaking her toys just because he was older and she was weak. What a despicable person. Anyway, they entered the arena and Finneral and Vanessa were cheering from the sidelines while Yono and Noel argued over who would launch the attack. Meanwhile, her brother performed a dual attack with another member of his team who uses fire magic to destroy them, but quickly, Yono grabbed Noel and flied. After that, she asked him to let her land on a particular spot. Noel landed while Yono continued flying with the crystal. Then the fight was between Noel and her brother Solid on one side, and Yono and another wizard from the Golden Dawn, jealous of him. Moreover, he used all his power in a single attack to kill Yono while Yono said, "Is that all you got?" Then he created a sandstorm with his wind and destroyed him, scattering the sand of the arrogant wizard and shattering his determination into pieces. Now let's focus on Noel and Solid, who mocked her and was proud of his water manipulations, while Noel told him, "Are you happy with your illusions? Come on, I'll show you the dragon." Then suddenly, Solid, who was behaving like a rooster, unexpectedly transformed into a dove and got hit by the dragon's attack, breaking the crystal on his way and lost consciousness. Thus, Team Yono also qualified for the next round. After that came the second stage of the exam. However, the Magic Emperor ordered the Earth Wizards to change the arena's shape before the second round, and after the change, the battle was between Zarax, Asta, and Mimosa on one team, and Kirsch, Magna, and Sol on the other team. But before beginning the fight, we find out that Zarax had set traps all over the arena a day prior, while Asta accused him of cheating. But Zarax argued that there were no rules against it. Then the battle began, and Kirsch casted a spell, covering the entire arena with his cherry blossoms and illusion. Meanwhile, Asta decided that the only solution was his new technique, so he pulled his sword, gathered energy within his body until he underwent a transformation, while Mimosa was afraid of his energy, and claimed it is not magic, but an ominous power. But suddenly, Asta dashed forward at incredible speed, turning into a whirlwind, and erased every trace of Kirsch's spell. Zarax then claimed that Asta's action would also cancel his traps, and indeed he erased Kirsch's spell and Zarax's traps. At that time, everyone outside the arena was amazed by Asta's newfound power. Then after Asta had finished, Zarax told him, "You erased all the traps, dummy, now take an action with your tremendous power." But Asta told him that he need time to recharge first. Then after a brief exchange, Zarax told Asta that they could work together, and he explained that his magic nature is Ash, which specializes in setting traps, as seen in the first battle. But those traps require time and a significant amount of mana, and he used up all his mana on the traps which Asta erased. Then, they decide to put a plan. As for the other team, Magna was proud of Asta and his power, but when Kirsch knew that Magna was a commoner, he told him not to ever get close to him. Same racism of their filthy class. Anyway, Kirsch decided to finish them off alone, so he told Magna and Sol to stay by the crystal. Then he reached Asta and attacked him. Asta got injured from Kirsch's attack, but he dragged Kirsch into a cave while Kirsch noticed Zarax's traps and managed to avoid all of them, telling Asta that someone like him could never fall into traps like that. But it turned out that all of this was part of Asta and Zarax's plan from the beginning. After that, Kirsch fell into a regular hole that Asta dug. Meanwhile, Asta attacked him with his two swords, to the extent that Kirsch lost consciousness from the power of Asta's attack. Now we move on Mimosa's confrontation with Sol, where Sol used his rock monster to attack, and Mimosa's plan was to throw seeds on the ground so that when Sol's monster stepped on them, they would explode, but the plan takes time, and by the time her plan worked, Sol managed to grab her and bind her with earth magic. Then we go back to Asta and Zarax after they buried Kirsch in the hole and still had the crystal. Meanwhile, Magna appeared, telling Asta that he would repay him what he did to him on the day of his baptism, while Asta told him to back off. But Magna launched a fireballs attack at him. Asta tried to defend himself, but we discover that Magna had modified the ball's attack, changing their direction at the last moment, and they disappeared. Afterward, Asta managed to identify their direction and deflected it, but a few shots slipped through and hit the crystal. At this time, Kirsch got out from the hole, seeking revenge while Asta didn't know what to do and the crystal was about to shatter. However, Zarax finally completed his spell and told Asta to keep fighting Kirsch. Meanwhile, Zarax performed his spell in front of the crystal, and as soon as Magna launched another fireball, it rebounded and hit him in the face. Magna fell down, and the magic literally backfired on the sorcerer. At that time, Kirsch sat there screaming and showing off, raising his hand to attack Asta, but Zarax's binding spell prevented him. After that, Asta swiftly attacked Kirsch, striking him in the face with his sword, while Zarax beneath him was praising his powers. At that moment, Sol appeared with her monster and told them that she's not done yet, but suddenly her monster stopped. Meanwhile, Mimosa showed up from behind and took control of her monster because her spell had worked. Then the monster gave them the crystal and they destroyed it. Thus, winning the battle was for Asta's team. The fight that follows was between Team Finneral and Team Langra. At this time, Leo and Heyman were trying to locate the crystal of the opposing team, leaving Finneral fighting Langra. Meanwhile, Leo and Heyman finally managed to locate the crystal, but as they approached the chamber where it was located, they fell into a trap set by the girl in Langra's team, and they started feeling drowsy and eventually fell asleep. By returning back to Langra and Finneral, there is a dramatic tension between them due to Finral's parents favoring his younger brother over him, and Langra grudge against Finneral because he was beloved by everyone, unlike him. Anyway, when Langra launched his initial attack, Finneral disappeared and told him that any collision between two spatial magic attacks nullifies them, as if they never happened. Finneral then used a new spell on Siki, making him invisible in the arena as he sent him to the residence of the Black Bulls. The power of the spell lied in its ability to relentlessly pursue the enemy until it hit them, regardless of their direction. Meanwhile, Langra became enraged and told Finneral that he hated him and there is nothing he can do to surpass him. Then for the first time, Langra used his spell book and his power was terrifying. At that time, Asta noticed that Langra's mana is ominous, similar to Veto's. After that, the battle began with Langra launching an attack and Finneral countering it. The speed of their attacks was incredible to the extent that no one was able to see anything due to the explosions and their speed. Then after the vision cleared up, we see Finneral lying on the ground, full of holes, almost dead while Langra was in an unnatural state, determined to kill Finneral, his own brother. And here comes one of the greatest interventions in the world of anime. I'll leave you with the scene as it's fabulous. After that, the Magic Emperor appeared to bring peace, and at the same time the royal physician went to save Finneral. Meanwhile, Langra asked the Magic Emperor for permission to fight them, then he attacked Asta. However, Asta cut through his attack, while the Magic Emperor decided to hold the semi-finals between Asta's team and Langra's team. Then he sent for the other two teams to come so that they could begin the fight immediately. But before the fight had started, we have a flashback where we find out that the Magic Emperor suspected that one of the knights was a traitor working with the Midnight Sun Eye, unknowingly, so he decided to search for the traitor during the exams, and when he saw Langra's mana, he was sure it was him. That's exactly why he organized an early semifinals match between him and Asta's team to be sure. By returning again to the battle that started with Team Asta moving behind Mimosa and the crystal, while on the other side, Langra was attacking, and Asta cut through Langra's magic. However, the quantity of attacks was fast and numerous, making it challenging for Asta to block or cut them all, so after a few attacks, Asta decided to use his new technique, even though he wanted to use it in front of Yuno. He asked Zarax to immobilize Langra until he could fully transform. Zarax stood and performed his spell, protecting Asta, Noel, and Mimosa behind him. Meanwhile, we flash back to find out that Zarax's father was one of the Magic Knights, but he was from the commoners, not the nobles. So he was trying to make a name for himself among the knights and fought alongside Julius when he was still a knight. Zarax then remembered when his father died in one of the battles, and two of his comrades stood on his grave mocking and insulting him simply because he was a commoner. Since then, he has despised the Magic Knights and was helping the people. We also know that when Zarax attacked the real Zarax few episodes ago, it was because he wanted to hit an old woman from the commoners who was asking for his help. And our fake Zarax was defending her. And we return again to the battle, with fake Zarax trying to defend against Langra's attack. However, Langra's magic bypassed Zarax's spell and hit him directly. But we discover that Zarax had cast a spell on himself, absorbing the attack and storing its power, enhancing his own power, then reverse it against Langra once again. But suddenly, Langra's mana began to rise strangely, and the attack didn't affect him. At this point, Asta emerged after transforming and told Zarax to rest, and leave the rest to him. Indeed, Asta attacked Langra, cutting through all of his magic and any incoming attacks. He then engaged with Langra using his sword to prevent him from using any magic, and swiftly took him down, shattering the crystal. Meanwhile, Siki and the other girl sneaked and broke Team Asta's crystal. The match was considered a draw, but Asta still gave Langra a beating. Anyway, after that, Asta collapsed, and before he fell down, Magnus supported him in a heart-touching scene, and the audience descended to the field, and since the match ended in a draw, both teams were eliminated. Then we move on to the next match between Team Klaus, Luck, and Magna, and Team Real, led by the Water Deer commander. The match quickly concluded after Luck and Klaus launched a combined attack of lightning and steel magic, but Real reflected it back at them, defeating them and winning the match. After that, it's Yono's team turn, where Yono told Noel and the others not to interfere. Then he engaged in a fierce battle where he eliminated all 3 opponents and shattered their crystal with a single attack. The Emperor was amazed by Yono's power while Mimosa was in the hospital, observing the situation and worrying about Asta. Everyone was astonished by Yono's immense power, being able to end the fight with just 1 attack without relying on his spellbook or the power of the wind spirit. After that, we returned to Asta, who was still recovering in the hospital and feeling sad about the draw. Then back to the arena, where the final battle was between Team Yono and Team Real, where Yono asked his team to leave Real to him. Meanwhile, Yono approached Real to start the fight, while the other 2 members of Real's team attacked Noel, who used her defensive magic to protect the crystal, and her spell proved to be powerful. At that time, the fight between Yono and Real intensified, and it's difficult to describe the details of their battle. It's intense and captivating, so I'm leaving you with parts of it. Anyway, the battle continued until Real managed to grab Yono, but Yono broke free from his grip and decided to use his new power, uniting with the wind spirit. His power became immense and equal to that of a commander. In other words, Yono's power reached a whole new level and they exchanged attacks, and the mountain they were standing on got destroyed as the fight was intense and powerful to the point that everyone feared Yono's power. Eventually, Team Real's crystal shattered due to the overwhelming mana emitted by Yono, and Yono won. Now, you might say it was an undeserved victory, but I honestly have to admit that Yono's power is exceptional. After the end of the fights, the Emperor announced Team Yono's victory and told all the knights that they still have a chance to become royal knights, and stated that he would choose based on their performance in the matches. Back to the hospital, where Asta was silent, sad, and shocked due to the vast difference in power between him and Yono. Then Noel asked Mimosa to take her place in taking care of Asta, while Klaus told Mimosa, "Let's go, we're leaving." And of course, Yono the jerk entered and left without even checking on his friend Asta. But Asta shouted and protested, telling Yono as he was walking away that he would exceed his power, while Yono told him to do that if he could. Then we returned to Zarax, who was walking when the Magic Emperor appeared and told him that his power is important and necessary. He also mentioned that he would most likely choose him to be a royal knight. However, Zarax told him that he is not the real Zarax, and he is not a magic knight at all, but the Magic Emperor revealed that he knew his name is Zora, not Zarax. Then he told him that he knew his father, as they used to fight side by side before he died. He also mentioned his father as a great man and a remarkable knight. After that, he explained that he created the star system to recognize the knights like his father, who fought against the injustice by their probity instead of being recognized by their noble lineage. Then he told Zora that now is the time for him to wear his division uniform, but Zora walked away without responding. Then we go to the residence of the Black Bulls, where everyone tried to snap Asta out of his current state due to what happened in the exam. Yami then arrived and took them to the hot springs, and during their path there, he told them a story. He told them about when he was just a knight in the Grey Deer division, and Julius was their commander. Yami decided at that time to embark on a journey to train himself. But one day, while he was fishing, people from a neighboring village came and asked for his help against bandits. So Yami stayed with them in the village until the day when the bandits came. He confronted some of them, then went into the forest to defeat the rest. But they outnumbered him. That was when William Van Jans appeared and helped Yami defeat all of them, but their leader managed to escape. Afterward, the villagers thanked Yami for his help. Then we see Yami and William by the river, where Yami asked William to join him on his journey. But William told him that he has another goal, although their paths may cross and they have a friendly competition to see who would be the first to a division commander. Then, after a few years, Julius became the Magic Emperor, while Yami and William became vice commanders in the Grey Deer division. After that, the Magic Emperor assigned them a mission to capture the bandits and told them that there is a traitor among the knights who was aiding those bandits. William's plan was to provide protection to all the cities except for 2, and the purpose was to have the traitor leak the information to the bandits, so they could be captured when they reached the unprotected city. Afterwards, Yami was in one city, and William was in another. However, during the night, the bandits appeared in Yami's city. He tries to contact William but couldn't reach him, so he fought against them alone, and discovered that their leader was the same person who was the leader of the bandits in the village a few years ago. They overpowered Yami, then suddenly, 2 magic knights appeared, and they recognized Yami using their magic, and we know that they were the traitors. Meanwhile, Yami was on the brink of death when William showed up and saved him. William then defeated one of the traitors while Yami defeated the other. Also, Yami saved William from an attack from behind and told him that they are even now. At that time, the bandits were running away, but the Magic Emperor appeared in front of them. Soon after, Yami and William came to find the bandits lying unconscious everywhere. Then we returned to the Magic Emperor, who thanked them for their efforts and told them that they would be promoted and each would be responsible for forming their own division. So Yami decided to create a division that included all the misfits and outcasts, just like Julius did with him, and named it the Black Bulls, while William formed a division and named it the Golden Dawn. Then we returned to the present time, where Asta told Yami that he didn't understand the meaning of the story, so Yami got angry and told him, "In short, no matter what happens, never give up." These words resonated with Asta, and he decided to get up again and stand on his own 2 feet. Later, all the members of the team were sitting in the castle's hallway when they hear a knock on the door. It was the commander of the Crimson Lions, came in to take Asta, Noel, and Luck, as they have passed the entrance exam to become royal knights. Meanwhile, Magna was raged because he wasn't chosen. After that, Actilion told Yami that there is still another member of their division, but she couldn't find him. Then we go to the gathering of the Royal Knights, where the successful candidates were Polly and Anne, Real and Fragile, Klaus, Mimosa, Yuno, and Haman. And of course, Noel, Asta, and Luck. Then we find out that the Royal Squad commander was Actilion, and there was a member who was still late, so the commander was angry as he didn't show her respect. But suddenly, Zora appeared wearing the Black Bull's attire, entering casually, while Asta was surprised to see him wearing their outfit, and told him that he is not Zarex. Meanwhile, we discover that Zora had been a member of the Black Bulls for a couple of years when he was fighting some magic knights, and was about to give them a hard lesson. But instead, Yami appeared defeated. Him gave him the division attire and told him that he is welcomed anytime. In short, Yami brought him into the division. Afterward, they all wore the Royal Knight's attire, and it looks great on most of them. But on Asta, it looks silly and short. The leader told him that they ran out of fabric, so they made his robe like that. Anyway, they were introduced to the members who were with them, and those, they meet Cobb, a user of spatial magic who would be useful until Final could recover, and Charmy, who could create models of any place and know the power of each magic in the area. They also meet Nozzle Silva. Then the king came and encouraged them with a few words. We also learn that the hiding place of the Midnight Sun Eye was a floating Demas. Then we go to the hiding place where the remaining member of the Third Eye was reminiscing about some memories for Licht with his wife when she was pregnant, and we know that they were waiting for the birth of their child, who would unite humans and elves. Then he stood up, his eyes filled with tears, and said that it's almost time. Asta and Noel visiting Commander Farmillion to check on him, while Leo thanked them for their concern. After that, Asta and Noel were on their way outside the palace when they meet Klaus, Yono, and Mimosa. Klaus offered to guide them on their way to the Royal Knight's palace. Then we find out that there was a spy who used shadow magic and was following Asta, as he was the only one who didn't have mana and wouldn't sense his presence. Afterwards, they went to the palace for a lavish dinner prepared for the knights, where Asta was eating like a pig, and Noel was singing while the spy was spying on Commander Actelion, who was chit-chatting with Nozzle, discussing various matters until they caught the spy. Then, they interrogated him under torture. Meanwhile, Actelion revealed that nobody knew about their planned attack in 3 days' time. However, she decided to surprise the Midnight Sun Eye by attacking them next morning. The next day, the team arrived at the Midnight Sun Eye hideout using spatial magic, and it turned out to be graphite stone Demas suspended in the air. Then we knew from the commander that it's a place where the mana concentration inside is extremely high. After that, Nozel asked Sharon to use his magic to create a model of the hideout, indicating the entry points and the locations of the magic concentration, and they find out that it was designed like an ant colony, with multiple entrances leading to the center, which was likely where Licht was. So after some suggestions and discussions, they agreed to split into groups of 4 members each, while Zora and Asta would be in the commander's team. So Group 1 consists of Sharon, Nozel, Niels, and Anne. Group 2 consists of Kirsch, Noel, Luck, and Ben. Group 3 consists of Polly, Fragile, Real, and Robin. Group 4 consists of Haman, Yono, Mimosa, and Klaus. Group 5 consists of Mario, Zora, and Asta. Meanwhile, inside the hideout, one of the kingdom's residents was held captive, and her innocence was about to be violated. However, Luck emerged from underground and swiftly defeated the villain with a single strike, leaving him seemingly lifeless. Then we know that the commander had previously told them that they are free to fight in their own way, as long as they achieve the desired results. At the same time, Moreo confronted a squad from the group, wiping them out effortlessly and declaring her vengeance for her brother. Simultaneously, Nozel engaged another group, swiftly defeating them as well, seeking revenge for his rival, who interestingly turns out to be the same person. The final member of the Third Eye appeared, revealing that he had unlocked the Third Eye, while it became apparent that Licht was not present in the hideout. then returned to the residence of the Black Bulls where Yami received a message from William Vengeance, instructing him to come to the Golden Dawn residence to apologize to him for Langris's behavior. Vanessa also went out to visit Fenrir while Magna left to train. Meanwhile, Goosh, Gray, and Gordon remained behind. Then suddenly they sense a strange attack and encountered zombies scattered everywhere. They realized it's an attack from raids and the insane girl who wanted to experiment on Asta. They were accompanied by the terrifying spatial magic user along with his strange monster, and it's revealed that they had come for the remaining magic stone with Asta. Meanwhile, Goosh tried to confront them, but his attacks have no effect on the girl's Samandal. Also, she informed him that Licht had ordered them not to harm Goosh. Goosh recalled his previous encounter and fight with Licht in the cave, when Licht stated that he couldn't allow Goosh to get hurt, so he sensed that something was wrong. After that, finally, Gordon appeared in battle. He opened his magic book, revealing that his magic consists of cursed spells. Then he attacked one of the zombies and killed it. Soon after, Gray used a new spell that allowed her to transform any magic into different forms. So she transformed the Samandal gel magic into crystal magic. With this, Gooch was able to defeat the Samandal using his mirror magic, ultimately destroying it. Meanwhile, Radis appeared with his newly acquired zombie subordinate and revealed that it was created from the bodies of the Magic Knight's commanders. Then he launched a dual attack of water and steel elements, knocking them down to the ground. And in a flashback of Gordon and Gray's painful and solitary childhood, it is revealed that Yami and the Black Bulls were the only ones who embraced them. So they stood on their feet again, but honestly, Raids was realistic, and told them that they wouldn't be defeated by the power of friendship. Then suddenly, they heard an alarm coming from the house, and a loud noise while the sorcerer with the checkered shirt was inside the house, not understanding what was happening. Then from the window, a strange person emerged, saying in a terrifying manner, "What's happening here?" He spoke slowly, resembling drunken individuals, while using his magic to manipulate parts of the house. Goosh realized that he resembles the ghost that Charmy and Finral had mentioned seeing. Then we find out that this boy was the owner of the residence, and Yami had come to him, asking for the house to be turned into the Black Bulls Knight's residence. The boy has a rare illness that confined him to the bed, and if he left the house, he would die also. He had gained strength over the years from the Magic Knights, even if they may not be aware of him. But he knew them, and they were his friends, and he would never allow anyone to harm his friends. It is also revealed that his magic is formation magic, allowing him to easily manipulate the structure of the house, and his name is Henry Legoland. Amidst his conversation, Raids tried to attack him with his zombies, but Henry created a monster from the house and crushed Raid's face, slamming him to the ground while the other sorcerer already reached the stone, and the insane girl created a giant Samandal made of gel to defeat Henry. However, Goosh used his eye to create multiple reflections of Gray's magic, transforming the gel magic into plants. After that, Gordon unleashed his poison and curse on it, wiping out the Samandal. Then the zombies risen again, but Henry stepped on their faces once more, and the sorcerer in the checkered shirt told them that he took what they came for, and they should leave, so they do, while the building behind Goosh and the others was left in ruins. Then we go to Licht, where Hu took the magic stone from his followers, and as soon as he placed it on the stone pedestal, a strange energy began to move in their world, while Radis and the others asked for the permission to bring the remaining 2 stones. But Licht told them that it is his mission and no one else could retrieve them. After that, we return to the hiding place of the Midnight Sun Eye, where we see Nozel attacking the enemies with mercury magic. Then we go and see Kirsch and Noel fighting fiercely against anyone they encounter. As for Luck, as usual, he dealt with the enemies and shocked anyone he met. Next, we see Mario engaging in battle with anyone she come across, while Asta and Zora couldn't find anything to do as Mario had taken care of all the enemies. Then 2 Astas appeared, and Mario fought them to find out who was the real one, and it turned out that the fake one was the traitor, Raya, who took out a sword and used a stolen dark magic attack from Yami. However, Mario's power was immense, and she stroked the spell with her hands, setting it ablaze. Then suddenly, before Raya could speak, Mario appeared in front of him and punched him in the face, sending him flying. Then he tried to use light magic, but it didn't work against her, and she swiftly countered with incredible speed. At that time, Raya realized that her movements were not human, and her power was terrifying. He suggested using invisibility magic, but that didn't work either. Water magic also was not an option. How about a Samandal? But fire is her plaything, so she destroyed the Samandal. Mario's speed was higher than Raya's, and her power was stronger as well, so Raya was unable to defend himself, and Asta was amazed by her strength. while Zora said that the rumors they heard about her must be true, that she spends 300 days a year in the wild among wild animals, and during her training there, she reached the highest levels of her mana aura. After a little struggle, Raya revealed a fake version of Asta when he transformed into his form, but Mirio easily destroyed the sword because it was not real and could not absorb magic. As if it absorbed the magic, it would be impossible for Raya to nullify the technique because it would absorb all of his magic. Raya was left standing in shock in front of her power and her mana aura, saying that this kind of power couldn't be human. Moreover, Mirio surpassed the limits of her mana aura and controlled the mana surrounding her, and this is a high-level ability granted by the magic that the wizard can tap into and control. She then delivered endless punches to Raya, telling him that she would keep punching him until he disappears. Then we go to Yono, who was facing 3 opponents, but he unleashed the triple tornado fang attack and defeated them, while Mimosa was amazed that she was able to attack from a different direction, and we find out that this is also a control over the surrounding mana. Then they move towards a dark room, and when they enter, they were shocked because they almost recognized the person inside. After that, we return to Yami, who was still waiting for vengeance, who hadn't arrived yet, which made Yami frustrated. Then back to the Magic Emperor, who was standing on top of the castle, contemplating life and wishing he could be with the Royal Magic Knights in a powerful battle like this. But he said that they are capable of the mission, and he trusts them to complete it successfully. Then, out of the blue, William Van Giance appeared, and the Magic Emperor was surprised by his presence. William thanked the Magic Emperor for being the only one who gave him a chance and accepted him for who he is. He also respected him greatly, and saw him as his superior, and that was why he formed the strongest magic division to repay his kindness and fulfill his own desires. Then he mentioned that he had a friend before he knew Julius, and he was precious to him to the extent that he couldn't choose between him and Julius, so he left the decision to them. Then suddenly Light's features appear instead of William's features, and we almost understand that William was possessed as Licht was living inside him while all this was happening against Vengeance Will. However, the Magic Emperor said that he always suspected that there was something wrong with William, and that he was most likely the one who harmed Farmillion this in the past, but he never expected that there would be 2 souls in one body. He asked how he could get rid of the scar on William's face. Licht said that the scar is a curse cast on the body of the Williams mother clan, and has nothing to do with any curses casted on humans. Then he told him that humans are the ones who caused him all the pain, so he came to take the magic stones so that he could seek revenge. Afterwards, the fight between Licht and Julius began, where Licht attacked Julius with arrows of light, but Julius used time manipulation magic to stop them and send them back, and we discover that Julius's magic allows him to control the flow of time, either accelerating it or slowing it down to the point of stopping time completely, so one attack from Julius could be deadly. Meanwhile, Licht told Julius that light magic is the only magic that can counter time magic. Then, after a series of attacks from both Licht and Julius got wounded in the chest by Licht, who told him that his magic is not invincible, but Julius explained that his magic is actually stealing time from his opponent. He heals his own wound by reversing time on his body and stated that he could foresee the future, making it impossible for Licht to defeat him. Meanwhile, Marco is terrified by what was happening, but he gathered his strength and spreads the news to all the residences of the Magic Knights to start their defenses. Yami, as soon as he knew about it, took his broom and flies to the battle, realizing that his suspicions were correct. We return to the fight between Licht and Julius, and I'll leave you with a part of it. Back again anyway. Julius was about to catch Licht, but Licht escaped. Julius tells Licht that his movement became slow and that he's not attacking with the intention to kill, and this was to avoid hurting William. Then Licht asked Julius about his book of spells, and Julius pointed up. Licht looked up and saw that Julius's spell book was large, massive, and without a cover. Afterward, Julius has a flashback, and we find out that his lifelong goal had been to create a kingdom without discrimination. In other words, to eliminate social classes. Then he talked about his initial encounter with Zara and how he was the first commoner to be accepted into the Magic Knights. Julius greatly respected him as a true example of a Magic Knight until he died at the hands of one of the Royal Knights. We return to the fight where Licht broke the seal on his power, unleashing his true strength. Then he launched an attack on the entire kingdom to destroy it, while Julius told him that it's impossible to destroy the kingdom as long as he is alive. Then he used his spell to stop time and end the attack on the kingdom, but his defense was neglected to save the people. Licht told him that he was going to die as he became the magic emperor and prioritized protecting people's lives over his own. And this was his only weakness. Julius then collapsed on the ground, nearly dead when Yami finally arrived, shocked by what he saw, so he became furious and drew his sword. Meanwhile, Yami headed off to check on the Emperor of Magic. However, unfortunately, he'd already passed away. Then we shift back to Mario, who was beating the hell out of Raya, while Raya prepared for self-destruction and was expecting another attack from Mario. However, Asta stepped in just in time, having witnessed a similar situation with Veto, and realizing the need to cancel out Raya's magic and prevent self-destruction, so he impersonated Naruto's character and tried to communicate with Raya, understanding the pain inside him. Then he told Mario that Raya's goal was to create a nation where everyone could live together, regardless of being royals or villagers, and for the first time, Raya started to believe in humanity. We return to the Emperor of Magic, who warned Yami about Licht and the upcoming events. Also, he expressed his happiness in witnessing various types of magic. Then suddenly, Julius's spellbook disappeared into thin air, and he passed away while Yami vowed to protect the kingdom until his last breath. Afterward, we follow Asta, Yono, and the others as they reach the location with high mana where Licht was preserved as if frozen. How could this be possible, as Licht at the same time was collecting the stones? Just be patient with me, and you'll understand everything. Anyway, Licht had 3 followers with him, and they thought they had won when they placed the magic stone. However, Licht told them he would sacrifice them so his true friends could come back. But suddenly, Raya said, "It's too late." As they would turn back into their true forms, Raya's appearance changed, and his ears got longer. Yono also transformed while Mimosa got scared by what was happening. After that, we went back in a flashback to know who the elves and Licht really were. We saw Licht receiving his spellbook for the first time, which was the quadruple clover leaf. The flashback also revealed Licht's relationship with Raya and Patri. Furthermore, his friendship with 2 humans and falling in love with a girl who became pregnant with his child, Licht, and the girl hoped that their child would bring together the elves and humans, uniting them all. But on their wedding, the girl's brother betrayed the elves, causing a massive portal to open in the sky. Then all the elves' magic was sealed. He was struck down by arrows of light magic and died. However, at the last moment, Licht used a forbidden spell and brought Patri back to life. But he was looking just like Licht. And with his spellbook too, and throughout the years, Patri's goal had been to revive his own elf tribe. So he started by bringing back Veto, Raya, and Fauna, leading up to our existing day. And that's how we could understand that there were 2 Lichts. One was Patri, who took on Licht's appearance after being brought back to life, and the other was the real Licht himself. Meanwhile, at the Demus, all of Licht's followers turned into ashes during the battle, while a bright light shone all over the kingdom, and from every corner, beams of light shot up towards the sky. Luck, Ben, and Real and his all-squad also shined with light. Josh, Yono, Klaus, and Heyman were also surrounded by the radiant light. At that moment, Raya told Asta that the time of humans was over. Soon after, Josh, Yono, Klaus, and Heyman transformed into elves, just like Luck, Ben, Raya, and the rest of the team. Each of them was replaced by an elf who took over their body and used their power. Yami stood next to Julius's body, not understanding what was happening, until Marcus and the doctor arrived. Then both of them transformed and attacked Yami. But Yami fought back and defeated them, causing them to pass out. And then Charlotte appeared. She had also transformed and told Marcus and the doctor to calm down. She didn't recognize Yami at all, so she attacked him, while Yami defended himself and fought back. Charlotte, or whoever was inside Charlotte's body, was surprised to see that humans had such powerful magic. Meanwhile, Sol arrived and tried to help Yami so that Charlotte could return to her normal phase. However, Yami told Sol to take Julius's body and put it in a safe place, leaving the rest to him. After that, Charlotte prepared for a powerful attack, while Yami realized that if this attack continued, it would destroy half of the village and cause the death of many people. So as soon as Charlotte unleashed her spell, Yami countered with a strong attack that divided the spell and Charlotte's shield into 2 halves, leaving Charlotte amazed that Yami's spell was able to interrupt her own spell and even break her shield. And she realized that humans had reached this advanced magic level, so she decided retreat and wait for the arrival of Licht and the others. After that, we go to the prison where Gilder, the former commander of the Purple Orca, was located. He was on his way to escape when he met Rivitchi, the user of chain magic who wanted to steal Yono's book at the beginning of this anime, and Asta stepped on his face anyway. Rivitchi said, "How could someone like you who can disappear end up in jail?" Gilder asked him the same question, and both of them answered, Asta. They realized that Asta was the reason they were both locked up. Then one of the elves appeared to kill Gilder and Rivitchi, but Gilder tried to talk with him. However, the elf told him that humans wouldn't deceive them again. He attempted to attack them, but Gilder used his magic to make himself and Rivici disappear. Rivici used his special chains to capture the elf and seal his magic. Eventually, together they managed to escape. Then we went to Noel and Kirsch, who didn't understand what was happening, while Luck and Ben hugged each other, happy to see themselves back to life again. Luck attacked Noel, but missed while Noel noticed that Luck's magic was at a different level. Kirsch tried to warn Luck that he came from a royal family, told him that this was another reason to kill him. And now we come to Raya, who told Asta that he was telling the truth when he said he wanted to create a kingdom where everyone is equal and free. He also told Asta about someone else who he believed before, and the result was the death of all the elves. So he intended to kill Asta, so he would not believe him as the tragedy could repeat again. Then he attacked Asta with a powerful combination of light and dark magic at the same time. This of course showed that he had a really scary amount of power, but Mario blocked the attack and told Asta that no matter how hard he tried to understand the elves' feelings, they couldn't be changed easily. That's why he shouldn't go easy on them. But of course, Asta was still pretending to be Naruto, and he said he would win against them and find a way for both of them to understand each other, while Raya told him that all the ways were closed. And then Riel appeared, but he wasn't on Asta's side. Asta tried to wake him up, but he was a completely different person. He created a four-head snake by his image magic, and attacked them with 4 different types of magic. However, Zora, Mario, and Asta tried to defend against the attack, but it was clear that it wouldn't be easy to stop him. Zora used his ash magic to create a smoke screen so that Asta could attack, catching them off guard since he didn't possess any magic. Asta then cut off the 4 heads of the snake and scratched Riel with his sword, hoping it would break the spell on him. But Riel informed him that it's forbidden and powerful magic, and his sword wouldn't work against it. Just then, the rest of their team arrived, as if this is what they were lacking. So Zora decided that it was best for them to retreat because they wouldn't be able to handle all of them. But all of a sudden, Mario threw them out and sealed the exit, telling them to escape, while Raya told Mario that if she thought she could hold them off until they escaped, she was absolutely wrong, and called her foolish, as she would die in their hands instantly. However, Mario explained that she sent the children away because she was afraid her upcoming enormous attack could harm them, the attack which would wipe them off. And now we are at the residence of the Crimson Lions, where Leo was severely beaten from the vice commander, and he was in a very bad state, as every time he tried to attack with fire, the vice commander used his strong wind to stop it, but suddenly Leo felt a strange energy, and he thought he was going to cross the line, but Farmillion appeared. He had finally woken up from his long sleep and apologized to the team for making them wait, while Leo noticed a strong power coming from his brother. Then we find out that while Farmillion was asleep, he managed to reach the spirit of the Saemandal fire and used it. The fire was so strong that even the wind couldn't stop it, so he managed to defeat the vice commander and used magic to keep him restrained. He then realized that the kingdom was in a mess. Finally, we knew what happened to him before he fell asleep. He met William, who cut off his arm and took the special magic stone from him, while Farmillion wondered why William didn't kill him, if that was his plan. Meanwhile, all the members of the Golden Dawn had transformed into elves, and Langra appeared and led them to eradicate all humans. Then Finral woke up, and Yami told him there is no time for rest. The world was in chaos. Meanwhile, Mario stood strong like a lion in front of them. At that time, Asta tried to go back inside, but Zora told him that they should obey the commander's orders and move forward because they didn't have a plan. Meanwhile, Raya injured Mario in the chest with dark magic. Despite being injured, Raya fought back and launched her strongest attack to kill them all, causing the place to collapse from the power of her magic. However, after this powerful attack, none of them seemed affected, while Moreo remained steadfast in her position, even though she had exhausted all her magic. At that moment, Asta and Zora appeared from Zora's spell, so Raya and those with him decided to launch a combined attack using their magic. Then we find out that the luck had favored Asta and Zora because Asta's plan was for Zora to absorb and amplify their attacks. They unleashed another attack, and Asta redirected it towards Zora, who amplified it further, and then released it back at Raya and the others. This made their attack come back at them 4 times stronger. Meanwhile, Asta carried Mario, escaped along with Zora through a ground spell. However, Raya grabbed Asta's leg and told him that he wouldn't allow him to flee as he needed to take his spellbook and sword, since they belonged to the real Licht. Asta made the decision to go with Raya, leaving Zora and Mario to make their escape. And we went back to Mimosa, who was being surrounded by Yono, Klaus, and Haman, where they all were trying to kill her, so she tried to run away from them. But Klaus immobilized her and stopped her. However, at the last moment, Asta showed up and stood in front of them, being surprised to see that Yono had also transformed. Asta was trying to call out to Yono to regain consciousness, but Klaus told him it's useless as none of them recognize him. Then he attacked Asta. But Asta cut Klaus' magic with his sword and shouted that he would become the Magic Emperor, and this word in particular almost woke up the sleeping Yono, and he remembered his bond with Asta, but suddenly Klaus and Haman launched a double attack on Asta. However, Yono blocked their attack and Asta realized that Yono had returned to his senses. Asta said that if Yono had returned, it means he can bring back the others as well. Meanwhile, Klaus and Haman continued their attack, but Yono easily destroyed their magic. Afterward, Klaus and Haman launched a combined attack with their magic. While Yono and Asta was preparing for the counterattack, they both charged at them simultaneously, destroying their opponents in a magnificent display of power. But before they hit the ground, the real Licht emerged from his spell and safely landed them on the ground. Then he grabbed his sword from the ground, and as soon as he touched it, it transformed from black to a silver sword resembling Asta's sword, while Yono and Asta are amazed by the immense amount of magic power they felt coming out of Licht. Suddenly, Licht disappeared and reappeared in front of Asta as if he merged with the mana in the air. He quickly took Asta's sword and returned to his position. Then with a single strike of his sword, he sent Asta and Yono flying far away. I'll leave you with a part of the battle. After Asta had fallen into the water and became unable to move, Yono was in the sky with Licht, launching a powerful attack, but Licht absorbed the attack with his sword. Meanwhile, Asta emerged from underwater and quickly flied upwards with incredible speed, but Licht blocked his attack with his third sword. However, Asta managed to grab it, so Licht now has second sword while Asta has the first and the third. He retaliates against Yono's attack after absorbing it and destroyed the Damas. Then Yono and Asta fell down. After that, Licht descended from the sky to the Damas again, and Raya told him that his spellbook and sword were with Asta. However, Licht told him that they are no longer his, and they should leave now. After that, the remaining magic knights transformed into elves appeared. Then Ben turned the Damas into a ship which enabled them to move toward the kingdom to meet with the rest of the elves. Meanwhile, Asta, Yono, and Mimosa were being healed using Nozel's magical tool. Afterward, they gathered and moved toward the kingdom. At the same time, in the village of Hagi, one of the transformed magic knights was attacking people. The father was affected by his plant magic, and no one could stand against him in the village, but during this time, Asta and Yono were passing by Hagi and asked Nozel to help save their village, but Nozel told them that they can handle it themselves. Meanwhile, Nash was trying to attack the transformed wizard with a reckless magic attack to protect Sister Lily, when Asta and Yono descended from the sky like arrows in an extremely magnificent scene, and everyone cheered for the arrival of the village's heroes. Everyone was amazed by their power in the fight against the elves, while the injured father on the ground couldn't believe that they have reached such stage of power. After a little flashback that reminded us of what happened before, let's return to the battle where Yono and Asta were fighting against the elves. Asta told Yono to stay there until he could heal the father. However, Asta tries to heal him with his sword by canceling the magic, but he discovered that it's too late and the poison spread in his body. The father dies, and Asta cried out in sorrow. In his grief, he opened the book and retrieved the third sword that belonged to Licht. Asta held the sword, but its power was immense, and he struggled to control it. After a while, Asta managed to draw out the magic from the father and the other wounded, bringing the father back to life. So he realized that the hope of healing his friends lies within this sword. The elf became angry at Asta for being able to wield Licht's sword. We then flash back and know that this person from the elves was naturally kind and good-hearted, while Asta sensed that the soul of the elf inside this person was suffering and affected by something. At the same time, the elf had activated a self-destruction spell, but Asta knew about it, and with Yono's help, Asta reached this sorcerer and impaled him with the sword in his chest, canceling the spell and restoring him back to his human form. Afterward, Asta and Yono argued about who was stronger, while the children greeted them and the village celebrated their return. After that, we go to the royal palace where the sleeping king was. He woke up to a soldier telling him that the country is in chaos and people are fighting each other. The king said that it's not a sufficient reason for him to wake up. Then he asked the Solider about Julius, and he told him that he had disappeared. When asked about the division's commanders, the Solider said they have transformed and are killing people. The whole Golden Dawn also has transformed, and if ran into him, they would probably kill him. After that, Yono and Asta were eating and explaining what happened to the father, the children, and Lily, and who the elf is. Then the sorcerer, who was an elf a while ago, arrived, apologized to them, and introduced himself as Degipt, a magic knight at the Purple Orca Division, and was in the Forsaken region gathering berries when he suddenly transformed and didn't remember anything until he returned due to Asta's influence. After that, Yono, Asta, and Degipt decided to head to the kingdom and rode on Yono's wind, while the father, Lily, and the children bid them farewell. Then after Yono and Asta had moved for a while, they sensed mana from the elves in the north and south and decided to split up and meet again in the capital city. At this time, Luck jumped from the flying Dimas to attack a village and kill humans. This village was near the place where Magna and Vanessa were training, and so they head to the village, and when they arrived, they found Luck was burning down the entire village. Of course, they don't understand anything and they didn't know about the elves, but Magna sensed that it's not the real Luck, and a fight broke out between Magna and Luck. But Vanessa's cat kept changing fate every time Luck attacked Magna to save him. After Magna attacked Luck several times, Luck dodged it with great speed, so Magna caught Luck and detonated himself to hit him, because he realized that it's the only way he can land a blow. Luck fell to the ground, and Magna restrained him with restraining magic, but Luck's power increased, and lightning came down from the sky, freeing him from the restraints. Meanwhile, Vanessa had exhausted all her magic, and she could no longer change fate. Magna was at the mercy of Luck, but Vanessa used her last power and pulled a thread of fate that connected Asta at that moment, and indeed, Asta arrived. Of course, Luck didn't feel his arrival as Asta has no magic. At this time, the real Luck was crying while the elf Luck was pleased he was going to kill Magna, but Asta arrived and saved Magna from Luck's grasp. Luck then relied on his speed, but discovered that Asta's speed was on par with his own. Meanwhile, Magna camouflaged his attacks to create smoke and hide Asta's presence so he could surprise Luck and attack him. Indeed, Asta managed to hit him, and Vanessa restrained him from one side while Magna restrained him from the other. Then Asta positioned the sword at Luck's chest and brought back the real Luck again. During this time, the real Luck was inside crying, seeing his late mother ready to join her. But then, a beam of light opened up, and Luck realized that his friends had saved him. He told his mother that he found something worth living for, remembering his second family and each member in it. Then he jumped in the light direction while the elf spoke through Luck's mouth, expressing with great kindness that he wished he had human friends like them. After that, the spell was broken, and Luck returned to normal. Magna hugged him, but Asta was saddened because the disappearance of the elf implied that he died, while Luck said that he was smiling before leaving. Then they decided to return to the Black Bull's residence before going to the capital. There, they found Gordon murmuring his spell and Gray in a state of anxiety. They also saw Henry, the house which was damaged, and of course no one knew who Henry is, but Asta informed them that he is a member of the Black Bulls who never left his room due to a condition that drains mana from anyone who gets close to him, and he is the oldest member of the Black Bulls, the owner of the residence. And suddenly, they found Charmy coming towards them and thought she transformed due to the excessive mana released from her. But in reality, she was just angry because the house's destruction ruined her vegetable garden. But when she knew what happened exactly, she prepared food for everyone to restore their strength. Everyone ate, and their mana increased. Of course, Asta has no mana to increase in the first place. Anyway, Henry reconstructed the house into a bull shape, and they moved towards the capital. There are 3 division commanders, who transformed to elves, were destroying an entire village. Meanwhile, from a distance, the Black Bull's mobile residents appeared and penetrated the stone barrier. They made very cool entrance, then Vanessa, Charmy, and Gray saved the people. After that, 3 cannons emerged from the residence with Luck, Magna, and Gordon, on each one attacking the elves with their magic. The elves then launched a combined magic attack, but Asta emerged from one of the cannons and stroked the 3 of them with his sword, defeating them and restoring them to their original state. We then go to Patry, standing by the stone, and we see a flashback of his memories with William, and we find out that Patry was born inside William, and William always felt Patry's presence, causing him pain, sadness, and anger. When William turned 16 and became a magic knight, Patry awakened and started sharing the same body. He empathized with all of Patry's motivations while not wanting to let the Magic Emperor down, and that's why he couldn't take sides, and left the decision to determine who would live up to them. William then bids farewell to Patry, and chose death. Thus, Patry's resurrection was complete, and he placed Licht's spellbook on the stone as a tribute to his spirit, stating that by William's death, no human capable of killing him. Then he decided to head to the capital. After his leaving, Radis woke up, and we find out that he used a death control spell to protect himself and the third person with them from death. Then he took them, and they head to the capital, where the Black Bulls were, to tell them that Patry sacrificed them and that he will stand with them in exchange for seeking revenge against Patry, while Asta told him that he will stand with them to atone for his sins. At that time, An attack occurred on the royal area where the three magical families reside. The attack was carried out by the Golden Dawn Division. Once they enter, Yami and Finral arrived. Behind them was Jack the Ripper. Then Yami, Jack, and Finral teamed up to eliminate the elves at the gate. And after they finished off the elves, Jack told Finral that he was useful in battle and wanted him to join his squad. But Yami told him to stay away from Finral, as he belonged to him, while Finral stood in the middle with his dignity compromised. Meanwhile, the elves were slaughtering the nobles and the royal family inside the Silva mansion, while this girl with green hair killed that big man, the maid in the mansion, and headed towards the room where Solid Silva was located. She entered and found his sister in the room and started attacking her with fog magic to disorient her. But she didn't know where her real copy was. However, by her compass magic, she could hit the original version. At that moment, Nozel, Noel, Zora, and Mimosa arrived outside, and Yami told them follow him to the palace immediately. As soon as they entered the palace, Zora told them that he is not here to protect the royal family, and he would do as he pleased. Then he moved and left them, while Nozel and Noel went to where Solid was, and found him about to be killed. But Nozel appeared and protected him with mercury magic, defending him. After that, Noel attempted her water dragon spell, but the compass changed direction and it failed. However, her siblings were amazed by her power. Meanwhile, the elves cast a spell that surrounded them, making it impossible for anyone to attack, but Noel asked herself what she would do if someone from her division was in this situation. Then she immediately told Nozel to create a mercury bubble to protect them, and she filled the rest of the area with water, compel the elf undo the spell, or drown. Indeed, the elf was forced to cancel the spell, while at the same moment, Nozel restrained them with her mercury magic. Nozel told Noel that when he made her join the Black Bulls, he was protecting her because he knew she was weak, and he thought it would be a suitable division for her and he didn't want to lose her. But eventually he realized that she is strong and has inherited her mother's power, and apologized to her for anything he had done. At that moment, he was stabbed by 3 swords of elf magic, as she broke free from Nozel's restraints. Meanwhile, a new spell was being wrote in Noel's book, and she transformed, revealing her true power. She then casted a spell, forming the Valkyrie water manipulation shield. Then she flew, and we find out that she created mana waves that allowed her to move through the air with incredible speed and agility, just like her mother did in combat, but her mother's element was mercury. Anyway, after some maneuvers, Noel managed to attack the elf, destroy her compass, and defeat her. But at the same time, 6 more elf appeared, and Noel's remaining magic was not enough to deal with all of them. But with the first attack, Zora's spell activated, doubling the attack and countering the elves' assault, and returned it back on them. After that, Zora appeared with Pablo, the Silva family's servant, who treated the remaining injuries while Zora taunted them, mocking them for being royals who can't protect themselves, even though their magic was stronger than the common people's. Nozel overheard the conversation and stood up, enhancing his body's capabilities with magic, and they all cooperated to defeat the elves by a combination of Noel's attack, Nozel's attack, and Zora's attack, which shifted the battle in their favor, while the elves were surprised by Zora's magic, as they have never seen it before. Then we moved to Vermilion Palace, where the elves were lost due to Kirsch's magic. Meanwhile, Kirsch, Mimosa, and Klaus were in the upper floor using their magic to help people escape. But one of the elves named David appeared, and told them there is no need to fight, as they all are already going to die. We returned to the palace of the king, where Langris was present, and his parents were also there, and he was literally torturing them. The king's magic was very weak and hilarious against Langris's magic, and Langris easily cancelled it. Venice tried to stop Langris, but he attempted to kill her. That was when Finral appeared and protected her while Yami and Jack tried to attack Langris. But Langris has cast an automatic spell that defends against any attack. Finral told his father to escape and leave the rest to him, but his father told him that he could do nothing against Langris's magic when he is just a means of transportation. Then Yami threw him in one of the teleportation centers and threw Langris's mother and Venice after him, while the king shouted at them, as they were supposed to help him escape first. And if you ask me, my dear viewer, I would say that I wish Langris would kill the king and free us from his bad influence. Anyway, Finral tried to help the king escape, but Langris stopped him at the last moment. However, Jack created a hole in the ground to throw the king in to enable him escape. Then Langris attacked, but Yami blocked it, Jack blocked it, and Finral blocked it. Meanwhile, Jack managed to counter Langris's attack, and tried with Yami to attack Langris simultaneously. However, Langris created a hole in the ground and threw them into it, telling Finral to bring it on, but Finral got injured while trying to make Jack and Yami return. Langris then went crazy, and his magic reached a terrifying level that no one could match. At that moment, Finral came up with an idea that Langris wouldn't notice any weak magic when he is in this state, and indeed, Finral attacked him and teleported him in front of him, hitting him in the face, causing Langris to fall unconscious. Finral then entered inside Langris, found him scared and pulled him out. Then Finral and Langris were unconscious while the Demas was approaching. Patri reached it and met Josh and Mari. Then we find out that their goal was to take the last stone from Yono and place it in a specific location in the royal palace to amplify their hatred and kill the rest of humanity, creating the ideal city. Later, we see Raya standing with Veto and Fana after they returned again, and we find out that after their deaths, Raya managed to place their souls in a new vessel so they returned stronger than before. Then we go to the surface of the Demas where everyone was gathered, and Patri asked about Yuno. However, Raya told him that for some reason, he has retained his personality after the reincarnation, and each member of the Midnight Sun Eye stood on a drawing on the surface of the Demas. Then a gate opened from the royal palace, revealing it to be the gateway to the underworld beneath the royal palace. Once the last magic stone is placed in its designated spot in the palace, the gate will open and the souls of humans will be released into the underworld, while the souls of the elves will return to their rightful place, completing the resurrection. At the same time, all in the Demas were initiating an attack upon the Magic Knights. Meanwhile, Yami told Jack that fighting against that overwhelming number without spatial magic of Finral would be a problem. As he was talking, suddenly, the mobile home of the Black Bulls appeared, and they enter with a cool way as usual while Luck, Gordon, Magna, and Sally attacked using cannons, and Vanessa redirected any attack on them with her magic. At that moment, Patri noticed Vanessa's magic and realized that she could be troublesome. Then for the first time since the beginning of the anime, we hear the voice of Dorothy, the commander of the Coral Peacock, saying that she would deal with them. Dorothy's magic is revealed for the first time in the anime, and her magic was related to the dream world. After that, part of the residents disappeared, and no one understood what was happening or the nature of her attack. Luck, Magna, Sally, Vanessa, and Charmy also disappeared, and we know from Kirsch that whenever Dorothy's magic is activated, her targets are transported to the dream world. Meanwhile, Josh and Patri combined their magic and destroyed the residents and everyone fell, but Gordon saved them with his magic along with Gray. After that, Licht and the others head to the underworld, leaving Goosh and Mary to deal with the rest. Yami, Jack, and Radis followed them, and Yami told the team that they could handle it, but Gooch's power was invincible, and Marie's magic immobilized anyone who looked at her, while Asta was struggling, but he kept shouting his famous line, "I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet." Then he drew the magic with his new sword and freed the rest of the team. Each of them expressed how much they missed Josh, and he telling in unison that they would help him return to his normal again. We see the remaining members of the Black Bulls in the dream world while the captain of the Coral Peacock appeared, and we find out that she controls the world from every aspect with very terrifying and unlimited power, and anything she imagines becomes reality. Then she tried to kill them, but Vanessa's cat kept changing their fate each time, but she attacked again with water magic, but Sally comes up with an idea. She used Luck's lightning magic to ionize the water, and then with Magna's fire it would explode. This actually happened, but it's still not enough to destroy her. Afterward, they all started feeling drowsy because they were in the dream world, which makes sense. Anyway, Charmy fell asleep because she ate too much, while the others struggled to stay awake. However, Sally came up with a brilliant idea to make Dorothy think about eyeglasses, as anything Dorothy thinks about appears, so they wondered how they could take advantage of this, and Sally suggests they need an exit. Then, indeed, the exit appeared. Meanwhile, Asta was immobilized by Marie's magic and bounded by it, but he decided to sacrifice himself by absorbing all of Gauche's magic and getting closer to him, knowing he would die. At that moment, Henry remembered his past. He was born into a noble family but had a weak body, and was close to death, so his family abandoned him in the forest house, and he lived like a dead person until he met Yami and became a member of the Black Bulls. And we return again to the dream world, where they were already on the verge of escaping. But as Dorothy imagined the exit, she also imagined a lock that closed all the exits. But Luck came up with a crazy idea and whispered it to the others softly. Then Dorothy attacked them, which made Magna got angry and attacked with fire, creating smoke, making the vision, and with using Charmy's cotton and Magna's fire, they created a dummy of Dorothy. Then indeed, the real Dorothy's consciousness appeared in her mind, and another real Dorothy showed up. After that, a fight ensued between them in the dream world, as both of them have control on it. Imagine a fight in the dream world. You might find someone riding a banana and running. At the same time, Henry had already jumped and absorbed Gauche's magic and was about to die, but Asta intervened. He went to save him. Then he fought Gauche until he finished him until the real Gauche came out, along with Marie. But when he woke up, he told them that he was unthankful, doesn't care about any of them, and doesn't trust them, also questioned why they saved him. but soon they hug and stick together. Soon after, the reality shattered, and the part that was in the dream world came out, along with the unconscious Dorothy. Then Charmy fed them to replenish their strength. After that, Mireio and her brother Farmelion appeared. Asta was happy to see Farmelion is alive. At the same time, a group of elite magic knights from the Golden Dawn transformed into elves appeared, and they want to kill them. So Mireio suggested that they head to the palace as there was no time to deal with all of them. However, Vanessa told her to leave, and she would handle them, while Magna told Asta that he should go with them, because they would surely need his sword there. And Kirsch suggested that they would need someone with healing magic. So he told Mamasu to go with them, while she sarcastically remarked that it's the first time Kirsch says something good. Noel was about to burn with fury because nobody told her to go, but her older brother, Solid, appeared from above and told her that she must go because she is stronger than him, and that he will surpass her when he returns as he is her older brother. Noel was delighted that he finally admitted it, and they greet each other. Then they all entered the tunnel that leads to the palace, but on their way, their mana was affected by the strong power at the entrance and they fall. But they separated, and each ended up in a different location, while Mamasu and Asta ended up together. Then Mamasu used her magic, location magic, to determine the positions, and she realized that the elves and their team were moving, so she and Asta moved together, and they ended up with Real, while Noelle walked alone and woke up on her own. Then she ended up with Vanna, and Farmelion ended up with Kaiser, the commander of the Purple Orca, after he transformed into an elf. The battle began. Kaiser's magic was whirlwinds, and Farmelion attack disappeared in front of Kaiser's defensive magic. At the same time, Mario was fighting Veto, and Veto kept escaping while Mario said she hasn't enjoyed a fight since her battle with her brother Farmelion. We then know that when they were younger, she was the strongest sister, and she refused to join the Magic Knights and decided to discover more powerful magic places. Her brother asked her to fight him when he knew her decision, and their battle was called the Battle of Fire and Blood regarding its enormous power. Anyway, Mario approached Veto to finish him off, and Farmelion was about to finish Kaiser. Then both of them said in unison that as their older sister and older brother, they must become stronger. Then we go to the fight between Fauna and Noel, where Noel decided that she must use all her magic abilities that she was afraid to use before because she wasn't in control of them, as she realized that this is the complete version of Fauna. She attacked Fauna with a spell that incorporated all her magic, but Fauna returned to her original state with healing magic, as if nothing happened to her. Meanwhile, Asta and Mamasu were struggling against the monsters from all directions, but Asta was still unable to use his black form. Then Asta got the idea of teaming up with Mamasu so that her healing magic can be with him. At that time, Yono arrived outside and finished all the remaining elves with the help of all the scattered magic knights in the kingdom. Yono then asked about Asta, and they inform him that he's inside, but the gate of the palace was closed. However, Yono's necklace illuminated and opened a path for them to enter the palace. Charmy was astonished, and she jumped immediately inside, but once they enter, they got separated again, and Charmy ended up with Asta. Then we see her trying to feed Real the elf, but he threw away the food, which made Charmy very pissed, and used her giant sheep spell. However, Real landed a single blow on Charmy, and she fell unconscious. Asta was about to shout as usual when he felt a terrifying magic coming from her direction, and her giant sheep transformed into a powerful giant wolf, and her body grew bigger and returned to normal. Her spellbook appearance also changed. We then find out that Charmy herself knew that she is half human and half dwarf. Dwarves, like the elves, are a race that existed long ago but died out, and they could combine between two types of magic. Charmy's magic was eating magic, where the wolf eats all the monsters. Charmy continuously stroked Real in because he threw off her food and told Asta to move as she would finish Real and catch up with him. Meanwhile, Noel wished that Asta were there as he is the only one who could face Fauna. Then suddenly Jack appeared to support Noel, but she is annoyed because it's not Asta. After that, we move on to Yono, who was attacking Raya, Patri, and Ronnie very bravely. Real realized that he had mastered the power of the elf and could control it good. At that time, Licht attacked Yono with a barrage of arrows, but Yono quickly evaded them. Ronnie then approached Yono. However, Yono found Ronnie's power strange and doesn't understand what was happening when suddenly, the Yono's necklace ended up in Ronnie's hand. And Raya told Ronnie, "Well done." Ronnie then said, "Finally, we will set things right and return them to their proper state." But Raya noticed that Ronnie was lying. And we discover that Raya knew all along that their human friend was not responsible for their deaths. But he didn't want to reveal it because the hatred toward the elves remained among the humans. Then Raya questioned Ronnie, asking why he was lying. But suddenly Ronnie created a hole in Raya's stomach, causing him to fall while Ronnie explained that the 3 cloverleaf petals represent trust, hope, and love. The fourth one represents luck, and the fifth one represents the devil. Then he placed the stone in the center of the platform, revealing a black entity in the middle, and a black spirit left Ronnie and joined the entity, which then took the form of the true devil. The devil thanked Patry for his efforts in carrying out the ritual, while Patry didn't understand anything and thought that everything was done to fulfill Licht's wish. But the devil told Patry that he was the one responsible for the massacre of elves by the humans, and added that manipulating humans was easy because they were greedy and desired power, while the elves allowed him to deceive them and exact his revenge in a way that would exactly set him free. He continued that they were all fools. Meanwhile, Patry attempted to attack him, but the devil's magical power is talking that makes anything he says come true. Whatever he said would happen, an absolute and terrifying power. He ordered Patry's attack to return, but Yono saved him because that's William's body. Asta and Memasu arrived, and the devil made stakes emerge from the ground and executed Patry right in front of Asta and Yono. Then they combined their magic, Yono's and Asta's, and launched an attack on the devil. But the devil counterattacked from above, with falling from the sky. However, their unity repelled the devil's magic, with Asta's sword made of anti-magic and Yono's wind magic, and they managed to scratch the devil, albeit with a minor wound. The devil said that he would destroy them because they dared to get close to him. At that moment, we find out that when someone with a 4-leaf clover spellbook succumbs to despair, the spellbook transforms into a 5-leaf clover spellbook, which is the devil's. And it actually happened to Patry as he took possession of his spellbook and transformed him into their strongest form from the elf, which was the black elf form to kill of Yono and Asta. After that, the devil walked away to see what's happening outside, leaving the rest to Patry. Then Asta, Yono, and Patry engaged in battle. Asta fought against the devil with his sword. Yono was on the defensive and Patry was very powerful, and suddenly he unleashed his full power, just like when he was going to kill Yami. Patry performed the self-destruction magic technique and was under the control of the devil due to hatred, but Asta noticed and quickly moved before they could be killed. Then, Nozel appeared and protected them, blocking the attack. And we find out that every magic has a counter nature, and the worst enemy of Patari's magic is Nozel's mercury magic. Anyway, Nozel told Patry that he would avenge Farmillion, then he beat the hell out of him and created a prison of mercury to trap Patry in it. However, Patry attacked Nozel, but Nozel countered all his attacks and defeated him, restraining him with mercury magic and intended to kill him, but Asta asked for a chance to try to heal him. At the same time, Raya felt guilty towards Patry, because if he hadn't kept silent and spoke out that Lumiere was falsely accused of what happened to the elf, all this wouldn't have happened. Anyway, Asta entered Patari's inner world and delves into his painful memories, managing to heal him and made him return to his original nature. After that, we move on to the devil in the upper floor after he met Licht. He told him that after failing to take the 4-leaf clover spellbook from him, he took it from someone dear to Licht. While Licht, he became angry and attacked him, launching one attack after another, until Charlotte the elf showed up and tried to protect Licht. At the same time, Yami showed up too, while Finral woke up and found Asta's bird, Nero, in front of him, asking him to take it to the statue of the first magic emperor in Hagi village, as there is no time to waste. We go back to Yami, who is not able to repel the devil's attacks anymore. However, he realized that the devil's power has limits, as until now, he hasn't ordered to kill them. Meanwhile, Licht, Yami, and Charlotte was attacking the devil from different sides, but the devil took out the spellbook and used it for the first time, unleashing a spell that filled the area with a strange, slimy substance that absorbs magic from anyone it touches. Meanwhile, Finral and Nero was collecting the magic stones and heading towards the statue of the first magic emperor. Then after arranging the stones in a specific way on the statue, Lumiere was brought back to life. But of course, Finral was standing there, not understanding what was happening while Nero transformed into a beautiful girl, and Finral was infatuated with her. Anyway, Finral asked Lumiere how he is still alive, and Lumiere revealed that Sikri, which was Nero's real name, used her sealing magic to seal him 500 years ago to prevent him from dying. After that, they used Lumiere's magic and quickly headed towards the palace. Then we go back to a flashback, where we find out that 500 years ago, Sikri was from a noble family. However, when they discovered that her magic was sealing magic, they made her serve the prince. But when she met Lumiere, he was inventing magical tools, and was different from others as he was inventing tools for distributing magic among people. Anyway, he realized her true magic power and benefited from it. At that time, she discovered that the elves were his friends. Then, on a joyful day celebrating his sister's wedding, the devil, possessing a member of the royal court, manifested and restrained Lumiere to take his body, and it is revealed that he took advantage of the noble's greed and their desire for power to make them kill the elves and take their magic using a tool from Lumiere's magical tools. After that, Lumiere managed to free himself from the devil and quickly headed towards the elves to warn them. However, he found his sister and everyone else dead while Licht was controlled by the devil and despair was increasing. So Licht asked Lumiere to kill him before he could destroy everyone. Then he transformed into the devil, the one we see at the beginning of each episode. Turned out to be Licht pleading Lumiere from inside to kill him. Meanwhile, Sikri was crying, but she tried to absorb Licht's attack using the magic absorbing tool to absorb Licht's magic and reflect it back on him so she could destroy him. And indeed, that happened. Licht launched tremendous attack to destroy the village while Lumiere tried to absorb it with his tool, but Licht's magic proved it's stronger than the tool. Then, after a great and sorrowful battle, Lumiere destroyed Licht and killed him, while the humans was shouting with Licht's name and the devil acknowledged his defeat. But Sikri used forbidden magic to seal the devil, losing a part of her humanity in the process. After that, Lumiere was on the verge of death, so Sikri used the forbidden magic to seal him inside a statue in order to keep him alive. Then, unfortunately, Sikri transformed into a bird due to the effects of her forbidden magic, while the devil scattered Licht's magic stones throughout the kingdom before his death, and Sikri lived for 500 years in the form of a bird. And then we return to the present where Asta arrived at the location of the devil, and the scattered substance didn't affect him, much to the devil's annoyance. At the same time, Lumiere and Sikri entered while Asta and Yono were not believing that this was really Lumiere in front of them. Simultaneously, Sikri used her spell to fully release Licht's soul, restoring him to his full power. After his return, Licht cried and embraced Patari, who also shed tears. It was an emotional moment, and personally I shed tears too. Meanwhile, Lumiere Licht stood together and decided to get rid of the devil. So they launched attacks one after another, but it was not enough. Asta also tried, but even his attacks were not enough. Afterward, Licht enhanced his power, harnessing the power of all the elves and attacked the devil with the devil-settled sword, and he succeeded. However, unfortunately, the devil renews himself. Meanwhile, as a result of Licht's attack, Yami and Charlotte descended to the lower floor, where Yami revealed that due to a certain curse, his dark magic can affect the devil. He also stated that the only other person who might have a chance is Asta. At this point, Asta's power reaches a stage that he couldn't fully control yet, which caused his movements to become erratic. Since it was his first time reaching this stage, he struggled to maintain control and was flying around seemingly doomed, but Lumiere managed to save him. However, the devil stroked Lumiere to isolate Asta and focus on him. Asta was suffering as he tried to gain control over his power. Meanwhile, Sikri contemplated sealing Asta because he could become dangerous. However, Lumiere assured her that Asta will take control of the situation. Then Asta and Yono's powers increased. Asta gained control over his power, his sword grew in size, and the magic cancellation exploded out of him. Yono also used his power to create a sword from it. After that, Asta and Yono launched a dual attack, and after their initial attack, we find out that the devil uses his magic to keep his heart beating. Therefore, the only useful strikes against him are the ones that hit his heart. Then Yami decided to launch a decisive dimensional attack using his full power, and he synchronized it with Asta's final attack, and they finally eliminate the devil. And now, I'll leave you with a part of the fight. Thrilling moment with the death of the devil. After that, and when the devil was on the verge of disappearing, the devil inside Asta appeared and said to the other devil, "Oh, my master." It was clear they knew each other. Anyway, he said goodbye to him, calling him an idiot. Meanwhile, the devil vanished, but his magic that devours other magic remained, while Asta's body was totally consumed after the final attack. He couldn't even stand on his own and Yono supported him. Meanwhile, everyone in the castle was escaping, and they were on the verge of death. However, Valtos appeared and used his spatial magic to teleport them all outside the castle. After they escaped, the matter was not yet resolved, as all the elves in the Kingdom of Clover doesn't know the truth yet, and they were still killing humans. So Licht needed to communicate with them in some way, and here, Patry decided to get William back. Then through his World Tree magic and Licht's magic, they could communicate with all the elves and tell them the truth. and the humans' bodies returned to normal again. Indeed, this happened, and Patari walked away after an emotional farewell while William appeared. After that, all the elves knew the truth and decided to leave the bodies they inhabited. Licht was leaving the body he possessed, while Raya, Veto, and Fauna discovered that their souls were still inside their bodies and wouldn't leave them. Licht left, then Radis then used a technique from his spells to bring Patari back into the artificial Licht body and told him that he won't let him die easily, and one day, he will return to kill him. After that, Mamasu healed Asta, who was in pain due to his entire body being hurt. Then she asked him about Lumiere, saying who that is. And he told her that he's the first magic emperor, and beside him Nero, the bird. Meanwhile, the body of the first magic emperor disintegrated, carried away by the wind, in a touching moment between him and Sikri. After that, we go to Yami and William, who were searching for the corpse of the first magic emperor in the supposed burial site. But they found a child coming towards them. Then we find out that it's Julius, the magic emperor, and that he was storing his time in a magical tool he discovered. It's something similar to when you create a save point in a game so that you don't have to start from the beginning when you die. This tool is the same one Lumiere and Seeker invented. Anyway, Julius held a meeting with Asta, Mimasu, Noel, Sikri, and Yami, where he explained that there are 3 problems. First, he lost most of his power because he went back in time to be 13 years old boy, and there is only 1 page left in his spellbook. Second, there is no existence for the Magic Emperor, while the third problem is that they must execute Asta, or the Clover Kingdom would be destroyed because Asta is the source of his devil's power and curse. Julius explained that there are 3 neighboring kingdoms: Diamond, which seek to impose their authority; Heart, which not much is known about, but they should be careful towards them as they have very unique magic; last but not least, Spade, the Demon Kingdom, a kingdom of wickedness where demons reside. Then Julius said that currently, all the Magic Knights are consumed because of what happened, and some of them have turned against them, so they need to hold a trial. And since most of the Magic Knights are nobles and royals, they will bring the matter to the Magic Parliament, where they will execute Asta and sacrifice him because he is just a peasant. It's really an extreme act of cruelty and racism. And then we go and see the Magic King, who thanks Seiki for saving him, although Seiki didn't understand anything and saved him by coincidence. Then a group of masked nobles appeared to assassinate the king and take over the throne, with the elves being the scapegoats. But Damnatio appeared with his magic of scale, capable of tipping the scales in any battle, and he defeated them. Afterward, Asta was taken to the court, and they tried everything to prove that he has a devil inside him, but Asta refused in every possible way. However, Damnatio used Marie, who has turned against the kingdom, to present her for trial, as either Asta confesses to having a devil and gets executed, or Marie gets executed. At that moment, the execution sentence was being carried out on Marie when Asta transformed into his devil form and told them, "I really am a devil, but I'm not the one who did it, IWA is the one who saved you." But of course, none of those nobles believed him, and their decision is that Asta is guilty and must be executed, along with Sikri. Meanwhile, Yami bursted in with all the Black Bulls, storming the trial and breaking down the walls, telling them that if they lay a finger on any member of his division, he'd rebel against the kingdom for his sake. Then he dressed Sekri in the attire of the Black Bulls and announced him as a member, creating a chilling moment. After that, he used his sword against Damnatio and was about to slice him into 2 halves when Nozel and Farmillion appeared, delivering a message to Damnatio that the Magic Emperor ordered the Black Bulls to prove their innocence, investigate the matter of the devil, while Nozel and Farmillion will take responsibility for Asta. They implant a tracking device on Asta in front of everyone to reassure them. And then we see Damnatio and Julius, where Damnatio asked Julius about the reason for all this chaos. Julius told him that Asta is innocent and that he is confident he will trust him in the end. He says that Asta shouldn't be punished. However, Damnatio insisted that Asta must be sacrificed for the sake of the remaining Magic Knights, and if Julius made the wrong decision, he would face execution. The Black Bulls arrived at the place of their residence, where they found it in ruins, and they couldn't even remember how it was like, so they figured out that they couldn't rebuild it properly. However, Asta suggested that each member states their wish, and Henry will fulfill everyone's request in the new residence. During this conversation, Yami realized that the beasts he was raising had disappeared, so he literally compelled the whole team to search for them. Then, the team set off on a mission to search for the missing beasts, with Magna and Luck fighting up, Vanessa getting drunk as usual, Charmy eating like she was a starvation survivor, and Finral still the same. Then suddenly, Asta heard a noise and rushed to the source, where he found Magna and Luck unconscious. They barely told him to go after Captain Yami. But when Asta reached Yami, he found the captain playing with the beasts, and everyone was fine. The monsters were just playing around with them. Meanwhile, Henry constructed the residence according to everyone's requests. It resembles a disco as requested by Magna, has wine fountain for Vanessa, a large kitchen for Charmy, and a single room for all, as suggested by Gordon. However, Yami's perspective shows that everything they asked was just a trash, and the division returned to the restored residence as it was before. The next day, Asta woke up, cleaned up, and tidied up the residence. Afterward, Yami told him that they need to start searching for information about the devil, and the first person they should approach was Charlotte, since she was cursed, so they headed to the hospital to meet Charlotte, who was with Sol telling her about Yami's heroic act with her. And Charlotte realized that it wasn't just a dream, and they were connected when the elf possessed her body. Charlotte then started to think and looked beside her, finding Yami who came to visit her. She wondered if he was going to confess his love, so she became nervous and started running. She kept running for a while, then she stopped, and after a long contemplation, she realized that she loved him and won't be able to stay away from him. She gathered herself together and decided to confess her feelings to him. The next day, she gathered her division and admitted that she liked Yami for a long time, and she is willing to give up the leadership of the division. However, their response was quite the opposite of what she expected. They tried to help her attract Yami's attention. Coincidentally, Yami happened to be at the residence with Asta at the same time. Charlotte stood before him, trying to gather her courage to confess, but he told her that he knew she hates him and hates being around him. At this moment, Charlotte was taken aback and couldn't find the right words to respond. Luckily, Asta intervened and tried to fix the situation, saying that she trusts Yami. He also mentioned that he saw Noel doing similar things and knew that her true feelings were that she trusts him. On the other side, Charlotte tried to handle the awkward situation, then, finally, she asked Yami to invite her to dinner. At night, in the restaurant, in a poetic moment, Yami asked Charlotte if he could ask her about something. Charlotte thought he might be asking her to marry him, so she braced herself for it, but he surprised her by asking about her curse, and by this, he shattered her expectations, and her heart raced with tension. She told him that if he wants to know about the curse, the person who can help him the most is Gordon, as his family specializes in curses. So Yami went to Gordon and asked for his family's assistance with the devil's curse. Meanwhile, Gordon recalled his family's magic and the reason he despised them. They used curse magic to harm and kill people, so he left them but has no problem returning to them for Asta's sake. Then he rode his broom while Yami warned Gooch and Gray that if they didn't accompany him, he would finish them, so they quietly went with him. Then when they arrived at what seemed to be an eerie, haunted house, they entered and encountered a father, mother, grandmother, and sister. They all looked like Gordon in a strange way. The father invited them to dinner, and during the meal, Gordon asked his father for help with Asta's matter, and he led them to a chamber of experiments, filled with skulls and dead animals, then used his magic to measure Asta's temperature. They discovered that Gordon's father abandoned the family business to become a doctor, using his curses for healing people. We then go to Doris, the commander of the Coral Peacocks, where Noel went to her asking to know more about the reason for her mother's death. And we find out that Nozel told Noel that the reason for their mother's death was not her, as there is another reason, and if she wanted to know it, she should go to Doris. After that, Doris took her to the dream world, as talking about this topic might curse them if discussed in the real world. And there in the dream world, we find out that Noel's mother died due to a curse from a demon named Magicula. It is most likely the key to saving Asta. The next day, Gordon's father told them that the key they were looking for is in the Heart Kingdom. After that, Asta returned to the residence, and when Yami asked him about Gordon, Asta said that he will need some time to train with his father and they need to go to the Heart Kingdom. As the information that could clear them is there, Yami agreed, but at night he refused to go there as their borders are dangerous, and they don't allow anyone to enter, so Noel suggested that Mimosa might help them as she had been there before. Then Yami asked Funeral to teleport them there. After that, we see Finral went to visit his brother, who was still as evil as he was, blaming Finral because he proved that he's a good wizard unlike him, while Finral told him that he would become even stronger and prove himself worthy to be the head of the Vaude family and worthy of Venice. Then we see Noel and Asta sitting with Mamasu, and we find out that she indeed went to Heart Kingdom with her brother when she was 13 years old. The kingdom is peaceful, and their power source could not be the demons, but natural mana, and she told them she would submit a request for traveling to the Heart Kingdom. After that, we go to the port and see Asta, Noel, Mamasu, and Finral bidding farewell to their friends. They set sail, but the fog became extremely thick. Once they passed through the fog, they were amazed by the beauty of the kingdom. Then someone appeared introducing himself as Gaga, their guide in the kingdom. They found themselves on a blocked path, but Gaga created a staircase for them. The entire kingdom was under the control of the Queen's mana zone, and she had made agreements with powerful mana users and water priests. Meanwhile, and suddenly, Asta was kidnapped from the midst of the group, while Gaga claimed that Asta's death is crucial for maintaining peace. Finral quickly teleported the girls away to safety. Gaja said that funeral power may cause troubles, as he was evaluated to be 3rd level. Then we find out that there was a scale from 0, lowest, to 9, highest, in this kingdom to measure magic power. After that, Gaja used lightning magic while Noel demonstrated her new power in a battle against him. Gaja revealed the true magic of the Heart Kingdom and summons a giant lightning cloud, but the team disappeared then, out of the blue. They launched a combined attack against Gaja, who believed they had escaped. Meanwhile, Asta encountered the water spirit and got trapped underwater, but Sikri came to his rescue. Then Asta ran towards a place to take a breath, and he was sure he saw someone there, but he found no one. After walked for a while, he found a girl wearing glasses and sleeping on a stuffed animal. It seemed like she is the queen. And then we return to Gaga, who survived the attack as the protective spell on his body shielded him. Afterwards, he apologized to them and clarified that the purpose of the fight was merely to gauge their combat abilities, nothing more. Meanwhile, we discover that the queen was afflicted with a curse from the demon named Magicula, the same demon that killed Noel's mother, and the queen is destined to die within a year, so they need their help to save her life. At that time, Magna, Luck, and Vanessa were on the borders of the Diamond Kingdom, carrying out a reconnaissance mission, and they witnessed someone from the Spade Kingdom killing 14 Diamond Kingdom mages, all of whom are at the rank of commanders. It was the first time that Luck was seen so scared. Later, we see Gaga took the rest of team to meet the queen, where they reunite with Asta and Nero, and the queen requested their help in the battle against the demon, because all the mages in the Heart Kingdom draw their power from natural elements like water, fire, and lightning, which won't be enough to defeat the demon, while the advanced magic of the Clover Kingdom, which involves concepts beyond nature, like spatial magic, curse magic, Nero's seal magic, and Asta's anti-magic, holds the key to overpowering the demon. The queen then offered to share vital information with them in exchange for their assistance. They decided to contact the Magic Emperor, and he agreed. After that, the queen told them that with their current level, they won't be able to face the demon, and they need to spend the next 6 months getting stronger and recruiting anyone who could stand against the demon. Then we know that this demon is in the Spade Kingdom and has control over it and planning to invade the rest of the kingdoms. So the Magic Emperor decided to form an alliance with the Heart Kingdom to stand against the Spade Kingdom's invasion, and asked Marcus to gather all the commanders. And we go to the residence of the Black Bulls, where Asta and the others had already arrived and explained the situation to Yami and the rest. Yami also informed them about what Magna and the others had seen, and they all agreed that in the upcoming 6 months, they need to become stronger, while Yami told them that they are free to go anywhere or accompany anyone during these 6 months to become stronger. We see all the commanders on stage, and the people were cheering for them, especially for William, whom they consider their savior. Anyway, the king appeared, accompanied by his new servant, Seki. The king tried to look serious, but it turned out to see him look so funny. Then we see the Magic Emperor, Julius, send his doctor in disguise instead of him to hide what happened. Shortly after, Yami and Jack entered while fighting each other, causing chaos. Later, all the commanders and the Magic Emperor held a meeting with Asta, Noel, and Mimasu present. After some foolishness from Yami towards Charlotte, the Magic Emperor explained the economic situation of the kingdom and the problem they face with the Spade Kingdom. So he decided to enter a war with the Spade Kingdom 6 months later. Then he Marcus to let Gilder in and offered Gilder to pardon him in exchange for all his wealth to the kingdom's treasury for its economic recovery, and Gilder accepted the offer. Then the Magic Emperor announced that all the commanders' salaries will be reduced by half. While everyone else agreed due to their noble and royal backgrounds, Yami and Jack objected. However, they were told that the decision is made by the majority and cannot be reversed. After that, Yuno, Asta, Noel, and Nero headed to the village of Hagi for a quick trip to visit the father and the children. The father was proud of them, and they discovered that they have established a school to teach magic to the children. Meanwhile, Nero was seen throwing flowers at the statue of the first Magic Emperor. After a day in the village of Hage, they returned to their residence, where all the Black Bulls were surprised by the entrance of Mario, who literally kidnapped division members for training. After a while, they arrived at the volcano, and Asta thought they'll climb it again, but Mario told them that they will descend beneath it, as there is a region with powerful mana suitable for training. They all reinforced their bodies with mana to be able to move in this high mana region, and Asta reinforced his body with anti-magic. While in this area, Charmy went fishing and got attacked by a giant spider, but he escaped once Magna and Luck arrived. However, it appeared again and attacked Noel, and Asta tried to save her. Meanwhile, Mirio explained that the spider does not appear in her presence due to her strong mana, and she brought them as bait to lure it out. She did so because their mana is weak compared to hers, making them easier targets for the spider. She is a really evil. Anyway, they discovered that the spider actually lives in a Demas, where its entrance is nearby, and here Mario got excited about exploring the Demas, while Farmillion mentioned that he had sent word to the capital, and they may receive new orders soon. While waiting, Charmy prepared food for them, and they enjoy their meal. but Leo informed his sister that he wants to explore the Demas. She strongly opposed him and teased him for not being able to defeat a giant spider inside a curse. Then, after arguing and fighting, she eventually told him to go explore if he wants to. Meanwhile, they received a call from Marcus informing them that the Demas is supposed to contain a cursed magical artifact, and any treasures they find will be important for the queen to return to its natural state. After the call ended, Commander Farmillion decided that the group entering the domain will consist of Noelle, Asta, Magna, Luck, Leo, and Randall. Inside the Demas, Asta triggered the first trap, but cut it with his sword, deactivating it. After that, Randall used his wind magic to reveal all the traps, and they found 3 paths. Luck and Magna went in a path, Noel and Asta went in another one, while Leo and Randall went in the last one. In one of the paths, Asta and Noel encountered various traps but managed to overcome them until they face a pool of lava, so Asta quickly carried Noel and escaped from the lava. Meanwhile, Leopold and Randall found the entrance to the Demas, guarded by the giant spider and rock soldiers under its control. At this time outside the Demas, Asta, Noel, Magna, and Luck were playing with a box that has legs. Meanwhile, inside the Demas, Leo and Randall performed well in the cave, using their combination of fire and wind magic against the rock soldiers. However, the situation changed when the giant spider captured Randall with its thread, leaving Leo to face it alone. As Leo was fighting the spider, he realized that he is fond of challenges like Asta. At this time, Asta and the others felt guilty for leaving Leo fighting alone, so they appeared suddenly to back up him, but he told them that his desire was to fight the spider alone to push his limits. Then he recalled the feeling he felt while fighting with the elves, as he could tap into his mana perception and use the surrounding mana to empower himself briefly. And indeed, he unleashed a powerful attack that returned the spider to its original form and broke the curse. Then they discovered that the cursed artifact was inside the spider all along. After the battle, Leo collapsed from exhaustion while Asta and the others were arguing about who was the strongest. Anyway, when Asta handed the artifact to Mereo, she realized that it's broken due to Leo's attack. So she ordered them to return back to the Demas and search for any valuable items while she and the rest of the team takes a break and relaxes on the hot springs. After a while, the Black Bulls were in the city of Rakoi, where they were training due to its unique mana properties. They also moved their residence there until the end of the training period. During one of their training sessions, Noel heard a song that reminded her of her mother. She thought she might be imagining it, but later heard the song again while eating inside the residence. Curious about the source of the song, she rushed outside towards the water. Asta followed her, and she asked him if he heard the song, but he denied hearing it. Suddenly, Kahono and Kaito appeared from the water, looking worried. Later, they discovered that the city was under attack by the Sea Guards, and many of their fighters were injured. The grandfather asked for their help. Yami initially refused, but Noel insisted on going with them. After some discussion, Yami agreed, telling Finral to join them and ensuring that if anything happened, he would bring everyone safely, even if it costed his life. After that, they headed to the location of the Sea Guards, where they were attacked by fish-like monsters that seemed to have transformed for an unknown reason. Kaito and Kahono fought back, and ironically, Noel didn't protect them. Instead, they protected her, so Finral told her to return, and he will bring the others and come after her. But suddenly, a powerful monster from the depths broke the bubble, causing Kahono's mask to fly off, and she started suffocating along with Finral. Then in a sad flashback about Noel's mother, she realized she must avenge her. Noel used her natural water mana to create bubbles around everyone, providing them with air. They defeat the fish-like monsters, and it turned out that the Kraken was the Guardian, which Noelle effortlessly defeated with her immense power. They then moved to an ancient location, where they encountered a sea creature, and Kahono sang while Kaito danced in front of it. Then it gave birth. And it turned out that the creature was pregnant, and all the other creatures were trying to protect it. As it got closer, Noel saw an image of her mother, and it became evident that her mother was once there. Anyway, after their adventure, they returned to land and share a heartfelt moment of gratitude and joy. Finally, the Black Bulls returned to their natural residence, and after a few days of culinary training, Charmy prepared a devilish dish that was about to end up destroying the whole place. However, Asta and the others managed to eat the meal and finish it. Later, we see Gordon training with Asta, but he realized that he was weak compared to Asta. So he decided to leave and isolate himself in the poison forest to regain his power as he became weaker since left his isolation. However, unfortunately, as a fool, Gordon's bag got stolen by monkeys, leaving him without food and water for days. Then he encountered a fierce wolf, which he tried to fight, but his attacks have no effect. After some time, Gordon realized that his power comes from his friends, who were for sure searching for him at that time. He hugged the wolf, guided it to the beginning of another forest, discovering that the wolf has immunity to poison magic and is not weak at all. Afterwards, upon his return to the residence, Gordon found out that the whole team is not present. so he decided to search for them, assuming they were looking for him too. But in fact, they were all in a restaurant, enjoying themselves, unaware of Gordon's absence. Zora visiting his father's grave and reminiscing about their time together as his father was the first villager to join the Magic Knights in his village, Tulsa was very proud of him. Afterwards, while walking, he noticed a young man training, even though he hasn't received his spellbook yet, but Zora saw determination in the boy's eyes. Then 3 noble kids showed up and started bullying the boy while the boy challenged them, stating that when he reaches the age of 15 and obtains his spellbook, he will as famous and powerful as Zara Ideale. But one of the noble boys said that he never heard about him before, and the situation escalated, and the boy attacked the nobles with water magic. However, his magic was weak, and he was about to be killed by them. Meanwhile, Zora intervened just in time, saving the boy, telling the noble kids to leave, and they did. After that, the boy's father appeared, revealing that he is a villager with a leg injury, and his son was helping him. The son expressed his wish to have been born a noble so that he wouldn't have faced such hardships. That was when Zora decided to teach the boy a lesson and took him to Zara's grave, sharing his story, telling the boy that he needs to find something that distinguishes him from others. After that, we see the boy training in the forest while Zora was observing from a distance when the annoying noble boy returned, wielding a magic item, but he was not able to control its power. Zora intervened again, saving the day by absorbing the magic and launching it far from them, and the noble boy fled while he accidentally dropped the magic item, and the villager boy picked it up. After that, and while the boy was having dinner with his father, the noble boy and his noble father came along accusing the villager boy of theft, claiming that the boy stole a magical artifact from him. Then he grabbed him outside, planning to take him to the royal capital to imprison him, and it becomes evident that the noble kid was the one who informed his father about the theft. At this moment, the villager boy's father unleashed his magic, which was really powerful, and Zora appeared while the nobleman was delighted to find a magic knight who could help him. But Zora revealed that the nobleman's son was the real thief, and warned them that if they didn't leave immediately, he and his son would face consequences, so they both ran away. After that, the villager father and his son decided to enter the Magic Knight's entrance exam together. Afterward, Zora walked away, expressing his determination to make his father proud and reach level 0, which is the highest level of achievement. After that, we see Vanessa sitting there getting drunk as usual and petting her cat, when suddenly she decided to head to the witch's forest and ask the queen to teach her ancient magic so that she could stand against the devil. And after some persuasion and negotiations, the queen eventually agreed, but with one condition. Vanessa must train 2 of the witches and make them useful in return. Vanessa agreed and went to meet the 2 witches and took them to the forest to begin their training, where she discovered that one of them has the magic of sound, enabling her to mimic any voice, while the other has magic of images, creating sculptures of anything. And both types of magic are not useful in the fight. She left them, went to the queen shouting and whining, then unexpectedly she encountered Kood, who was working in a magical tool workshop, and during their conversation, Vanessa realized an important point. The type of magic didn't matter as long as she knew how to employ it effectively. Vanessa then returned to the 2 witches, informed them that the reason for the appearance of the monsters is that they feed on squirrels. So by using the magic of sound and image sculpturing, they could create decoy squirrels and lure them out of the witch's forest, and there, they could create a terrifying monster statue with a terrifying voice to scare the monsters away. And the plan already worked as the monsters fled, and Vanessa succeeded in her mission. However, she decided to leave the forest and focus on honing her magic skills, determining how she can be useful in the future. And then we go back to the residence, where Asta and Noel were training intensively when Sally and Marcus entered the scene, and it's revealed that the Magic Emperor decided to exploit Sally's knowledge by conducting experiments to strengthen the Magic Knight's mana. Asta reminded Sally of his promise to let her perform the experiments on him, but she refused, saying she will leave him for the last since he doesn't have magic. Meanwhile, the rest of the team arrived and heard about the experiments, causing them to flee the place in fear. Sally started by freezing Marcus and the guys with him, while Asta and Noel went after her. During this time, Magna received a mana-enhancing injection, but the mana overloaded until it exploded. The same happened with Charmy, Vanessa, Finral, and the rest of the team. After Asta caught up to Sally, he told her that she can conduct experiments without harming people. Then she took some of Asta's hair to analyze it, expressing her desire not to harm anyone. And his friends were unconscious due to the excess mana in their bodies, but they would wake up soon. And then, we head to Marcus, Farmillion, and Nozel, as they were going to a secluded village where the Magic Emperor suspects that there are bandits. But there was something bigger at play. Upon their arrival, they found the villagers struggling with poverty. However, when they mentioned the name Nakrava, which Magic Emperor's name told them to mention if they were in trouble, the villagers acted in a very generous way and invited them to spend the night as they honored old Nakrava. Later that night, bandits, who were actually the villagers themselves, came to steal from Farmillion, Nozel, and Marcus. Meanwhile, Farmillion and Nozel revealed their identities, and it is revealed that the bandits were the villagers themselves, robbing neighboring villages after the Midnight Sun Eye attack, as the capital abandoned them and provided no assistance. At this time, Farmillion assured the villagers that the capital will help them rebuild their village, and as a punishment, they would help in rebuilding the neighboring villages as well. They will participate in the reconstruction. After returning to the Magic Emperor, it becomes clear that he assigned them this mission to make them feel the suffering and struggles the rest of the people endure. And then, we head to the Golden Dawn residence where William had assigned a team on a mission. The team consisted of Yono, Klaus, Mimasu, Hamon, the guy with the flower, and the girl with the compass. Elikura was appointed as the leader. Then William informed them that the mission is in the village of Sashi, where the boars there were attacking the village, but this time, they had strong mana and were hurting everyone in the village. Upon reaching the village, we discover that this is the same village where Asta had his first mission, defeating the first member of the Midnight Sun Eye group. Anyway, Elikura insisted that they must exterminate the boars, while Yono suggested that they should first find out why the boars were attacking in the first place. But Elikura confronted Yono, telling him that he should respect his authority as the leader. Then after defeating the boars, Yono discovered that the reason behind their aggressive behavior was that they feed on mana-enhanced fruits, so they cut down its trees. After they returned to the residence, they took on another mission, which was to explore Demas on the borders of the Diamond Kingdom. After they left, Langris told William that Yono would be a better leader than Elikura. However, William also wanted Elikura to change and improve. Upon reaching Demas, they defeated bandits and entered inside, where they encountered someone who was supposed to be a magic knight, but defected from their ranks. This person possessed a magical tool that absorbs mana. Elikura battled him, but none of their attacks seemed to have any effect on him. Eventually, they launched continuous attacks, causing the ground to collapse, and Elikura managed to take the magical tool from him and defeated him. Then when they returned to the residence, Elikura praised Yono. Yono praised Elikura, and they reconciled, and here, Yono's character started to change, and he became more immersed in the dynamics of his team. Then later, we see a flashback to a village in the public region during the Midnight Sun Eye attack, where a girl's family was killed as a result of this attack. And after that, this girl read that Asta and Nero were responsible for the incident, so she decided to seek revenge against them. After that, we go to Dominato's office, and his deputy, Cowboy, got angry and suspicious about the delayed judgment on Asta. He was also upset as his nephew died during the Midnight Sun Eye attack, where Asta was supposedly involved. Then on his way back home, the girl who was seeking revenge appeared with her friend, asking Cowboy to help them in their revenge, and Cowboy was really interested. Meanwhile, Noel and Asta continued their training, but Noel decided to take a break while Asta continued his training. After that, Goosh and Fenril arrived after their training. Josh took advantage of the absence of Sister Teresa and went to see Mary, but at this time, Mary got kidnapped by the group seeking revenge against the devil, which were the two girls and Cowboy. At the same time, Nero and Asta got abducted, drugged, and taken away. However, Nero managed to take the tracking bracelet from Asta to enable the rest of the team reach them, but Noel used her magic to save Asta, and the kidnappers escaped, taking Nero with them. Meanwhile, Goosh discovered what happened to Mary and confronted Dominato, and after some commotion, Dominato admitted that he had no part in the kidnapping and told Gooch that he would be sent back to prison as punishment for his actions. Meanwhile, Asta was still unconscious, and nobody knew when he could wake up. At that time, Yami arrived at Dominato's office, receiving a message from the Magic Emperor through Nozel, which indicated that the location of Asta's bracelet is in the Teolu village. Yami said that it must be Nero. Then he and Fenril decided to move to the village, and Nozel accompanied them to protect Noel. When they reached the village, they showed pictures of Mary to the villagers, asking them about her, while Yami and Fenril were on their way to the cemetery where they met the girl who orchestrated everything. Anyway, Yami asked her if she had seen Mary or Nero, but she denied it and left. Later, we see Noel asking the villagers about Mary and Nero, but the villagers refused to cooperate with her, and the same situation occurred with Goosh and Jordan. Meanwhile, Dazu went to Boo's house in the forest where they were hiding, and warned them about the Magic Knight's presence, telling them that they were searching for them, and when they checked Nero, they found a tracking device. One of them wanted to destroy it, but Dazu suggested a better idea. Meanwhile, all the teams that were investigating gathered in the forest, and Nozel sensed that Nero has moved, so Yami decided to go with Noel, Goosh, and Fenril, while Nozel and Gordon remained in the city to continue the investigation. At the cache of the Anti-Devil group, they decided to execute Nero and Mary publicly, but first they need to lure Asta to execute them all together. During this time, Nozel and the others realized that it was a trap, so they decided to return to the royal capital, where we see Asta finally woke up and wanted to catch up with Nero and Mary, but Yami arrived and told him to wait and see what they will do. Then we see the meeting of the commanders where Diamond Toe suspected that his followers might be behind this situation. He doubted Cowboy, who possesses invisibility magic like Glider, Inobi, who uses barrier magic, and Yuna, who uses paper magic. Nozel then insisted that Nero is essential in their battle against the Spade Kingdom, while Charlotte also argued that they cannot afford to lose Mary, who is a citizen. However, Jack wondered why they hadn't killed Nero and Mary yet if their goal was revenge, but Diamond Two explained that Cowboy seeks justice, and most likely he intended to execute them publicly. Anyway, in the city of Lee Hart, the citizens woke up to a message written in the square, stating that Nero and Mary will be executed at noon in that very square. We reached noon, and the square was crowded with people waiting for the execution. The Black Bulls were hiding, and the other magic divisions were scattered. Their goal was to capture the anti-devil group and free the hostages. As the execution was about to begin, Cowboy provoked Asta to reveal himself. However, it turns out that the one they thought was Asta was actually Gray using an illusion, while the real Asta appeared from behind them and quickly freed Mary, but he didn't manage to free Nero as they capture her and escape. Asta went after them, but they threatened that they will kill Nero if he didn't drop his spellbook. Reluctantly, Asta left his book on the ground, and they cuffed him right after. Just then, Yono arrived and attacked them with Klaus and Mimasu, and Yuna got injured during the battle, but she and her group managed to escape with Nero and Asta's spellbook. Then, after a moment of frustration, Asta declared that he won't give up. After that, we go to the commander's meeting. Julius mentioned that there is an unknown and mysterious intention behind this group, especially since they stole the spellbook. Then, after interrogating the captured members, they discovered that they were hired. During the meeting, a call came from Diamond Toe, where Cowboy was between life and death, and he revealed that the group's true goal was not to destroy the devil, but to attain the devil's power itself. They were worshippers of the devil, and they were all born with weak mana and barely any magic power. So their aim was to attain the devil's power, just like Asta. Marcus informed the group that the communication magic was coming from Toluo. So the Black Bulls, Yami, and the team were assigned to investigate the place where Cowboy and the others were killed. During the investigation, Gordon realized that the place resembled a laboratory, and most likely the sleep-inducing potions were manufactured there. Then he said to Yami that he had an idea, and they decided to visit an old lady whom Gordon recognized from the village. They asked her about the house in the forest, and she told them it belonged to Boo, the village's apothecary, who possesses weak magic and thus used her intellect to create potions. The old lady revealed also that Dazu is Boo's friend who lost her husband and mother-in-law during the Night of Midnight Sun Eye attack on the kingdom. Yami asked about her house to investigate further. When Yami went to check out her house and saw her picture, he realized that she was the same girl they met at the graveyard. And Noel noticed something important. The girl does not smile in any of her pictures, suggesting that she wasn't happy. After a lot of searching, the Black Bulls found nothing, so they decided to search in the forbidden area near the borders. Despite searching for days, they still find no leads. Meanwhile, Asta, Noel, and Magna encountered a child arguing with his mother, as he wanted to join the devil worshippers to gain strong magic. The trio followed the child's directions and reached the place he mentioned, finding hundreds of the group members on their way to the Spade Kingdom. Magna tried to contact Yami, but it proved futile, so he told Asta to wait and do not attack until they reach a location where he can communicate with Yami, but he attacked them. Asta thought that they would kill him. However, they cheered his name, treating him as their leader and showing great respect. Then after he talked with Dazu and knew that her husband and mother-in-law despised her as her magic was weak, so they left them to die. Asta started shouting for a while, then he decided to go with them to Spade as a gift along with his spellbook, if they allowed Nero to go freely. And indeed, they chained Asta and Noel, and Dazu revealed that she deceived him. She took him, Nero, Noel, and the spellbook, and they headed to the high mana area where they encountered Magna, Yami, then Farmillion, and Nozel, so the devil followers transferred their mana to Dazu, but she remained weak. Suddenly, a giant mana beast appeared. Nozel, Farmillion, and Yami attacked them. Farmillion used his fire magic, and Nozel employed his magic, and Yami used his sword to fight the beast until they finished the beast. After defeating the monster, Dimento and Vengeance arrived, and Vengeance told them that the kingdom needs them, and they are her not to arrest them, but to bring them back to the kingdom, as they didn't commit any crime and didn't cross the borders yet, and they all were convinced with Vengeance talk, except for Dazu, Boo, and the rest of the devil followers, who were accused of murder, kidnapping, and attempted revolution, and they were sentenced to be banished, so they decided to go to Spade Kingdom after Asta received the spellbook from Dazu. A day later, Asta, Noel, Finral, Yami, and Nero are at the Magic Emperor's location, where they received a call from the Queen of the Heart Kingdom, but during the call, the connection was abruptly cut off, and they hear the Queen screaming. So they decided to travel to the Heart Kingdom using Finral's magic. Upon arrival, they found that the Queen was feeling unwell, but nothing serious. Then she informed them that their training program under the Magic Knights of the Heart Kingdom is ready. Meanwhile, the Magic Emperor and Nero were together, and the Magic Emperor revealed the Lumiere's book containing an invention for a device that can increase mana for people born with weak mana. Then he told her he knew that she is Sikri, and her name is written in the book, and that he started working on this device to ensure equality in the kingdom and prevent history from repeating itself. Sikra felt happy and thoughtful after Julius's words and the mention of Lumiere. Meanwhile, Asta and the others returned from the Heart Kingdom and informed the Magic Emperor and Nero that they were about to begin their training with the Heart Kingdom's Magic Knights, and Nero will accompany them. We see Gray, who was sitting and blaming herself for feeling embarrassed, which made her believe she won't be a supportive member of the team as she won't improve. So she went and asked Noel for help to stop feeling embarrassed, but Gray was still embarrassed in front of her. Noel tried to help her, but Gray remained shy in Noel's presence. Then Jordan entered the scene and told her that she could impersonate anyone she wants to be inside herself, and that way, she will stop feeling embarrassed, but still, no matter what they said, she continued to feel shy. However, she didn't give up and went to Goosh asking for his help. He actually agreed, but on the condition that she transforms into Mary when he asks. After that, the training began, and Goosh was trying to help, but the situation remained as it is for Gray. And then we go to the residence of the Blue Rose Knights, where Charlotte was training with her knights, but none of them could keep up with her. Then they decided to take a break and observe the progress of others, and suggested doing joint training with the Black Bulls, because it would be beneficial and elevate their skill. Of course, Charlotte agreed, as this might bring her closer to Yami, and during the commander's meeting, Charlotte met Yami at the entrance, but she couldn't manage to say a word to him and quickly ran away. Next, we head to the office of the Magic Emperor, where he told Marcus that the people's trust in the Magic Knights commanders is currently shaky, and they need to prove they can protect them. Hence, he decided to arrange a combat competition among the Magic Knights commanders. Afterward, we go to the competition. It's known that Julius doesn't waste time either. After some chatter from the king and explaining the rules of the fight, the competition began, where they have to break the opponent team's crystal first. At the same time, Real, the commander of the Aquadeer division, was daydreaming and deeply in love, thinking about Charmy's transformed appearance and how he fell for her. Meanwhile, outside, the other teams were preparing to start the competition. The first team consisted of Yami, Jack, Nozel, and Kaiser, while the second team consisted of Farmillion, Vengeance, Charlotte, and Dorothy. The battle began, and Yami and Jack were slashing, while Farmillion's fire was everywhere. The confrontation split into two sides, one between Farmillion, Nozel, and Kaiser, while the other with Jack and Yami against Dorothy, Charlotte, and Vengeance, where Charlotte and her group gained the upper hand in the battle due to their advantage in the forest, using it as cover to hide, but Yami and Jack cut down all the trees to prevent anyone from hiding. However, Vengeance created a new forest using his plant magic, while Dorothy took Yami to the dream world. Meanwhile, Nozel trapped Farmillion in a mercury cage, but Farmillion burnt the cage and freed himself immediately. At the same time, Yami was fighting himself in the dream world and defeating his own illusions, while Vengeance used his magic to knock down Jack. And after Jack got angry about Nozel's taunting, they launched a joint attack on him, but Jack cut through Farmillion Fireball. At that time, inside the dream world, Yami liberated himself by splitting the dream realm in half, using his dimension/magic. However, by chance, the attack was also heard in the real world, and the crystals are split at the same moment, so the match ends in a tie between the two teams. On the following day was the Magic Knights exam after Asta and Noel completed a year as Magic Knights. They went with Yami, Finral, and Gordon to attend the exam. Asta recalls his memories on the exam when he had his first exam, met Noel. She teased him a bit and told him that he was a failure, and the only one who acknowledged him was Yami, who gave him a chance to prove himself. Noel also admitted that Asta is strong and intriguing. He flattered her in return, saying that she also managed to develop quickly and her strength will continue to grow. Later on, Yono joined them, and Asta greeted him, recalling their first encounter and their rivalry. After some debate and tension between them about who will become the Magic Emperor, Yono left. The day ended, and it turns out that there were no new members in the Black Bulls. Asta and Noel felt disappointed, as they will remain the youngest members for another year. Later, we see William standing with Yono, giving him his necklace back, and telling him that Revici came and handed it to him. After that, the Black Bulls had the rest of the day off. celebrating of nothing actually. The day after, there was a meeting of the Magic Knight commanders with the Magic Emperor, where he informed them that each division should nominate several members for the upcoming training. Yami suggested nominating Asta, Nero, Noel, Finral, and Luck, while the Magic Emperor acknowledged that Nero and Asta are mysterious in terms of their potential, and they are likely to play crucial roles in battles against the Spade Kingdom and the Devil. Meanwhile, Nozel was concerned for his sister, but he kept hiding his worries. Yami then argued that Luck and Noel are ideal candidates, as they would benefit the most from this training. He also suggested Finral because his role is to provide support during battles, while William nominated Memasu for her essential role as a healing wizard in combat situations. Julius also mentioned a wind mage from the Spirit Guardians, who could be helpful for Yono in training, but we find out that Yono declined to attend. Farmelian nominated his brother Leo, Charlotte nominated herself, and Rill nominated himself to become stronger. Then Marcus concluded the meeting by stating that it's over, and reminded them not to forget about the ceremony on their honor, especially since the king will be present. Yami commented that he won't attend the honoring event, especially since none of his division members will be recognized. However, Julius insisted that he must attend. We go the honor ceremony, and the first honoree was Saul, who was recognized for her courage, good judgment, and for safely transporting the Magic Emperor's body to a secure location. Next was Memasu, promoted to a middle-tier Magic Knight of the 2nd rank. Then came Leo, promoted to a higher-ranking Magic Knight beyond the 4th rank. Leo was moved by his promotion and expressed that he didn't deserve the recognition due to his perceived inability in combat. However, Farmelian reminded Leo that his bravery prevented the Crimson Lions from losing their lives in that battle. Yono was called next and was promoted to a top-tier Magic Knight of the 1st rank. This is the rank just below Division Commander, so he became the only one in that rank besides Langris in the Golden Dawn. While the king appeared agitated that a villager like Yono has reached such a high rank and demanded that someone else should be honored, as well as he was the only one who defended him and saved his life when all the other Magic Knights fled during the attack. The king issued an order for Seki, who was at the same rank as Yono, to be honored as well. However, Seki looked worried and nervous about what the other Magic Knights might do to him because of his fake bravery. Then the king took Seki with him and left. What about Asta, who killed the devil itself? Seems to be of no concern to the kingdom's officials. Anyway, after the king left, Marcus spoke about how the current political turmoil between the Magic Court and the Black Bulls, as well as other issues, prevented some members of the squad from being honored. Yami was then honored for his contributions. The recognition ceremony concluded. Yami returned to the residence and informed Asta, Nero, Noel, Luck, and Finral that they will be going for training in the Heart Kingdom. Magna, upon hearing this, protested and declared that he also wanted to go, and it's impossible to leave Luck surpass him in power. But after some arguing, Yamis agreed, and said that he will try to convince Julius. Meanwhile, Yono was standing outside, observing the stars. The Wind Spirit told him to look at the rank he has achieved in just a year, and if he continued like that, he would become the Magic Emperor faster than he could imagine. While Yono acknowledged that he's made progress, but also knew that the path ahead was challenging. Langris was nearby, watching Yono's progress. The next day, a group of Golden Dawn members was discussing how Yono might become the vice commander in place of Langris. And Langris overheard this but didn't reveal himself. He then headed to William's office, and William asked him if he's not planning to return to missions. Langris replied that his mindset wasn't ready to return to missions yet. Langris then approached Yono and requested that they train together since they are now at the same level. Yono initially refused, but Langris provoked him, and Yono eventually agreed. William was aware of the situation, observes from a distance when Langris proposed a bet that if Yono lost, he has to quit the division. At that time, Yono hesitated but then agreed. Then all of a sudden Langris started attacking, but Yono avoided his assaults. Yono then disappeared behind a hill, and Langris's attack missed. After that, Yono launched an attack with wind-infused daggers, but Langris dodged most of them, getting slightly grazed by one that tears part of his clothing. While Yono commented that Langris was too lenient, as if he weren't, the attack wouldn't have hit him. He also mentioned that if Langris didn't fight seriously, he would get hurt. This angered Langris, and he used the same attack he used against Finral, but he felt a part of his elf mana remaining inside while Yono combined his magic with the Wind Spirit, initiating the battle. Now I will leave you with a part of the battle. After this intense battle, Langris lost and announced that he's leaving the division, but Yono told him he didn't agree to the bet, while Langris, not paying attention to Yono's words, walked away. Langris walked past William, who told him that he knew Langris intended to leave from the beginning, and that was his goal. However, he will wait for him to return as his position will remain open. Langris then went to bid farewell to Vince, but he met Finral there and informed him that he has left the Golden Dawn, confirming that he's embarking on a training journey, and bids farewell to Finral, saying that he will never leave Vince to him, and if he wants her, he needs to become stronger. After that, Langris started his journey. After that, we go to the Kingdom of Heart, where everyone has gathered and is welcomed by Gaga. When they enter the palace, they find Charmy there, and the queen was taking good care of her, and Charmy acknowledged that too. After that, Gaga informed them that they will train under 4 spirit guardians: Sardo, the earth spirit guardian; Potrof, the plant spirit guardian; Floga, the fire spirit guardian; and Samarik, the wind spirit guardian. Charlotte and Memasu were assigned with Sardo, while Ril was paired with Potrof. Leo and Magna were teamed up with Floga, while Luck and Asta was paired with Samarik. But Noel and Nero were to be trained directly by the queen herself. However, Magna objected and demanded to train with Gaga, just like Luck. Gaga agreed as Magna insisted, then Gaga proceeded to teach them how to create spells from mana, like spells that can track targets or explode on impact. Luck shows a natural talent for this, while Magna lacked this, and Gaga told him that this is his limit, but Magna got angry and eventually walked away. By moving to Sardo, he explained to Charlotte and Memasu that they will start with her. Since the earth is the source of plant magic, she emphasized that understanding the earth's mana is crucial and teach them how to draw mana from nature. She also assured them that even if their mana is weak, they can still draw it from nature. We then move on to Samurik, the wind spirit guardian, who spoke in riddles while Finral was struggling to understand him. Samarik attacked him without words, demonstrating how Magna's magic could be supporting to his friends without attacking. We then go to the Queen, who informed Noel and Nero about a plan to unify their powers, implying that the 3 of them, Noel, Nero, and the Queen, can defeat the Spade Kingdom demon, as she assured them that she has a strategy in mind. Meanwhile, Leo trained with Floga and was astonished by his immense power, humbling him and making him apologize for doubting his powers. Lastly, Asta fought Gaga to truly gauge his power. Next, we see Yami near the volcano to find Mirror Farmillion, who was practicing her favorite hobby of defeating magma monsters. Yami asked her for help in training him on Mana Zone, which he used for the first time in his fight with the elves. However, he's not quite grasping it. Mario eventually agreed to help him as long as he can entertain her in battle. They engaged in combat, with Mario attacking from both the right and left sides. Yami dodged her assaults and managed to cut her attack in 2 halves. Meanwhile, Asta was training with Gaga through a fight which Gaga was totally controlling. Then he explained to Asta that while magic and anti-magic are opposing forces, controlling them both is similar. Simultaneously, Yami was facing Mario's powerful punches and attempted to create a mana zone to walk in the air. However, he struggled initially. But after falling into the lava and seemingly meeting his end, Yami was suddenly able to walk in the air at the last moment. Meanwhile, Mario prepared an even stronger fire attack, but Yami and Asta said at the same time that they're going to surpass their limits. After that, Yami successfully created a mana zone and formed a black hole that absorbed Mario's magical attack, and after the attack was absorbed, Yami stopped the fight and told Mario that he had achieved his goal of understanding the Mana Zone. Mario, however, refused to let the fight end and sped away, saying that they haven't truly enjoyed the battle yet. But Yami, while leaving, told her that they could have another round sometime. At this time, Asta realized that he can charge his Devil's Sword with anti-magic power and launches it towards his target, testing it on Gaga as he was pursuing him, and he successfully hit Gaga with it, while Gaga announced Asta's victory in the fight, acknowledging that he managed to hit him. Moving on, we see the Queen and the trainers as they discuss the reports on the Magic Knights, while the Spirit Guardian of the Earth noted that Memasu and Charlotte were doing well and have high responsiveness. Meanwhile, the Fire Spirit Guardian commented on Leo's natural talent and good power, but mentioned his hesitation and fear. The Plant Spirit Guardian brought up Real and Charmy in front of the Queen, who urged them to focus on their training as this group is the hope of the Heart Kingdom. Then we switch to the Spade Kingdom, where we find out that the Spade King and his knights have enslaved the people of their own kingdom, as well as a group of rebels who were trying to escape to the strong magic region to reach the Clover Kingdom for safety. However, one rebel managed to escape and head towards Yono to share an important secret with him. Another knight from the Spade Kingdom reported to the king that one of the rebels had escaped. However, Dante dismissed this, telling him to leave it. After a period of training, we see Asta standing alongside Gaga, who explained that he trained with all the spirit guardians to improve his key sensing abilities and combat instincts. Then he asked Asta to share his entire story, and Asta recounted the events from the time he was abandoned with Yono in front of the church until their arrival in the Heart Kingdom. Then we move on to Laura Pechica and the Water Spirit, who is training Noel and Nero, where Noel has developed significantly since her first day in the kingdom. By returning to Gaga, he continued fighting against Asta, and training him, while Asta used the Devil's Settled Sword attack, which he had used before. But Gaga told him that this attack is effective only the first time as a surprise attack. He added that Asta is still weak, then he attacked him with his lightning magic at full power. However, Asta revealed a glimpse of his devil's power, deflecting the attack. Surprised by Asta's increased strength, Gaga decided to attack him with his full power. Meanwhile, we see the devil inside Asta saying that things are becoming interesting. Several months later, we see a mobile fortress in the Spade Kingdom that's powered by the mana of the villagers from Spade Kingdom and absorb it until they die. Moreover, the fortress was heading towards Heart Kingdom. The matter reached the queen, and we return to the palace where we see Noel, Mimasu, Finneral, Leo, Luck, and others, who have visibly grown stronger over the past few months. Then when the queen informed them about the fortress approaching the kingdom and how it exploits the magic of the villagers, suddenly, Asta quickly took off without being seen while Noel suggested following him. But the queen was not worried about him and believed he can handle the fortress with his current power. Then indeed we see Asta flying with his anti-magic devil sword, and as he arrived at the fortress, Asta's appearance had changed. His muscles have grown significantly, and his physique was much stronger than before. Then he entered the fortress with a confident attitude. However, inside the fortress, the knights mocked Asta because they don't sense any mana from him, but Asta defeated them all with a single strike, leaving the rest behind. After that, he reached the leader of the knights, who also wields devil power and poison. He poisoned Asta, but Asta pulled out all the magic with his sword, defeating the leader. Afterwards, Noel, Mimosa, and Finneral arrived. After Asta had finished dealing with all the knights in the fortress, then we find out that the villagers were all from the Spade Kingdom, and the knights of the kingdom had occupied their village and used them as fuel for the fortress, and whoever refused that would die. And then we see Leo and Luck in this village where they enter the Spade Kingdom's fortress and compete to see who can defeat more enemies, while Asta told the village that they are safe now and could return to their homes. The villagers, however, warned about the Dark Triad, who rules the Spade Kingdom. The Dark Triad consists of the eldest Dante, the middle Zeno, and the youngest Vanica. All three of them used devil's power, and their power was terrifying. Next, we go to the Clover Kingdom's church. When the rebel from the Spade Kingdom reached the church where Yono was living, he was injured and being treated by Lily. After recovering, he urgently requested to see Yono. Then we rushed to the Golden Dawn residence, where Yono was currently the vice commander, and when he knew that they're looking for him, he hurried over to the church, and as soon as they met, the rebel told Yono that he's an exact copy of Seal Sama, and when he saw the pendant, he confirmed that without a doubt it's him. Then he revealed that Yono is the prince of the Spade Kingdom, and the rightful heir to the throne, while the father had always believed that Yono was destined for greatness and inquired about Asta, but the rebel claimed not to know who that was. Meanwhile, Yono was there not believing and shocked. So the rebel used his magic to show Yono his past, where Yono found out that he was the only survivor of the royal family of the Spade Kingdom and the only son of Seal Sama, the late king of Spade, which was a peaceful kingdom. And the Dark Triad was once part of the royal army, but rebelled and killed Yono's parents, the king and the queen, while the rebel's father was the one who saved Yono and left him at the church to protect him. And the rebel has now decided that it's time for Yono to reclaim his rightful throne. During this conversation, Yono received a call informing him that the Golden Dawn is under attack, so he immediately flied back to the residence, and when he arrived, he saw that the base was under assault by Xenon and two of his subordinates, and their goal was to kill William, who poses a threat to their invasion of the Clover Kingdom. Xenon faced William, and using stone magic supported by the enhanced powers of the devil, and ordered his subordinates to kill everybody in the place. One of them tried to assassinate William using bones magic supported by the enhanced powers, while another member of the Golden Dawn tried to protect William but is swiftly killed by Xenon. Then finally Yono arrived, found all the division members dead, and Xenon in front of him trying to attack him. However, Yono avoided his attacks, quickly created a mana zone, and simultaneously moved the wounded Golden Dawn members to the mana zone's safety. After that, Yono became aggressive, unsheathes his sword, and swiftly slashed through Xenon, destroying him. And then we go to Klaus, who has created a steel wall with his magic and was hiding in it with two others from the team. Then the second disciple appeared with smoke magic, and Klaus attacked him. The disciple confessed that Klaus is a 0-level magic knight, but still not much of a challenge, and attacked him with smoke magic. Everybody died except Klaus, who was sustaining significant injuries but remained standing. But before the disciple could launch another attack, Yono appeared and dispersed the smoke with his wind magic. Thus, Yono is the natural enemy of this sorcerer. Yono defeated him with the help of Compass Magic Witch, and they eliminated him. Unfortunately, the bone magic sorcerer Xenon appeared, killed Klaus and the girl, and their bodies pierced by his bones. When Yono witnessed this scene, he became more enraged and attacked Xenon with all his might. However, Yono's power was feeble compared to Xenon's overwhelming power. Xenon then told Yuno that he is indeed powerful, but, unfortunately, Xenon was on a completely different level than him, and far surpassed ordinary humans. Afterwards, we see the rebel following Yono and entering the Golden Dawn residence, where chaos reigned, and he found Yono's spellbook discarded on the ground, and Yono himself was lying amidst wreckage, and the bones from Xenon's attack have pierced his body, while the Spirit of Wind was crying and saying she didn't want to leave Yono. Then she started to fade away, indicating that Yono was dying, when suddenly William Van Gayens, the commander of the Golden Dawn, arrived with his World Tree magic. Healing all the wounded, Yono and Klaus were saved, but they find Heyman dead among the rubble, and more than half of the division were dead. And it's revealed that World Tree magic can't revive the dead. Yono, for the first time, was seen weakened, shattered, and screaming, after Vanika arriving in the Heart Kingdom with her soldiers. At the same time, Asta returned with Finral to the Black Bull's residence to check on his teammates. While Finral went to fetch Yami from the commander's meeting, when suddenly something strange was sensed by everyone at the residence, and they discovered that it's levitating while Dante, the eldest sibling of the Dark Triad, was standing outside and manipulating gravity, making the residence to float in the air. And Josh tried to attack him with mirror magic, but Dante could control gravity and is immune to their attacks. But it's only thanks to Vanessa's fate-changing magic that they avoid Dante's powerful strike. So Dante realized that there is someone on the team who is on the level of the arcane stage of magic besides Yami. Meanwhile, Asta appeared, attacked Dante, and nullified his magic, then unleashed several attacks, impressing Dante. If it weren't for Vanessa using her fate-changing magic to alter destiny, Dante's attack would have hit them like a curse. Dante then turned his attention to Vanessa, telling her that she has a great power which should be his, so he will kidnap her and make her his slave, as her power will be a valuable addition to his power. At that moment, Vanessa exhausted her magical power completely, and Dante decided to take Vanessa captive, as her power will be a valuable addition to his power. After that, Dante immobilized Josh, Gray, and Vanessa in midair, and turned his attention to Asta, who he believed he knew how to bring out his full power by manipulating his emotions. Dante created a sword out of rocks and sliced Josh's chest in half, sending a powerful shockwave throughout the area. As a result, Asta was filled with rage and transformed and was out of his mind. Then he attacked Dante wildly and injured him, while Dante was burned with fury and attacked Asta, making him fall to the ground unconscious. Meanwhile, Gray used her magic to heal Josh's injuries. After that, Yami showed up and said to Dante, "Come and face your worst nightmare." Yami successfully managed to injure Dante. Then we return to Heart Kingdom, where Vanica and her followers have caused chaos, and it is revealed that Vanica's followers cannot be killed, no matter how defeated they may seem. Vanica then appeared in the palace, and her magic is revealed to be blood magic. But Laura Pechica, Noel, and Water Spirit confronted her and weakened her with their combined magic. Now, it was Nero's turn to enter and seal Vanica, since they couldn't do it while she's in her devil form. Indeed, Nero appeared and successfully sealed both Vanica and Magicula. However, after sealing them, Magicula spoke and told them that they were close to succeeding. She then detonated the area and cursed everyone present, while Noel shouted that she's not done yet, echoing Asta's determination. Her attack pierced through Vanica's chest, but it didn't affect her. Vanica revealed to Noel that she remembered her mother and that she was the one who killed her. Then she kidnapped Laura Pechica and told Noel that this will fuel her anger, setting up a future confrontation in the Spade Kingdom. Vanica left with Laura Pechica, leaving Noel and the others in a dire situation. We return to Yami and Dante in the midst of their intense battle, where Yami somehow was able to keep up with Dante's immense power, and we find out that Dante's magic is Cell's magic, allowing his body to regenerate no matter how injured he was, like he's immortal. Then he transformed into his true form. Meanwhile, Yami called out to Asta to help him in the fight. At the same time, Asta struck a deal with his devil to take more of Devil's power in exchange for his arm. Asta then returned, significantly more powerful, with his arm covered in Devil's magic. After that, Asta and Yami launched a coordinated attack on Dante, but Asta's sword was destroyed, so he took Yami's sword, defeated Dante, and making him fall to the ground severely injured. I'll leave you with a part of this incredible battle. After this part of the battle concluded, Xenon emerged from a magic hole of spatial magic, and his bone magic pierced into Yami, revealing that they need Yami and William Vangiance to perform the Great Tree of Magic ritual, as this ritual will open the connection between the lower and upper worlds. Anyway, Xenon took Yami with him, and Asta asked his devil to grant him more power, but the devil explained that his body could not move, and he's unable to assist. Xenon went away and Asta wasn't able to move a finger in his body, so he couldn't go after him. After he was cured, Asta attempted at night to go save Yami, but was stopped by stranger appeared from nowhere and warned Asta that if he went now to save Yami, he would die, especially considering Asta's weakened state. And when ignored his words, he pinned him to the ground, saying to him that he couldn't even defeat him. Then how come he could defeat the Dard Triad? Then he revealed that he is Nahato, the vice commander of Black Bulls, and a devil host too, specifically a host to multiple devils, not just one. Then he mentioned that he has been on a covert mission in the Spade Kingdom for years, and he offered to train Asta so he could become strong enough to rescue Yami. In the meeting of the commanders, Nahato appeared, along with Asta. He enters confidently and impressed everyone by displaying his devil's powers. Then we find out that Julius knew Nahato was Yami's vice commander, but didn't know he was a devil's power user. Anyway, Nahato informed them that they have 3 days to rescue Yami and Vangiance. After 3 days, they won't be able to reach them because the gates between the underworld and the living world will open. He also explained that he only could take a limited number of people with him. At that moment, Yono said that he's going with him to save Yami and Vangiance. Then he shared his story, revealing that he's Spade Kingdom Prince and he's going to rescue Vangiance, even if it costed him his life. However, some of the commanders might see Vangiance as a traitor, but Nahato attests to his good character as he is one of the best commanders. Asta insisted on going with Nahato to rescue Yami, later returned to Noel and the others who have awakened and encountered Licht and the elves right in front of them. So they thought themselves dead, but we find out that they were living near Heart Kingdom and were saved and healed by them. Noel asked Licht to train her so she could save Laura Pechica. Meanwhile, 2 children from the elves, who were revealed to be from Licht's true bloodline, appeared, revealing that Nero had saved the princess 500 years ago and sealed her, but she disappeared, so Nero thought she died. But it's obvious now that she lived, and her bloodline has continued. Anyway, Licht and Batari agreed to train Noel and the others. Back Asta and Nahato, who'd just arrived at a strange place where Asta sensed it is filled with dark magic. But Nahato told him that it's meant for devil-binding rituals, and when a devil named Libby appeared, Asta felt that he has a strong sense of hatred and animosity towards the devils, as Libby, who was cast out of the underworld for being weak and lacking magic. He was being beaten and tortured by demons stronger than him, to the point that he wished for death. But one day during his torture, he was able to cross into the human world due to his weak mana. Unfortunately, the humans were also treating him brutally, and he was on the verge of death, but Asta's mother saved him and adopted him after that because he didn't have mana. We also discovered that was raised by Asta's mother, who could absorb magic from anyone close to her, so she absorbed all of Asta's magic when she was pregnant with him, and because of that, she put him in front of the church to protect him. After that, she adopted Libby as he has no mana, and raised him as her own son, but unfortunately, she was killed by a devil right after she sealed Libby in a book to protect him, and that was the same book who ended up as Asta's spell book. Anyway, we are back to the battle that will determine the contract between Asta and Libby, and I will leave you some of its exciting scenes. Libby then referred to Asta as his older brother, and despite Asta was supposed to make Libby his servant after defeating him, they established a bond of friendship, and Libby accepted it, so we could say that they were foster brothers. This marks the end of this season, leaving us with anticipation for what's to come in future episodes.